A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who have just joined us, a warm welcome. May I please request you all to kindly settle down? We're about to begin shortly. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. We're about to begin shortly. Do not forget to place your phones on silent, ladies and gentlemen. Do not forget to place your phones on silent. Whenever necessary, please put on the headsets and switch on to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Russian. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you all to kindly take your seats? We're about to begin. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, if required, please put on the headphones. If required, please put on the headphones for translation. Switch to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Russian. I repeat, if required and when required for translations, please put on the headphones and switch to channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Russian. Thank you. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to India-Russia Workshop, Operationalization of the Eastern Maritime Corridor 2024. Thank you. My name is Archana Deshmukh, your host for today. And with great honor and enthusiasm, I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates gathered here for this significant workshop. Your time and participation is truly appreciated and is adding value. And we look forward to a workshop filled with meaningful exchanges and look forward to fostering deeper understanding and cooperation between our nations. With that, Vanakkam, welcome to Chennai. I was hoping for a round of applause. On behalf of Chennai Port Authority, It is our immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Minister of Ayush. Welcome, sir. I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to sir. Also taking this opportunity to warmly welcome our Honorable Minister, Mr. Anatoly Yurievich Bobrokov, Deputy Minister of the Russian Federation for the Development of the Russian Far East and Arctic. Welcome, sir. Also extending warm greetings to all the Russian dignitaries, stakeholders, and officers from all major ports for this workshop on Eastern Maritime Corridor 2024. Chennai Port Authority is organizing this India-Russia workshop to operationalize the Eastern Maritime Corridor. This will connect the ports of the east coast of India to Far East Russian ports, enabling a strong and, of course, a very, very welcoming avenues of trade relations in the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'd like to request the other dignitaries to join us on stage. With the Honorable Ministers here, may I please invite Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS, Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to kindly join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Mr. Oleg Abvev, Consul General of the Russian Federation in Chennai, Republic of India. Welcome, sir. May I now invite Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority and Chairman of Kamarajar Port Limited. Welcome, sir. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Director, ERS, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Welcome, Doctor. Shri S. Viswanathan, IAS Deputy Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, to be welcomed on stage with a round of applause. Welcome, sir. With the dignitaries on stage, may I please request the delegates in the audience to kindly arise from their seats for International Anthem, followed by Russian National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Thank you. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. In India, it is a tradition that we strongly follow to light the ceremonial lamp at the start of an event. I'd like to recite a shloka marking the significance of lamp lighting. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepar jyoti namostute, which essentially means, O light we bow to you, with an intent to invoke the blessings of the Almighty. We invite positivity, health, and wealth while diminishing enemies' intellect. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I take the honor of inviting our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, and Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Anatoly Yurievich Poprokov of the Russian Federation for lighting the traditional ceremonial lamp, or as we like to call it, the Kuttavilakku. Sir, gentlemen, I also request Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS Secretary to the Government of India, Mr. Oleg Avdev, Consul General of the Russian Federation, and Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS, to accompany the Honorable Ministers for lighting the Kuttavilakku, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. As we embark on this journey, may I now request Shri S. Viswanathan, IAS, Deputy Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, who is also an IAS officer of the 2008 batch under Madhya Pradesh cadre, to officially welcome the august gathering this morning. May I request you all to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Vanakkam, Namaskar, good morning India, Dobre Utra Russia, and all the audience present here. Distinguished guests on the dais, my fellow enthusiasts from the trade and the logistics sector, I extend a warm welcome to everyone to this momentous occasion as we gather here for the India-Russia workshop on operationalization of the Eastern Maritime Corridor. It's truly an honor to welcome and extend our heartfelt greetings to Shri Sarbananda Sonowalji, Honorable Union Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush. Sir, your visionary leadership has consistently paved the way for innovation and progress. Your dedication to fostering international cooperation is an inspiration to all of us. Welcome you, sir. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to Mr. Anatoly Bobrakov, Honorable Deputy Minister for the Development of Russian Far East and Arctic from the Russian Federation. Your esteemed leadership in the development of Far East Russia has been instrumental in fostering economic growth and regional cooperation. I am sure your expertise will shed light on the collaborative opportunities between India and Russia through the Eastern Maritime Corridor. I welcome Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Sir, your contributions to port infrastructure development and the policy formulations have been invaluable. Your wealth of knowledge and experience in shaping policies for public-private partnership will undoubtedly provide different dimensions to our discussions. I also welcome Mr. Oleg Avadev, Consul General of Russian Federation in Chennai. Your unwavering support and invaluable assistance have helped us to ensure seamless coordination with the Ministry of Russia right from the inception of Eastern Maritime Corridor. I also welcome our beloved chairperson of Chennai Port Authority, Mr. Sunil Paliwal, IAS. He is also the chairman of Kamarajjar Port Authority. Sir, your prompt decision making and social responsibility resonate deeply with us. Your unwavering support and guidance have been pivotal in shaping the course of discussions and fostering collaboration between India and Russia. Your presence ignites our passion and fortifies our resolve to create a positive change. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Rakesh Pandey, IFS, Director ERS, Ministry of External Affairs. Your presence here today is a testament to the significant role of the Ministry of External Affairs in guiding Chennai Port Authority right from inception in the dialogues with the Russian counterparts. I also extend a hearty welcome to all the port chairpersons, to the deputy chairpersons, to their team. We are also thrilled to welcome the key dignitaries from India, including officials from various ministries such as the Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Ministry of Commerce, and also key decision makers from public and private sector companies. Your domain knowledge and expertise will be pivotal in kickstarting the maritime trade through Eastern Maritime Corridor. Very importantly, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all the delegates from Russia. We thank you for coming here to deliberate on the opportunities for bilateral trade through the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Your in-depth knowledge and proficiency in the field will play a crucial role in initiating maritime trade through Eastern Maritime Corridor. Very importantly, I would like to mention the contribution of the Indian Embassy in Moscow, their continuous efforts in facilitating cooperation, offering guidance and extending assistance have played a pivotal role in making this workshop a reality. Russia has been a long-standing and time-tested partner for India. The economic ties between these two nations have grown significantly over the years, fostering mutual benefit and collaboration. The bilateral trade volume between these nations has witnessed a steady increase, reflecting the strength of our relationship. To further this, we have been taking measures to operationalize the Eastern Maritime Corridor, which is a sea link between the ports on the east coast of India with the ports on the far east of Russia. The proposed EMC will bring the logistics route to 40% shorter and also beneficial in logistic cost also. This workshop marks a significant milestone in the relentless efforts of India and Russia in forging new pathways for economic collaboration and growth. I recollect that in September 2023, I had the opportunity to accompany our Honorable Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarvananda Sonowalji, to Vladivostok as part of the Eastern Economic Forum 2023. Under his guidance, I was able to witness the infrastructural development at the Far East Russia and understand the immense potential of the Eastern Maritime Corridor in facilitating trade and fostering strong ties between our two nations. I really had a very fruitful and very good discussions during the Eastern Economic Forum, and this workshop has a very direct bearing to that Eastern Economic Forum conference in Vladivostok. Similarly, I believe this workshop will provide an avenue for the delegates from Russia to understand the existing infrastructure present in India and assess the future demand for different commodities and help form strategic alliances with their trade partners. This workshop serves as a unique platform which brings together stakeholders from diverse realms of trade and commerce from both the nations. We are honored to have in our amidst representatives from key sectors, including importers, exporters, policymakers, regulatory bodies, and shipping lines, among others. The convergence of such varied expertise under one roof provides unparalleled opportunity for fruitful discussions. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed delegates who have graciously accepted our invitation, traveled to Chennai to participate in this significant workshop. I would also like to mention the many people who have joined online also, who are just witnessing this grand workshop. So I welcome all of them too. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed minister, distinguished dignitaries, officials, each and every one of you who have honored us with your presence. We hope that this workshop will help you understand the market dynamics and the current trade volumes and the future trade potential for various commodities between India and Russia through the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Thank you. Spasiba. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take this opportunity to present mementos to the dignitaries on the dais, signifying the moment of appreciation and gratitude, and also capturing the essence of the shared experience. Requesting Shri Sunil Palwal, IAS, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority and Chairman of Kamaraja Port Limited, to honor our Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush. Honorable Minister, kindly accept our honor as we present to you with a figurine that marks an epic, historic moment recently celebrated in India. Thank you, sir. Now, I humbly request the Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, to present a memento to our Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Anatoly Yurievich Bobrikov, Deputy Minister of the Russian Federation for the Development of the Russian Far East. Honorable Deputy Minister, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the significance of the figurine that you hold in your hand. India recently celebrated a historic moment of Lord Rama's divine presence, gracing Ayodhya in a sacred Pran Pratishtha, uniting spirituality and ancient legacy. Today, we present to you also proudly our pride, a figurine of Sri Rama, Jai Shri Ram. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Moving on, requesting Shri Sunil Palwal to please step forward and present a memento to Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. We also present to you our beloved Lord Ganesha, remover of all obstacles, who bestows blessings and wisdom in his benevolent presence. Only reassuring that the Eastern Maritime Corridor 2024 is going to turn out to be a mega success. Thank you. Requesting Shri Sunil Palwal to kindly remain standing because you have a few more presentations. So requesting your good self to present a memento as an honor to Mr. Oleg Avdev, Consul General of the Russian Federation in Chennai, Republic of India. Thank you so much. Further, a memento to be presented to Dr. Rakesh Pandey. Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Director ERS, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. And now, I request Shri S. Viswanathan, IAS Deputy Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, to honor Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, and the Chairman of Kamarajar Port Limited, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I now request Srimati Irene Cynthia, Managing Director, Kamarajar Port Limited, to honor Shri S. Viswanathan, IAS Deputy Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, Chairman of Kamarajar Port Limited. He is a 1993 batch Tamil Nadu Keda IAS officer. He's also holding the additional charge of Chairperson, VOC Port Authority. May I now request his good self to please come forward and set the context for this workshop on operational of the Eastern Maritime Corridor 2024.
Thank you. Good morning, Suprabhat, Kalai Vanakkam. Honorable Union Minister, Ports, Shipping, Waterways and Ayush, Government of India, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji. Honorable Deputy Minister for the Development of the Russian Far East and Arctic Russia, Government of Russia, Shri Anatoly U. Bobrakov ji, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri T.K. Ramchandran ji, Consul General of Russian Federation to our beautiful city of Chennai and wonderful state of Tamil Nadu, Shri Oleg Avdivji, Deputy Chairperson and my dear colleague, Chennai Port Authority, Shri S. Vishwanathan, Director ERS, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, Dr. Malini Shankar, heads of major ports, non-major ports, and terminal operators on the east coast of India, the delegates, officials, business leaders from the Russian Federation, officials from the Government of India and the Government of Tamil Nadu, leaders from industries, exporters and importers, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the India-Russia workshop for operationalization of the Eastern Maritime Corridor. It is a 4-session, commodity-specific workshop where we will focus on coal, fertilizers, crude and LNG, and containers. The program will end with a valedictory session followed by a cultural program depicting the rich heritage and culture of Tamil Nadu, and the cultural program will be followed by dinner. So we request you to kindly be present till the end of the day and have dinner with us. Approximately 2 decades earlier, on 23rd December 1994, India and Russia signed an agreement on merchant shipping basis, which created India-Russia Joint Maritime Commission. The Joint Maritime Commission focused to enhanced cooperation on maritime schools, mutual recognition of diplomas, development of inland waterways, ship classification services, and development of port infrastructure. Subsequent to the 1994 Agreement on Merchant Shipping, Niti Aayog of Government of India and Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation signed an MOU during November 2018, which paved the way for India-Russia Strategic Economic Dialogue, that is IRSED. The first IRSED was held at St. Petersburg in 2018. It was during the second India-Russia Strategic Economic Dialogue, which was held in New Delhi on 9th and 10th July of 2019, that both countries decided to conduct a study to explore possibility and commercial viability of opening a sea link between eastern ports of India and the far eastern ports of Russia, such as Vladivostok, Vostochny, Nakhodka, etc. This feasibility study was entrusted by the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways and Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to Chennai Port Authority. The study identified 5 cargo commodities, namely coal, fertilizers, crude, LNG, and containers, which were found to have immense potential for shipment via the Eastern Maritime Corridor. While officials of both the countries have been meeting and working to operationalize the Eastern Maritime Corridor, I wish to state that it was the meeting between Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping, Waterways and Ayush, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, and Honorable Minister for the Development of the Russian Far East and Arctic, Shri Alexei Chekhenko, at Vladivostok, held in September of 2023, during the Eastern Economic Forum 2023, which substantially advanced this agenda. It was during this meeting that it was decided that very soon a joint workshop should be organized at Chennai to take the process forward. India is currently 5th largest economy in the world, which with a gross domestic product of around 3.75 trillion US dollars. India is one of the fastest growing major economies in the world. Government of India, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, is taking bold and focused measures to become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. This will catapult India to the 3rd largest economy by GDP in the world, surpassing Germany, which is presently at 4.35 trillion US dollars, and Japan, which is presently at 4.9 trillion US dollars. India is expected to become a 7.3 trillion US dollars economy by 2030. Such phenomenal growth in GDP will no doubt require robust EXIM trade infrastructure, and this is a key for sustained GDP growth. India is the 2nd largest producer of crude steel in the world after China. In 2022, we produced more than 120 million metric tons of steel. India is also the second largest consumer of finished steel. India's capacity for crude steel production is more than 150 million metric tons per year and is growing very fast year on year. Government of India policies such as Make in India and National Steel Policy of 2017 aim to increase crude steel production to 300 million metric tons by the year 2030. Such growth rates require steady and unhindered raw material feed such as coking coal. Due to low reserves of coking coal, over 80% of the domestic demand is being met through imports. India imports over 50 million metric tons of coking coal per year. Majority of this is being sourced from a single country. Share of coking coal import from Russia is around 8%. In the year 2023-24, till December, that is from April to December, India imported almost 4 million metric tons of coking coal from Russia. India's coking coal import requirement is expected to increase from 50 million metric tons to around 256 million metric tons by the year 2042. Definitely, this can partly be met through imports from Russia, which is having second largest coal reserves in the world, and we are quite confident that much of it can happen through Eastern Maritime Corridor. The share of coking coal imports from Russia is expected to increase from the current 8% levels to 35% by the year 2042. In terms of crude oil, India is the second largest importer of crude oil after China. And in terms of refining capacity, we stand fourth with a capacity of 5 million barrels per day after USA, China, and Russia. India is the second largest exporter of refined petroleum oil after USA. India's current refining capacity is around 250 million metric tons per year, and India's demand of crude oil is expected to increase from 220 million metric tons to 464 million metric tons by the year 2042. And in this context, operationalization of Eastern Maritime Corridor will ensure raw material feed to our refineries. Liquefied natural gas has become an economical and environment-friendly alternative fuel. The current capacity of regasification plants in India is over 40 million tons per annum, but majority of this is concentrated on the west coast of India. The share of regasification plants on the east coast of India based on capacity is presently 12%, but it is expected to increase to 40% as per the current plans of Government of India by the year 2042. We expect that out of total LNG imports, the share of Russian LNG will be around 14% by the year 2042. That is at 8 million tons per annum. Out of this 8 million tons per annum, we are expecting that 3 million tons will be imported via the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Annual demand of fertilizers in India is around 80 million metric tons per annum. However, the production capacity is 45 million metric tons per annum. The balance quantity is imported. We expect that the import of fertilizers from Russian Far East to east coast of India will be 2 million metric tons by the year 2042 because it requires development of production facilities in Far East of Russia. Container traffic via Eastern Maritime Corridor is estimated to grow many-fold from the current minimal level of around 0.3 million TEUs. And it is in this session on containers that we are expecting. This is slightly different from the other three sessions, where we'll be focusing on the Eastern Maritime Corridor, that is movement of cargo between far east of Russia and eastern coast of India. But as far as the session on containers is concerned, we know that the consumption centers in the Russian Federation are more on the western side. So we are looking forward to movement of goods from east coast of Russia to even east coast of India to even west coast of Russia. So while we'll be focusing on the movement of commodities via Eastern Maritime Corridor, the focus in the session on containers will be an overall increase in trade with Russia through the existing western route as well as the Eastern Maritime Corridor. I am sure that you will find all the four sessions very useful. And as you will be aware that business-to-business interactions are also being facilitated in this workshop, and 3 separate rooms have been allocated for that. Since the list of the participants is available, we request you that you can decide on which other side you would like to interact and inform us, and we will facilitate that during the day. I thank our Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping, Waterways and Ayush, Sarbanand Sonowal sir, for giving a big push so that this beginning can be made. And as told by the Master of Ceremony, this is blessed by Lord Ganesha, who is the blesser of, who blesses everything good and facilitates that. And lighting of this lamp, because lighting of lamp is an indicator of progress. I am very sure that under the guidance of our Honorable Minister and our respected Secretary, we will make a good beginning today. We will have fruitful interactions which will pave way for a steady growth of cargo movement between far east of Russia and east coast of India. A personal mention to the delegates and Honorable Deputy Minister who is here with us today. We thank you on behalf of Chennai Port Authority and on behalf of our ministry for coming all the way to Chennai from Russia. You have taken so much trouble and pains to do that. And on a personal note, I would like to inform that during our childhood, the best colorful storybooks used to be gift from Russia. And we used to love them. They used to have very nice printing, nice stories, and as children, we used to cherish them. So we have an inherent sweet bond with your country, and I'm very sure that this bond will further strengthen. We have a decades-old bond, decades-old friendship, and this will further strengthen, and this is a step in that direction. I thank all of you for your participation, sparing your time, and I thank all of you on my personal behalf and on behalf of Chennai Port Authority. Nandri, Vanakkam, Dhanyavad, Namaskar.
Mr. Paliwal, sir, thank you so much for setting the stage for this year's India-Russia workshop, Operationalisation of the Eastern Maritime Corridor. With this, we further move on by requesting Mr. Oleg Avdev, Consul General of the Russian Federation in Chennai, Republic of India, to address the gathering. I've been notified that Mr. Oleg Avdev is going to be addressing in Russian, so may I please request you all to put on the headphones. Please put on the headphones. Sorry, I stand corrected. He would like to address the gathering in English. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Shri Sonawalji, Minister for Shipping, Ports, Waterways and Ayush of India, Mr. Babrakov, Deputy Chairman of the Russian government for the Far East and Arctic, Mr. Paliwala, Chairman of the Chennai Port Trust, Mr. Rakesh Pandey, Director, Ministry of External Affairs of the Government of India, other members, respected members on the days, on and off the days, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this workshop for inviting me to the deliberations. I think which will be very useful for me to know how the further course of our relationship will be charted. And I wish to say that for the last 40 years, I have been witnessing the development of the Russia-Indian relations from very close quarters. And if asked to summarize in a few words the essence of bilateral cooperation in practically every sphere of human activity, I would name continuity, trust, and mutual understanding. These are the principles which have been keeping bilateral relations in good stead for so many decades. The tectonic shifts which are currently underway on the global arena demand new approaches and strategies to cope with the emerging challenges. Regular contacts between the leaders of Russia and India bring forward fresh ideas and fresh initiatives which immediately give a new shape to the bilateral relations in tune with the changing global scenario. So one of the ideas was spelled a few years ago and then reiterated strongly during the bilateral summit, Russia-India summit in 2018, and it was aimed at increasing the volume of bilateral trade up to $10 billion by 2025. Another idea about restarting of the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor was launched in 2019 during the Far Eastern Economic Summit in Vladivostok, which immediately followed the bilateral summit at the same city. It is noteworthy that both the projects turned out to be prophetic, and leaders of Russia and India proved to be true visionaries. Recently, the bilateral trade saw a phenomenal rise and exceeded the goal 5 times, and last year reached the staggering figure of $50 billion. And we believe that this is something which potential is now only beginning to be visible. So the new lease of life for the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor was conceived at the right time and aptly fits into the new scheme of things. I have to say that both ideas turned out to be complementary. Currently, the majority of trade between India and Russia is going through the Western Sea route, connecting the cities of Mumbai in India and St. Petersburg in Russia, through the Suez Canal and the Baltic Sea. And the proposed Eastern Maritime Corridor is 40% shorter than Western Sea route and promises a transit time of less than 18 days. So this corridor will not only reduce freight charges and transit time, but also provide new avenues for trade relations in the Far Eastern Pacific. Cooperation in energy is one of the strategic areas in our relations. I am referring to the buildup of hydrocarbon exports from Russia to India. So apart from this, the feasibility study on the Eastern Maritime Corridor identified 5 other main commodities, such as coking oil, crude oil, LNG, fertilizers, and containers, which have immense potential through the restarting maritime route. Currently, one of the major tracks of the Russian-Indian bilateral economic cooperation is transportation of goods, with the challenge of finding cargo carriers and their insurance outside of purview of Western sanctions. So long-time business involvement in the implementation of our flagship connectivity project, the Vladivostok-Chennai Maritime Sea Link, will certainly pay off handsomely. It will also be instrumental in establishing bilateral and regional transportation and financial mechanism to be independent from Western infrastructure. When the project becomes a reality, and I have no doubt whatsoever that it will, then within a span of 10 days, 5,600 nautical miles can be covered, and there is a huge possibility of major cargo shifting to this part of the world. It is a hard fact that the center of economic growth is steadily and inexorably shifting to the Asia-Pacific region. And the new route is one of these areas where lies a lot of business potential in maritime trade between the two countries. So in October 2023, a trial run of a ship was conducted between the two ports. And the actual timing was 17 days. So now the negotiations on the route are at the advanced stage. And it's heartening that Indian authorities are committed to a swift beginning of the operationalization of the trade route. And now the Russian delegation is in Chennai to have another round of fruitful discussion, and this workshop will be a big contribution to this. So exchanging ideas and sharing experience is the prerequisite for the successful relaunch of the new Sea Link. It will be a game changer, and not just for Russia and India, but for the region as well. I also should mention here that the new link will contribute to the efforts of the Tamil Nadu government to make the state economy, to make it a trillion dollar economy by the year 2030. And also, the countries along this route will also be beneficiaries. So the deliberation of the experts at this workshop will enable to chart a route for a fast implementation of these promising logistic projects, which brooks no delay and certainly augurs well for the stable future of Russia-India relations. So concluding my observation, I want to wish success to this seminar and also success for the speedy implementation, operationalization of the Chennai-Vladivostok Sea Link. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Oleg Avdev, for addressing the gathering. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I now request Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS Secretary to Government of India, to give his special address. Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, is an IAS from the 1991 batch, Tamil Nadu cadre. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Vanakkam, morning, good morning, namaskar. Honorable Union Minister for Port Shipping, Waterways and Ayush, Shri Harwananda Honowalji, Mr. Anatoly Bobrakov, Deputy Minister for the Development of the Russian Far East and Arctic, Mr. Oleg Avdiv, Honorable Consul General of the Russian Federation in Chennai, my dear colleague, Mr. Sunipal Paliwal, Chairperson of Chennai Port and Kamarajar Port, Mr. Rakesh Pandey, Director, Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Vishwanathan, Deputy Chairman of Chennai Port, all the chairpersons of the major ports, deputy chairpersons, officials, delegates from the Russian Federation, leaders, business leaders who have come here to participate in the workshop today, friends from the media, a warm welcome to all of you on the occasion of the operationalization of the Eastern Maritime Corridor, and also to this wonderfully curated workshop. It was a pleasant surprise when I landed here last evening to learn from the chairman that more than 30 participants from Russia have joined us today to take part in this workshop, and that there are also several more who are connected online. The chairman also pointed out how we've all grown with Russian storybooks when we were young. I would also like to recall that when we took our exams, the joint entrance exam in the 80s, some of the books that we used for maths was called, one of them was Calculus, Piskunov, and Irodov for physics. These were all books that we studied and got to know a lot more about the intricacies of physics and maths that helped us crack exams. And therefore, this association between India and Russia is a long one, is a happy one, and we are grateful and glad that the Honorable Deputy Minister and the Consul General and all the other delegates from Russia have taken time off to be with us this morning. Thank you, welcome, hope you have a great stay in India. This workshop is the culmination, or should I say the beginning. Every culmination is also a beginning of something else, of a series of visits and exchanges over the last few years between the Russian and Indian sides. And the basic theme has been to explore what kind of cargo, what kind of new trade routes can be, can take off. And one of them was the Eastern Maritime Corridor, which has been in the making for quite some time. But it's a very happy occasion that today we all are gathered here to ensure that it is operationalized. And I would also like to thank on this occasion the ambassador at Moscow, Mr. Pawan Kapoor, who was also instrumental in supporting this operationalization. The Honorable Prime Minister of India has talked constantly of the need for increase in trade. And we have, over the last few years, come out with two vision documents. One is the Maritime India Vision 2016, and the other is the Amrit Kal Vision 2047. Both of them were blessed by the Honorable Prime Minister of India and were released by him. The second of them was released during the Global Maritime India Summit, in which also we had a large number of Russian delegates who participated in October 2023. And in both these vision documents, there is talk of alternate trade routes. There is talk of increasing cargo between countries which have not so far participated in trade, as well as strengthening the trade with countries which have minimal trade with India. And one of those routes is the EMC. The series of steps that we have taken as per that vision includes the setting up of a center for maritime export and cooperation in Delhi, New Delhi, which looks at each country, and they have studied some 47 countries over the last 1 year, and they have prepared documents on each country and how we can improve the bilateral trade between these countries. And one very important country in that list is Russia, is Russian Federation. So I'm very glad that today we are talking of this alternate route, which has actually reduced, or which will reduce the time, the cost and the distance traveled, about which Sri Paliwal has given you a lot of details. It's very important, especially in the current context where we see a lot of developments happening across, around us, and the need for alternate routes, strategic routes, has never been more felt than now. Apart from the fact that the time, cost and distance are reduced, it's also a very, very strategic alternative route. In the context of what is happening in the Red Sea, this route can be beneficial. So also we are looking at other routes like the INSTC, North-South Transport Corridor, which goes via Chabahar, Iran, and so on. And that route also has promise. So alternate routes carry a lot of promise, and therefore we are looking at the viability of these routes. And when we consider the kind of cargo that can move between the east coast and the east coast of Russia, Vladivostok, and the east coast of India, it is extremely gratifying to note that there are about half a dozen commodities, as was explained by Sri Paliwal: coking coal, steel, fertilizer, crude, LNG, and containers. And this is virtually the entire spectrum of goods that can be exchanged between any two countries. And I think, therefore, that during the course of the day, the respective groups, the respective sessions should deliberate on the way forward. What are the strengths of both our countries in these respective areas, and where can we increase the bilateral trade, whether it's imports or exports, and how can we make this EMC a success. We would like to look at what kind of infrastructure additionally needs to be improved at the various ports, the institutional mechanisms that are needed. There might be partnerships, business to business partnerships, government to business partnerships, or G to G partnerships, and so on. What kind of institutional mechanisms should be in place? Thirdly, what kind of agreements, SOPs, and procedures should we have in place so that everything is smooth? And lastly, who are the stakeholders? I'm sure a lot of them are present here. Who are the stakeholders who are part of this exercise? What are the milestones by June this year, by December this year? Maybe we will do this many million tons or whatever. So we set for ourselves a timetable, and hopefully by the years to come, the volume of trade will not only double or quadruple, but maybe go up in geometrical progression. I would also like to request Madam Malini Shankar, who's here, that the IMU can play a very important role by way of acting as the knowledge repository, gathering all the information about the two countries, the trade, the volumes, etc., and acting as a platform for exchange of knowledge. So I would like to therefore thank both Chennai Port for organizing this workshop, and the Russian Consul General and the authorities in the Russian Federation for having come here, for having accepted the invitation so graciously, and for being here in such large numbers to participate in the deliberations of this workshop. Thank you once more for having given me this opportunity to participate in this workshop.
Thank you, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, sir, for reminding us that Russia and India have long-standing history of collaboration for many years now, and it so continues. With that, ladies and gentlemen, and now humbly request Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Anatoly Yurovich Bobrikov, who's serving as the Minister of the Development of Russian Far East and Arctic since 10th November 2020, to address the gathering. Please put your hands together for Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Anatoly Yurovich Bobrikov, Deputy Minister of the Russian Federation for the Development of Russian Far East and Arctic, the guest of honor of this workshop, addressing the gathering. Mr. Anatoly Bobrikov is going to be addressing the gathering in Russian. May I please request our delegates in the audience to put on the headphones and switch to channel 1. Switch to channel 1 for English translation.
Уважаемый господин Сарабанда-Сановал, уважаемые друзья, коллеги, партнеры, сотрудничество с Индией является одним из приоритетов. Индия – давний друг России, деловой, культурный, политический партнер, и прочные связи между нашими странами были выстроены еще в советское время и сегодня выходят, безусловно, на новый уровень. По итогам 2023 года взаимная торговля Дальнего Востока с Индией составит более $1 миллиарда. Рост к 2022 году практически более 40%. Цифры и возможности показывают, что в нашем сотрудничестве огромный потенциал. Теперь хотел бы сказать несколько слов о Дальнем Востоке и об Арктике. Это более половины территории Российской Федерации, это почти 9,5 миллионов километров. На этой территории сконцентрировано по отношению к российским запасам около 98% олова, 79% платины, 76% алмазов, 76% газа, 57% серебра и почти половина всего золота России. В 2013 году президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин обозначил развитие Дальнего Востока абсолютным приоритетом на весь 21 век. За 10 лет под непосредственным руководством нашего президента создана целостная система, особая система управления развитием этого макрорегиона. Координирует работу по развитию Дальнего Востока заместитель председателя правительства и полномочный представитель в округе Юрий Петрович Трутнев. Министерство Российской Федерации по развитию Дальнего Востока и Арктики отвечает непосредственно за реализацию национальной политики по развитию региона и непосредственным управлением территориями с особыми налоговыми режимами занимается Корпорация развития Дальнего Востока и Арктики. Также в задачи корпорации входит привлечение инвестиций и содействие экспорту. За 10 лет на Дальнем Востоке создано 18 территорий опережающего развития, специальные режимы «Свободный порт Владивосток» и режим на Курилах и специальный административный район. Резиденты освобождены от уплаты корпоративных и имущественных налогов, предусмотрена бесплатная аренда земли. Все эти меры позволили запустить более 3500 инвестиционных проектов стоимостью более $100 миллиардов. Мы привлекли более $30 миллиардов инвестиций в нефтегазохимию, 28 миллиардов в горнодобывающую отрасль и 14 миллиардов в сферу строительства. Наша цель – сделать Дальний Восток и Арктику конкурентоспособными на карте Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. Отмечу, что в рамках наших преференциальных режимов индийский инвестор реализует 4 проекта. Это проекты, связанные с чаем, бриллиантами и фармацевтикой. И, конечно же, отмечу, что реализуется знаковый для обеих стран проект «Сахалин-1», в котором участвует индийская компания ONGC Videsh. При этом, безусловно, существует потенциал для дальнейшего расширения взаимной кооперации по различным направлениям. Большую роль в этом может сыграть прямая морская линия, которая свяжет порты Дальнего Востока с восточным побережьем Индии. Как уже обозначалось моими коллегами, этот вопрос неоднократно обсуждался на самом высоком уровне, в том числе с участием наших лидеров. В марте и сентябре прошлого года состоялись официальные переговоры с участием господина Сановала и Алексея Чекункова, министра по развитию Дальнего Востока и Арктики. В мае 2023 года был визит делегации в Москву. В рамках этого визита были представлены экономические выкладки, касающиеся работы этого коридора. Сегодня делегация из России, практически более 30 человек, здесь, в Ченнае. Мы держим свои обещания, и мы должны сегодня, как мой коллега сказал, это не кульминация, это начало нового этапа работы над нашей совместной задачей. Доля портов Дальнего Востока и Арктики в морских перевозках России составляет почти 40%. При этом импортные поставки составляют более 45%, и более 55% грузов составляют контейнерные перевозки. Грузооборот портов Дальнего Востока за последние 10 лет вырос на 60% и составил 238 миллионов тонн. Грузооборот портов в Арктике более чем в 2 раза вырос и составил почти 100 миллионов тонн. Крупнейшими портами на Дальнем Востоке являются порт Восточный, Ванино, Владивосток. В Арктике это порт Мурманск, порт Сабета. Планируем, что к 2035 году грузооборот портов Дальнего Востока и Арктики составит более 500 миллионов тонн. Основу груза составит уголь, нефтепродукты и СПГ. В этой связи отмечу, что наши прогнозы соотносятся с исследованиями индийской стороны, что морская линия может быть задействована для транспортировки как сующегося угля, нефти, СПГ, удобрений и контейнеров. Отмечу, что, по мнению экспертов, для обеспечения эффективности этой линии возможно предусмотреть судозаходы в промежуточные порты азиатских стран. Мы готовы оказывать всестороннее содействие российским и индийским грузоперевозчикам, экспортерам, имеющим потребность в перевозке грузов по Восточному морскому коридору. Также предлагаем рассматривать Северный морской путь в качестве его продолжения. Северный морской путь – это глобальный транспортный проект. Его развитие может дать экономический задел, в том числе и для неарктических государств. Для Индии это возможность нарастить сбыт судостроительной продукции, а также участвовать в логистическом бизнесе в северных широтах. Комплексное экономическое сотрудничество России и Индии в Арктике должно включать, безусловно, широкий перечень направлений, представляющих взаимовыгодный интерес. По итогам 2023 года по Северному морскому пути впервые в истории перевезли рекордные 36 миллионов тонн грузов. Мы понимаем, что маршрут непростой с точки зрения сезонности и условий логистики. Но для повышения его конкурентоспособности и безопасности был утвержден план развития Северного морского пути до 2035 года, в рамках которого до 2028 года будут построены еще 4 атомных ледокола, 16 аварийно-спасательных судов, 6 морских терминалов, запущены 6 спутников для обеспечения навигации и безопасности. Это позволит к 2035 году перевозить по Северному морскому пути до 220 миллионов тонн грузов в год. Безусловно, увеличение интенсивности гражданского судоходства в высоких широтах открывает и возможности для сотрудничества с нашими индийскими партнерами в области арктического судостроения. Уважаемые коллеги, происходящие в мире события внесли значительные коррективы в жизнь граждан и экономическое развитие наших стран. Уверен, что усиление сотрудничества и взаимной поддержки позволит нам пройти через все испытания и укрепить многолетние партнерские отношения России и Индии. Хочу пожелать участникам сегодняшних отраслевых сессий продуктивного диалога. Уверен, что по их итогам нам удастся выработать взаимовыгодное решение по запуску Восточного морского коридора. В заключение хочу поблагодарить индийскую сторону за теплый прием и пригласить всех присутствующих принять участие в 9-м Восточном экономическом форуме, который состоится в сентябре этого года во Владивостоке. Это традиционно важное и для Дальнего Востока, и для Арктики мероприятие. И мы с большим уважением и с таким же теплым гостеприимством примем наших индийских друзей. Благодарю вас.
Mr. Anathali Bobrikov, thank you so much for your very, very insightful presentation, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to please put your hands together as I invite Honorable Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, our chief guest, to address the delegates. Honorable Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Government of India. He is the 14th Chief Minister of Assam from 2016 to 2021. Under his guidance, several new initiatives have been taken, including modernization of ports sector under Sagarmala project for capacity building and infrastructure enhancement. While he stands here, I do want to bring this to your notice, ladies and gentlemen. The concept of green shipping has been launched through Harit Sagar to promote environmental friendly activities and reduce carbon intensity, and setting up of India's first center of excellence in green shipping and Portland shipping. Please put your hands together. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal.
Namaskar, Kalai Vanakkam. Good morning to all of you present here today. Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry for the Development of Russian Far East and Arctic, Mr. Bobrikov, Consul General of Russian Federation in Chennai, Mr. Allegav Dev, Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways, Mr. T.K. Ramachandranji, delegates, official, business leader from the Russian Federation, our host for this workshop, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority and Chairman, Kamaraja Port Limited, Sri Sunil Paliwalji, Deputy Chairman, Chennai Port, S. Biswanathanji, Director, MEA Dr. Rakesh Pandiji, official from the Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, our esteemed industry stakeholders, media friends, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to welcome you all to this first Chennai Vladivostok Eastern Maritime Corridor Workshop. At the outset, I would like to welcome the Russian delegation led by Mr. Bobrikov, Deputy Minister for the Far East and Arctic, to Chennai. The special and privileged strategic partnership between our two countries continue to serve as the foundation of cooperation between India and Russia. The joint endeavor to revive the Eastern Maritime Corridor is an example of special and privileged nature of our partnership. The India-Russia partnership is strong and steady, building upon strategic convergences, geopolitical interest, and mutually beneficial cooperation. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, remains engaged with President Putin through telephone conversation, and with the last discussion having taken place earlier this month on 15th of January 2023. India and Russia also continue to interact at ministerial and official and other level. Most recently, India's External Affairs Minister had a very successful visit to Russia in December 2023, where he held meetings with Deputy Prime Minister Denis Manturov, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, and called on President Putin. Our bilateral partnership has expanded to become truly multifaceted and encompasses cooperation in the political, strategic, economic, energy, military, security, science, technology, culture, humanitarian sphere. Further, deepening and diversifying our trade and economic ties have been identified as a priority area by the leadership of our countries. Our bilateral trade has registered rapid growth in the last financial year and amounted to $50 billion US, and it is likely to be even more this year. Friends, in this setting, enhancing connectivity between our great seafaring nation assumes great significance. This visit to Chennai by the Russian delegation led by Deputy Minister Mr. Babrukov is a positive step towards building greater economic cooperation between our nation. I fondly recall my visit to Vladivostok last year to participate in the 8th Stern Economic Forum. During my meeting with Mr. Alexei Sikonkov, the Minister for the Development of Russian Far East and Arctic, we first envisaged this workshop. I am pleased to note that the team at Chennai Port Authority delivered and organized it. My congratulations to the team, both from India and Russia, for making it possible. The Eastern Maritime Corridor, a sea-link between ports on the east coast of India and ports in the Far East region of Russia, promises immense potential to unlock new trade opportunities for trade, thereby fostering mutual economic prosperity and resilience. A big advantage of this corridor is the significant reduction in time required to transport cargo between India and Far East Russia by up to 16 days, from 40 to 24 days, and a significant reduction of the distance by up to 40%. Presently, the distance between Mumbai port and the port of St. Petersburg, Russia, by the Western Sea Road via Suez Canal is 8,675 nautical miles or 16,066 kilometers, whereas the distance from Chennai port to Vladivostok port via Eastern Maritime Corridor is only 5,647 nautical miles, that is 10,458 kilometers. There is a clear-cut saving of 5,608 kilometers in distance via Eastern Maritime Corridor as compared to the Western Sea Road, which amount to saving of almost 16 days of travel time. This will help in reducing logistic costs immensely, apart from hugely boosting efficiency in transportation of cargo between the two countries. The saving of time and fuel will enhance the viability of the corridor and open newer trade opportunity between our nation. As found in our feasibility study, the corridor already holds great potential for trade in commodities such as cooking coal, oil, fertilizer, container, and liquefied natural gas. Today's workshop sees the participations of regulators, policymakers, and industry leaders from both nations to discuss, collaborate, and form strategic alliances and explore the potentiality of the proposed Eastern Maritime Corridors. Friends, the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor, along with the India-Russia Partnership for the development of the Northern Sea Road and the full operationalization of the International North-South Transport Corridor will be a game changer for our thriving trade and people-to-people connect. I am also optimistic of the many prospects of deepening our bilateral maritime cooperation, particularly in the two countries' maritime skill development, training, shipbuilding, and port-based clean energy investment. I am confident that the Indian seafarers will be equipped in Russia with the necessary training to undertake polar voyages for Arctic shipping. We may also see Russian icebreakers being built at Indian shipyard. These are encouraging possibilities of India-Russia maritime partnership. Today's workshop reflects our joint commitment to operationalizing the Eastern Maritime Corridor. I look forward to the presentation and discussion that will be held. I am also happy to note that Russian delegation will have the opportunity to visit Chennai Port, Kamaraja ports, and nearby industrial cluster to witness the infrastructure facilities and explore trade partnership and strategic alliances. I do hope Honorable Deputy Minister and our visiting delegates find time to take a walk on the Marina Beach or explore the ancient temple of Mahabalipuram and Kanchipuram. Once again, I welcome Deputy Minister Mr. Babrukov and the Russian delegation to Chennai and extend my best wishes to all for a successful workshop. With these few words, I conclude. I sincerely extend my heartfelt thankfulness to all the delegation from Russia, and this workshop will definitely create a new way out for our lasting friendship and business growth. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Honorable Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, thank you so much for your enlightening remarks. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I invite Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Director ERS, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. To begin with, I would like to convey the sincere gratitude and appreciation of this gathering to the Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji. Sir, your presence and the fact that you have shared with your views with us, I think it gives a very good outline and context for the discussions that will take place today. I would also like to specially thank Deputy Minister for the development of the Russian Far East and Arctic, Mr. Anatoly Babrakov, and his delegation, including the Consul General, Mr. Oleg Avdiev, for their presence here today. I think this event will be enriched by your inputs and your views. I would also like to thank the other distinguished panelists Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, the Chairperson for the Chennai Port Authority, Mr. Sunil Paliwal, and the Deputy Chairperson of the Chennai Port Authority, Mr. S. Vishwanathan. I think the broad context for the discussions today has been very nicely outlined by the panelists. I'm sure that all of us will benefit from the detailed discussions on each subject. And as has been said by speakers before, connectivity is a key enabler for economic engagement, which remains a priority for both sides, including at the leadership level. So, to get all the stakeholders together here today and to facilitate a discussion on the Eastern Maritime Corridor is indeed very timely and also very important. For this, we must express our gratitude and our thanks, our appreciation to the Chennai Port Authority, to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, and also to the Russian side. To conclude, we express our thanks to all the participants here and all those who have contributed towards the organization of this event. Look forward to the discussions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first edition of India-Russia workshop and truly a moment to be captured. So may I humbly request the Russian delegation to kindly join the dignitaries on stage for a picture. I request the Russian delegation to kindly come onto the stage and join the other dignitaries on stage for a picture. I request the Russian delegation to kindly join the dignitaries on stage for a picture. Good, sir. The gentleman at the back. Sir, please to the corner. Kindly remain with us. Please stay back. Stay back. I request the officers to kindly step back. So, our honorable ministers on the dais would like to take picture with the Russian delegation. Sir. One step forward, please. One step forward. Please step forward. I request the senior delegates to please come forward and take their seats. The senior delegates to take their seats. Senior delegates. Our honorable ministers here on stage. A picture with the Russian delegation. Sir. Mr. Avdev, please join us on stage. Mr. Oleg Avdev to kindly join us on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen on the dais. Thank you. As the inauguration ceremony concludes, heartfelt thanks to all our delegates present here. Thank you for making this milestone a great success with shared enthusiasm and participation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to inform you all that we are going to take a break for the next 10 minutes. But before I let you all set off for the break, we have the business deliberation rooms. They've been arranged at the mezzanine floor, M floor. The business deliberation rooms have been arranged at the mezzanine floor, the M floor. So if you'd like to have a quick business celebration in the next 10 minutes, it's available. Please head to the mezzanine floor. We'll also have our interpreters at the business center. You can contact them for translations and interpretation. At the business center, you will find our interpreters, and the business deliberation rooms are set at the mezzanine floor. We will resume the session in the next 10 minutes, and when you come back, we'll have a very interesting panel discussion where the panel will be discussing on navigating growth, harnessing the potential of the Eastern Maritime Corridor to enhance coal trade between India and Russia. We'll see you all on the other side. For now, Nandri, Vanakkam. I request the delegates to kindly help themselves with some refreshments. The left stage Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request your presence back in the hall? We're about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, in the pre-function area, I request your presence back in the hall. We're about to resume shortly. Thank you.
Алло, алло.
Hello, check.
Константин, а слышно меня? Константин, слышно? Константин? Константин, слышите меня?
Delegates in the pre-function area, I humbly request you all to kindly join us back in the hall. We're about to resume shortly. Thank you so much. Requesting you all to please join us back as soon as possible. We're about to resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to kindly join us back. We're about to resume shortly.
Константин, так, я вас вижу. Давайте проверим связь. Вы, во-первых, включите микрофон, включите видео. Сейчас я переключусь на микрофон, выключу телефон. Вот вы меня так слышите, Константин? Константин, слышите меня? Вы слышите. Попробуйте расширить экран и презентацию. То есть все работает. Хорошо, смотрите, вам перевод потребуется? Can we check the interpretation so the speaker can listen you? пока выйдете из демонстрационного режима. So there we could see, right? See Константин. Константин, а можете еще разочек включить камеру? Сейчас только посмотрим, просто как вы отображаетесь на экране. Секундочку. Константин, а можете вот с включенной камерой сейчас вот тоже еще разочек расширить презентацию, коллеги, просто. Секундочку, Константин, тут коллеги. Почему-то ваше лицо не отображается. Презентацию видим. Минуту. Можете с нами еще побыть на линии?
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly join us back as soon as possible. We're about to resume shortly. We would want to do it without your presence in the hall. May I please request you all to kindly join us back as soon as possible. We are about to resume shortly. Thank you.
Константин, а вот в микрофон я сейчас говорю, вы меня слышите? То есть вот в микрофон я говорю, вы меня слышите? Вот так вот сейчас микрофон. Слышно, да? Все. Угу. Да, все слышно.
In the interest of time, may I please request the delegates to kindly settle down. We're about to begin shortly. We have not been able to manage the time and we have overshot the time. So I request you all to kindly settle down so we can resume as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly take your seats. We're about to resume with the panel discussion. Good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great time networking with our delegates. I request your attention. We're about to resume with a panel discussion. May I humbly request you all to kindly settle down. Members of delegation in the audience, I request you all to kindly settle down. Members of the delegation in the audience, I humbly request you all to kindly settle down. Thank you. We are resuming this session with a panel discussion. But before we get to that, we might have speakers conversing in Russian. In case of translation, I request you all to put on the headphones and switch to channel number 1 for English and channel 2 for Russian. I repeat, we might have speakers or our esteemed panelists converse with us in Russian. In case of the requirement of translation, please put on the headphones, switch to channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Russian. Without further ado, in the interest of time, we now proceed to introducing our first panel this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel today, our esteemed panelists are going to deeply discuss about navigating growth. Yes, you heard me right. How to navigate growth, harnessing the potential of the Eastern Maritime Corridor to enhance the coal trade between India and Russia. Giving us more insights into this topic are our esteemed panelists. But to begin with, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite our moderator for this session. To ably moderate the session, may I please invite Shri P.L. Harnath, IRTS Chairperson, Paradip Port Authority, to join me on stage. Welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting our esteemed panelists, Shri Devi Datta Satapathy, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Joining us virtually for this conversation is Mr. Konstantin Grebenik, Director of Coal Industry Department, Analytical Center of the Ministry of Energy of the Russian Federation. He will be joining us virtually. May I now invite Shri Rajesh Banawala, Head Coal Management Group, Jindal Steel and Power, to join us on stage. Shri Rajesh Banawala, to kindly join the esteemed panelists on stage. Welcome, sir. Another member of the panel joining us virtually this afternoon, Mr. Sergey Kropotov, General Director of Sukhodul Seaport LLC. Please welcome him and give him a virtual welcome. Mr. Ilya Belov, Deputy General Director of Tigers Realm Coal LLC, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. N. Arvind, CGM LNI, Steel Authority of India, to join us on stage. Welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our last panel member, Mr. Sergey Klikov, Executive Director, Russian Energy Group LLC, joining us on stage. For those of you who just joined us, I'd like to quickly refresh your memory. The topic of discussion is going to be how to navigate growth, harnessing the potential of the Eastern Maritime Corridor to enhance coal trade between India and Russia. Now, over to our moderator. Sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you, and I'll request all the guests to take their seats. So all the guests are requested to take the seats. Thank you. So this is the first session of this Indo-Russian workshop on the Eastern Maritime Corridor. This session will discuss about the potential of enhancing the coal trade between India and Russia through the Eastern Maritime Corridor. and I welcome all the esteemed panelists who have joined me for this session. Mr. Devadatta Satpathy, Director, Minister of Steel, Government of India. Mr. Rajesh Banwala, Head Coal Management Group, Jindal Steel and Power. And Mr. Ilya Belov, Deputy General Director of Tiger Rail Coal. And Mr. Arvind, CGM Steel Authority of India. And Mr. Sergei Klaiko, Executive Director, Russian Energy Group, LLC. And also two panelists are online. And I also welcome them, Mr. Konstantin Grabenik, Director, Coal Industry Department, and Mr. Sergei Kropotov, General Director of Sukhodol Seaport. You know that the Indian government has been emphasizing on domestic coal production in a big way. Despite this, the India will continue to depend on the imports, especially on three types of coal. The one is the coking coal, which is required for the steel production of the country. And second is the anthracite coal. And third is the low ash thermal coal, which is required to be blended with our thermal coal for power production. India is the second largest producer of steel. Last year we produced about 125 million tons. And we have a capacity of about 161 million ton steel production capacity is available as on date in the country, in India. This capacity will be enhanced to 300 million tons by 2030. That means there is a very ambitious plan of increasing the steel production in India. Out of these 125 million tons, which has been produced last year, 22-23, almost about 80 million tons was produced on the eastern part of the country. That means most of our steel production is concentrated on the eastern part. To be precise, in the northeastern parts. In fact, the 4 states of the country contribute to 80% of the total steel production. They are Orissa, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Chhattisgarh. These 4 states will contribute to 80% of the total steel production of the country. Now, with this ambitious plan, the coking coal requirement goes up substantially. Today, last year in 22-23, we have imported 56 million tons of imported coal because we don't have reserves. Why we import coking coal is we don't have adequate reserve. So we have to import. Almost 80% of the coking coal requirement is met through imports. Today, primarily we are depending on only 1 or 2 countries, especially the Australia, which contributes to 77% of our total coking coal imports, and the Russia contributes to only 8% as on date. But this 56 million tons of coking coal which is being imported is expected to grow by 2030, another 5 to 6 years, to the level of about 95 to 100 million tons because of the expansion of steel production of the country. So with this, out of this 95 to 100 million tons, 50 million tons again, which is required to the north coastal part, that is the 4 states where the steel production is concentrated. So the lot of potential exists for import of coking coal. So as for now, we will talk about, so what is the east coast of India and how it is equipped to handle this imported coal. On the east coast of India, we have 6 major ports, which are the ports of the government of India. And there are 7 important non-major ports. All to put together, there are 13 ports which handle coal, crude oil, containers, various other commodities which are required for us. So all these 13 ports put together, the capacity as on date is roughly about 1200 million tons, total capacity. Out of this total 1200 million tons, last year we did about only 560 million tons. It's a total cargo, it is not the only coking coal, everything. If we talk about only coking coal, these 13 ports on the east coast today have the capacity to handle 135 million tons of coking coal imports. And we are doing roughly about 50 million tons. That means not even 50% of the capacity of the ports is saturated as on date. We have enough potential to carry imported coal to our steel plants. Here the important point is, you can understand that the steel production happens on the eastern part of the country, eastern part of India. Eastern ports are well equipped to handle the coking coal. So that's why unless the far east ports of the Russia is connected to the east coast, and the coking coal import into India will not increase, because coking coal is very less required on the west coast. At present, the sea link between the St. Petersburg and Mumbai is the western part, where the steel production is not there much. It is there, but it is very less. The steel production in the east. That's why the steel plants and eastern ports are connected to Australia. That's why we are getting most of the coal from Australia, because it is nearby. If you have to come from St. Petersburg through again to east coast, the length will be quite high. So then the emphasis will be there on to realize this potential of connecting the far eastern ports to the east coast of India, and to convert this particular imported coking coal potential into reality. And if you talk about just I want to set the context and give the important systemic speakers to chance to discuss. The second important point we talk about is the cost. Today, we are importing from Australia, which is almost about the landed cost in terms of dollars, is about $125 per ton coking coal, which comes from Australia to India. The landed cost at the ports. We have calculated, if it is done through the foreign ports, Vladivostok or Vostochny, the landed cost will come almost about $110 to $115. That means $10 to $12 saving per ton will happen if we can use the far eastern ports of Russia, including the coal price, ocean transportation, all the port charges put together. It will be almost about $10 to $12 per ton can be saved by India. It is a win-win situation, not only for the Russia, but for India also. Another important point which I want to set it, and of course, there are certain issues which are required to be sorted out also. I think our speakers will concentrate on those issues which I am pointing out. Here is the coal production areas in the Russia are located at the central part of Russia. So transportation of this coking coal from the central part to the far eastern ports is a challenge, because the distance is almost about 4,000 kilometers. So ensuring adequate availability of railway rolling stock to move from the mines and to the far eastern port has to be tackled by Russia to ensure the continuous availability of coal. Second thing is the winter, very chilling winter in Russia. It will disrupt the mining activity of the Russia, transportation, and also the coking coal will be filled with a lot of ice and everything, it gets solidified. This is issue one thing which is required to be. I request the Russian delegation to look into it to ensure that continuously the imports will take place. And third important what I will say is the draft at the far eastern ports is only they cater about 40,000 to 50,000 DWT vessels. Here in Indian eastern ports, most of the ports which handle the coking coal are Cape-enabled ports. And 2.5 lakh tons of cargo can come in one vessel, which will reduce the logistic cost substantially. So the Russian government may look into it, the Federation may look into it, how to improve the drafts, increase the drafts, and mechanize the ports so that logistic cost will come down in long term. So these are the 2-3 issues. Of course, I will open the entire topic for the panelists to speak about. But there is a huge potential between these two friendly countries to increase, and from 8% at present, as the earlier speaker told, to 30 to 35% in near future. And as the steel production is growing, and the eastern part is already, and substantial presence of steel production is there. So it is the right time to connect the eastern part of the country of India with the far eastern port of Russia to enable this coking coal trade in a big way, in future way. And I hope that this session will throw out important insights on this topic, and also will check out the action plan on how we can move ahead and for realizing this particular potential. And first, I will request to to speak about on this. And for each, because the time is very limited, I'll request each speaker to stick to 6 to 7 minutes each. And if they want, they can make presentations also. First, I'll request from our Minister of Steel, Government of India, Mr. Devidatta Satpathy, who is the Director, to give his thoughts and the steps being taken by the government to operationalize this Eastern Maritime Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pranam, a very good afternoon to all of you. My heartfelt thanks to Chennai Port Authority to have this program organized in Chennai so that I got respite from biting cold of Delhi. Thank you so much, sir. Presentation. Okay, sir, we'll start without presentation. Currently, okay. The second slide, please. Second slide, please. Second slide, please. Yes. Currently, as already Hannad sir has totally delineated what the use of coking coal and how this is going to affect our steel sector in the future. You can see that currently we are importing around 56-57 million ton of coking coal, as we are totally dependent on import. And this is going to be around 136 million ton in 2030-31, as we have planned through our national steel policy that we'll be having the steel production capacity to 300 million ton. Out of this 336 million ton of coking coal, we have to import around 90 to 100 depending on the domestic availability of coal washeries. In that case, Russia will play a significant role. As you can see, from 2021, 2.6% to this provisional figure of 23 April to August, 10.2%. There is a tremendous growth in import of coking coal from Russia. And I am told that we are already using this Eastern Maritime Corridor, that Bhoshochini Port is, we are importing our coking coal from Bhoshochini Port. Next. Please. Next. Next. Ministry of Steel has foreseen the need for coking coal, has already constituted high-level committees to address the source diversification, in which our steel industries are member and other ministries are also member. We are analyzing the current coking coal basket so that the supply disruption risk can be mitigated. And we are also revising the guidelines governing import of coking coal to enhance the empowered joint committees' leveraging power. In these steps, the Eastern Maritime Corridor will play a catalyst for achieving our source diversification. I can foresee that our import from Russia, that is currently stands at 10%, will increase. For taking into account the friendship Russia and India enjoy for the last so many years, and it will again corroborated by this Eastern Maritime Corridor. Though we have already started using this, the steel sector has already started using this, but the proliferation by other industries, and multiplication of this initiative will be a great push, will provide a great push to this EMC. Next. As already Hannad sir has described that mostly the mines, the coal mines are in the central part of Russia, whereas Vladivostok, Bhoshochini, the far east side, the logistical challenge remain. So as Sir has already requested the Russian side to look into it so that the logistical cost comes down, and both Russia and India will be at a very advantageous position to use this EMC. Thank you. Next. This is just the way we can see the mines, Dadibostok, Boshochini, Nakoda, Ustluga. We are, I have informed my cell that we are also importing some through Ustluga port, but Boshochini has been, it is around 80% of our import are being done from Boshochini. This is from my side. I will now open the floor to our industry colleagues who have some teething trouble, some issues which can be taken care of by, which can be deliberated and taken care of in the future. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Chennai Port.
Thank you, Mr. Devadatta Satpathy. So moving forward, now I will request the speaker from the Russian Federation, Mr. Konstantin Grabanik. I think he has been connected online. And he is the director of the Coal Industry Department, Analytical Center for the Ministry of Energy of the Russian Federation. So I will request him to give his viewpoints as well as remarks and the way forward, how the Russian Federation is planning and to bring this, especially the coking coal from the central part to the far eastern ports and there from to the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My report will be in Russian. Да, коллеги. Значит, так, прошу прощения, можно как-то сделать, чтобы я сам себя не слышал? Так, слышно меня, коллеги?
Yeah, we can hear you and please carry on.
Спасибо. Значит, я хочу начать свой доклад, наверное, с неких статистических данных, чтобы был понятен контекст, о чем мы будем дальше говорить. Значит, между нашими двумя странами, как всем известно, развивается бурное сотрудничество сейчас, в том числе и в сфере торговли. И за прошлый год, за 11 месяцев, товарооборот двусторонний достиг рекордных $60 миллиардов и продолжает расти. Я думаю, что будет еще выше. И Россия вошла в пятерку крупнейших торговых партнеров Индии. Что касается угля, то здесь, на этом слайде, отражена тоже наша динамика положительная. Значит, мы нарастили поставки угля суммарно, то есть как коксующегося антрацита, так и энергетического. За последние несколько лет 6,5 раз. В частности, у нас энергетический уголь вырос с 5 миллионов тонн до 17 в прошлом году. Металлургический вырос в 7 раз, с 1 миллиона тонн до 7. При этом хотел бы обратить внимание, что в 2021 году между нашими странами был заключен меморандум о взаимопонимании, соответственно, между Российским Министерством энергетики и Министерством сталелитейной промышленности Республики Индия о сотрудничестве в сфере коксующегося угля. Там определена одна из целей – это выход на объемы 40 миллионов тонн к 1935 году по поставкам. Значит, то есть цели у нас определены, есть куда двигаться, и динамика сейчас положительная, конечно, хотелось бы, чтобы она у нас сохранялась. У предыдущего докладчика уже была красивая карта, наверное, отчасти я ее продублирую. Согласен с тем, что наиболее экономически эффективные поставки это у нас порты юга, это Тамань, плюс, естественно, наиболее экономически выгодный маршрут это порты Дальнего Востока. Что касается вот этой нашей логистики, о чем мы сейчас говорим. Помимо портов, там понятно, какие наиболее эффективные, хотел бы сделать, акцентировать внимание, что у нас сейчас понятно, что поставки ведутся из Кузбасса, из центра России, там это достаточно дорого по логистике, но у нас очень существенная часть перспективных проектов, в первую очередь по разработке коксующегося угля, антрацита, а также энергетического, они расположены раз-таки на Дальний Восток, с тем, чтобы вот это плечо логистическое было как можно ниже. Это в первую очередь Тельбинское месторождение, Южно-Якутский угольный бассейн, Ургальское месторождение, Береговский угольный бассейн и несколько других. Что касается, ну, то есть мы планируем серьезно очень наращивать производство, как коксующегося угля, так и энергетического. Здесь нас, конечно, сдерживает логистика, в первую очередь железная дорога, так как по портам в целом у нас сейчас наблюдается профицит мощностей. Там с предыдущими ораторами согласен в части того, что их надо некоторые там вводить в строй автоматизированные комплексы отгрузки, но тем не менее там они уже частично есть. Что касается логистики железнодорожной, то у нас, как вы знаете, это в основном ВАМ и Транссибирская магистраль. В наших планах очень серьезно расширять эту мощность. Сейчас это масштабная работа уже ведется, так называемый восточный полигон. Увеличение мощности у нас с начала 30-х годов составит 100 миллионов тонн. То есть сейчас там порядка 150-170, мы планируем общую провозную мощность увеличить до 255, то есть это плюс 100 миллионов тонн. Соответственно, в этом направлении работа активно ведется. Как я сказал, вот эти вот новые проекты, они будут обеспечены соответствующей логистикой, в том числе и по проводу. Ну и, наверное, мое выступление будет достаточно кратким. Мы знаем о вот этих грандиозных планах карет из Индии, которые уже были озвучены о производстве 300 миллионов стали в среднесрочной перспективе. Хочу сказать, что мы всецело это поддерживаем, готовы этому способствовать в части поставок коксующихся угля, антрацита, а также энергетического. И в числе предложений, наверное, вот вести работу по подписыванию меморандума, о котором я упоминал, и в том числе, как предложение, наверное, вывести эти вопросы на соответствующие рабочие группы, плюс на межправительственную комиссию российско-индийскую. В том числе мы хотели бы обсудить вопросы по возможному пересмотру пошлин с индийской стороны на ввозных пошлин импортных на кокс и антрацит. Вот. Поэтому еще раз повторюсь, коллеги, готовы работать, готовы сотрудничать. Ваши планы, в общем-то, поддерживаем, готовы им способствовать. Большое спасибо, мы готовы закончить.
Thank you so much, Mr. Konstantin Grabernik. And it is heartening to note that that the Far East ports are very cost effective, and especially the road network and rail network and other logistic issues are being addressed by the Russian Federation in a big way in coming years. And the anthracite deposits are very close to the Far Eastern ports, which can be immediately taken up. And thank you so much for highlighting all the steps that are being taken by Russian Federation. Definitely, as a part of the MOU between the Government of India and Russian Federation to take this coking coal, total coal, imports from the Far Eastern ports to 40 million from the present about 4 to 5 million. Definitely, both of us should work together. And it is a lot of potential there. It is feasible. It is definitely advantageous for both the countries to operationalize this corridor. And thanks so much for giving your insights. And next, I will request the next speaker, Mr. Rajesh Banwala, the head coal management group, is the Jindal Steel Power. He is one of the biggest steel producers of the country. Since we have heard from from the government sides, now let us listen from the steel producer side also. And Mr. Banwala, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed guests on dais, dignitaries from Russia, my colleagues from different industries. I would like to thank Chennai Port Trust for organizing such a nice event and giving platform for discussing about developing the Eastern Corridor, Eastern Freight Corridor. So, being the largest importer of the coking coal and considering the future expansions which are supposed to take and ongoing in India, we would be requiring, as of now, as we are importing around 70 million tons of coking coal plus PCI. And now, considering our future expansion plans, we would be requiring around, say, if we'll talk about 2030, it would be more than double. So for that, this kind of exercise, this kind of platforms is very much needed. Basis that we can discuss that how we can be able to manage new sources for our in raw material security. Because in last 4 or 5 years, there are a lot of changes happened in supply chain management, supply chain system. So, and also in addition to that, if we'll have to secure our security for raw material, reason being we don't have much coking coal availability in domestic. So we have to be dependent upon the import based only for have the consistent supply to secure our raw material security. And being the second largest reserve, Russia can be a major player with whom a lot of synergy can be there if we go for the supply of coking coal, PCI, anthracite, and now it is being increasing year on year. Earlier, our government has also signed MOU for the coking coal supplies from Russia, and I think a lot of companies has, in terms of quality and all, they have approved, and they are now trying to establish this supply chain system from Russia, and all the major players, steel producers in India are focusing on Russia. But for that reason, if we'll say from last 2, 3 years, 4 years, we have the major supplies from Far East, this western coast of Russia. But as all the earlier speakers told that there's a distance, and there is half of the voyage time is reduced if we are able to supply from the Far East. As our chairperson, Paradeep Port Trust, already told that we have the capacity at eastern ports, and Indian government is focusing a lot and already developed that they, east coast of India is able to handle big vessels, and the earlier used to take, we have seen that our vessel was waiting for berth for 15-20 days even, but now this thing is on the past side, we are able to, most of the vessels are on arrival or maybe take 1-2 depending upon the supply, but still we are able to handle our eastern coast ports very good in terms of mechanization, in terms of deep draft berths. So if there is a supply from Far East coast, in terms of inventory management, in terms of supply risk ability, will be more comfortable if Russia puts a lot of investments also, as earlier speakers told that they are putting a lot of investments on the Far East ports also. But till now, lot of challenges are there just because of the distance between the mines to the port. It is around 4,200, maybe more than that, and they are not getting enough allocations for supplies to the ports. So they are facing a lot of issues. If we are able to get the supplies from Far East ports from Russia, then even the cost will come down, our inventories keeping cost will come down, and we have new origins available from the Russia. So by this platform also we'll like to request our ministers and the delegates from the Russia that if they can focus on the rail allocations, if they can have some road connectivity to the far eastern ports, that would be very much helpful for supplying material to the east coast of India. So by these words only, I'll like to finish my, and thanks to all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Banwala, and he being the important steel producer of the country has highlighted the issues which are various issues which have to be taken up on a priority to operationalize and make it success this Eastern Maritime Corridor, especially for coking coal part. And the Russian Federation probably will be definitely thinking on some high-speed rail corridor. Of course, roadways they are building up. The earlier speaker has spoken about it. Maybe the high carrying capacity trucks can be put into operation. And because the steel production in the country in India is expanding very rapidly, we have to depend on imported coal and imports only. There is no other option for us. So there is a huge potential here. The potential can be tapped by both the countries by appropriately improving the infrastructure on either side and reducing the logistic cost for the customers finally. Finally, the customers like Mr. Rajesh Banwala will look for what is the landed cost. If the final landed cost, all costs put together from mines to the port costs, ocean freight, cost of the coal, everything, final landed cost matters for them. So now the coal is is under open general license, and that means any customer who wants to procure the coal through import, he has his choice of choosing his country and then negotiating the price, and as per the contract he can bring the coal through imports. So that's why it is a good point raised by Mr. Rajesh Banwala, and we will take the discussion forward. And next I'll invite the speaker, Mr. Sergei Kropetov, who is the General Director of the Sukhadol Seaport, and I request him to take the stage, and then I think he's on online connected, and I request him to make his presentation.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин спикер, уважаемые гости. Спасибо за возможность представить, который находится на территории Приморского края на Дальнем Востоке. На сегодняшний день мы заканчиваем строительство высокотехнологичного комплекса по приемке, хранению, перегрузке угля, по приемке угля железнодорожного транспорта, хранению и погрузке его на суда. Две технологические линии, каждая по 3,5 тысяч тонн в час, обеспечат нам погрузку примерно около 7 тысяч тонн в час на судно. Порт находится в незамерзающей бухте, которая позволяет круглогодично принимать суда без всякого ледового класса. Порт оборудован самым современным оборудованием, которое позволяет хранить уголь, не смешивая с другими марками, обеспечит его очистку от инородного включения, и поэтому он является наиболее выгодным для того, чтобы поставлять уголь на дальние расстояния. Глубина у причала номер 1 и причала номер 2 сегодня составляет 17,2 метра. Это немаловажный фактор, который позволяет грузить суда большого тоннажа 60 и 120 и 150 тысяч тонн. При этом мы обеспечиваем высокую скорость погрузки нашим современным оборудованием. Мы можем грузить одновременно два судна 60 тысяч тонн или два судна по 120 тысяч тонн. Система у нас пирс, с двух сторон подходит судно. В марте этого года мы вводим в строй оборудование 6 миллионов в год. До конца года полностью мы вводим в строй и обеспечиваем перевалку угля 12 миллионов тонн в год. Сегодня мы проводим тестовую отгрузку. Сегодня мы делаем пусконаладочные работы, которые нам позволяют с большой степенью уверенности сказать, что мы все те планы, которые намечены, выполним в срок. При этом мы у себя в порту можем производить дополнительные работы, как дробить уголь, так и очищать уголь. Учитывая наш климат сибирский, у нас есть система, которая позволяет нам принимать уголь в любое время дня и года. У нас есть закрытое развивающее устройство, которое позволяет нам, если уголь по каким-то климатическим причинам пришел в смешанном состоянии, то для нас это не проблема. Поэтому, уважаемые коллеги, мы, начиная со второй половины 2024 года, готовы в полном объеме работать и поставлять уголь нашим поставщикам. Спасибо за внимание. Готов ответить на все ваши вопросы.
Thank you, Mr. Sergei Kropotov, and he has outlined about the various facilities available at the Sukhadol seaport. And I'm very glad to know that all especially the deep harbors, and you talked about the modernization of offshore and onshore modernization, all the things you're talking about. Definitely, the Indian customers will definitely try to use the facilities available on the Far East. And next, going forward, and I request Mr. Ilya Beto, Deputy General Director of Tigers Real Coal, and please give his presentation.
Добрый день. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Хотел бы поблагодарить Минвосток развития и корпорацию за возможность принять участие в этом мероприятии. Хочу представить очень коротко доклад и готов ответить на вопросы после, если будет заинтересованность. Компания Tigers Real Coal – это австралийская компания, публичные, акции котируются на австралийской бирже. И наши российские дочерние общества ведут добычу угля в Чукотском автономном округе, Дальний Восток. Это два перспективных месторождения, совокупные запасы к извлечению по джорку почти 500 000 тонн. Чукотка – суровый регион, это арктическая зона Российской Федерации, это территория вечной мерзлоты. И именно там с нуля мы строили всю необходимую инфраструктуру, открытые месторождения «Разрез», которые ввели в эксплуатацию в 2017 году. На сегодня добыча по году составляет 1,6 миллионов тонн. Это энергетические коксующиеся угли. В прошлом году, в 2023 году, мы ввели в эксплуатацию обогатительную фабрику. Позволяет нам выпускать высококачественный концентрат. Построили дорогу от месторождения до нашего морского порта, 37 километров. Являемся оператором собственного морского порта. Порт не глубоководный, поэтому у нас рейдовая перевалка. Мы построили собственный портофлот. Это 5 500-тонных барж, которые обеспечивают перевалку с берега на балкеры. В прошлом году мы обеспечили объем продаж порядка 1,2 миллиона тонн. В этом году планируем столько же продать. Очевидно, что наш перспективный рынок – это страны Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. И как Проект наш в целом по меркам угольной отрасли пока небольшой, но он достаточно уникальный. Уникальный в первую очередь тем, что в мире практически не осталось подобных месторождений, перспективных в непосредственной близости к океану. Это позволяет нам уходить от всех проблем, связанных с железной дорогой, всех проблем, связанных с проблемами перевоза. Мы грузим, тут же отправляем, при этом первоначально ориентировались на рынок Японии и Кореи, сейчас, очевидно, это почти все Китай. Надеемся, что Индия войдет в наш перечень партнеров. Порядка 80 дней по морю занимает дорога до северных портов Китая, и мы предполагаем, что это порядка 20-25 дней до Индии в зависимости от порта назначения. Проект мы контролируем полным циклом от ковша, добывающего уголь, до борта балкера, который уходит на экспорт. Наша добыча, наш автопарк перевозит по нашей дороге, наш порт со своим портофлотом все это грузит, что в свою очередь, естественно, снижает логистические издержки, повышает надежность поставок. Кроме того, несмотря на то, что пока проект маленький, небольшой, да, он достаточно уникален в сроках реализации. С нуля создания компании прошло 6 лет, за которые проведена геологоразведка, стройка, проектные работы. За 2-3 года мы обеспечили прирост с нуля до 1,5 миллиона тонн, фактически каждый год прирастая больше, чем на 30%. И за последние 2 года мы перешли от добычи к производству, ввели обогатительные мощности, и сейчас это в планах 1,5-2 миллиона тонн добычи ежегодно и более 500 человек в наших 5 дочерних российских компаниях. По характеристикам наш уголь близок ко всем мировым, давайте скажем, бенчмаркам, брендам углей. Это низкая зола, это очень низкая сера, что актуально для зеленой повестки. И резюмируя, мы готовы работать с нашими индийскими партнерами, с индийскими друзьями, поставляя качественный уголь, закрывая практически все: энергетику, кокс, концентрат, все, что необходимо. И, как мы говорим, лучше один раз увидеть, чем 100 раз услышать. Я попрошу поставить краткий ролик о нашем проекте. Спасибо.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ilya Belov. And first of all, congratulations for your company, Tigers Realm Coal, and for crossing 1.5 million tons of coal production within 3 to 4 years of its commissioning. And definitely, Indian market requires not only coking coal, but also low coal, thermal coal for feeding its boilers. And you are providing the washed coal facility, and which will definitely, the users of the India will take note of it, and then they will try to take the coal from your mines. And thank you so much for enriching. So far, we have discussed from the Russian side, from the government side, as well as from the port side, and from the coal company side, they had made the presentations. And from the Indian side, from the steel ministry, representatives from the Jindal Group, the steel producer have made presentations. Now I will request another important steel producer of the country, and there is the Steel Authority of India, which is the biggest steel producer of the country, in fact, and their CGM, Mr. N. Aravind, to make his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on and off the dais. I would like to start by offering my greetings and gratitude to Chennai Port Authority for this opportunity extended to our organization to put our points here on the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Sirs, ladies and gentlemen, the previous speakers have quite elaborated on the subject, and coming later, most of your points are already covered. So I would like to restrict myself to my organization, the steel industry, and a few logistical issues in the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Can you move to the next slide, please? Sir, I'm out. Yeah. Now, to our Russian friends, basically, I would like to reiterate the point which has been made by the chairman PPA, that the bulk of the steel production capacity is on the east coast of India, which can be seen from this slide. And the northern part of the east coast of India, the ports in the states of Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, and West Bengal, which is Haldia, they handle the bulk of the coal imports into India. And as Chairman PPA had pointed out, the capacity of handling coking coal in India is quite satisfactory. Bulk of the ports are Cape enabled, and there are practically no logistical issues from the Indian side. I would like to say that the connectivity to the hinterland is also being taken care by the Indian Railways. There are a lot of projects which are coming up, the dedicated freight corridor, the PM, our Prime Minister's Gati Shakti policy. All these will take care of the logistical issues. They will smoothen the movement of the coking coal at the Indian ports and to the hinterland. So at this point, I would like to make a request that we have been hearing about the logistical constraints at the Russian end, basically movement of coal from the Kurbas region, which is in the center of the country, to the eastern part. So in case, and I also understand that there are a lot of projects which are coming up which will kind of ease out these logistical issues. If those are taken care of quite fast, I'm very sure that the Indian steel industry would be consuming quite a lot of Russian coals in the coming future. I would like to just emphasize on the scope for utilizing Russian coal here. From a current production capacity of around 160 million tons, just 5 organizations, SAIL, Tata Steel, Jindal, JSW, JSPL and ArcelorMittal are slated to practically double their production capacity to around 227 million tons of steel. This is going to require a good amount of coking coal. Even though the government of India is planning for augmenting the domestic production with setting up of domestic washeries and increasing the domestic use of coal in the blend, in the near future, up to say 2030, there is going to be a steep quantum jump in the requirement of coking coal, particularly imported coking coal, including PCI for India. If all these expansions go up, as planned, the National Steel Policy of 2017 envisages Indian steel production capacity to go to 300 million tons, and that is the path in which we are all traveling. Sir, I would like to brief everyone about my company. Steel Authority of India Limited is one of the largest steel making companies in India. It's a Maharatna central public sector enterprise. It's government owned. It produces steel in 5 locations, in 5 integrated steel plants. It's got multiple special steel plants also. We have our own mines for iron ore, but unfortunately we lack coking coal, which is why we are importing, and we would like to import more from Russia, which is the theme of the current workshop. Our major steel products, we are into both the flat and long product segment, HR coils, wire rod coils, plates, structurals, TMT bars, rails. We are the largest supplier to the Indian Railways. Basically, the Indian infrastructure is built on Steel Authority's rails supplied to the Indian Railways. We take a lot of pride in that. And the CR coil sheets and GPGCs. As regards the Steel Authority's capacities, the Bhilai steel plant is operating at 6 million tons and the envisaged capacity is around 6.8. However, there are massive expansions plans slated for all our steel plants, which include Durgapur, basically more than doubling, Rourkela moving up to close to 10 million tons, Bokaro from 4.6 to 7.03, ISCO moving slated to go up to a 7 million ton steel plant, basically taking our capacity from 19.5 million tons currently to 35.65, which will require an additional around 14 million tons of coking coal, just by our concern. And again, Steel Authority, by virtue of having its plants located in the east part and the central part bearing Bhilai, all our steel plants are located in the eastern part of the country. So we operate on all basically 6 ports we are operating, basically starting from Gangavaram and Visakhapatnam, which are used to cater to our requirements of our Bhilai steel plant. And we also use Gopalpur, Paradip, Dhamra, Haldia, and sometimes occasionally Kolkata port to handle our coking coal cargo. So we have a presence in all these ports and we'll continue to be operating through all these ports. As regards the port plant linkage, as I have pointed out, Gangavaram and Visakhapatnam are basically meant for our Bhilai steel plant, and Gopalpur is logistically comfortable for our Rourkela steel plant. We operate from Paradip port also, Dhamra, which is closer to 3 of our steel plants, and logistically our Haldia port of coming under SMP port is closest to all our 4 steel plants on the eastern side. And as regards the subject matter, which is the Russian coal procurement, we have started procuring coal from Russia a couple of years back, and this year we would be procuring more than 1 million tons of coal, and the next year we are slated to double our procurement from Russia. all we look for is good logistics, cheaper cost, and the Eastern Maritime Corridor is going to be a great boon for all importers of bulk cargo, which has been pointed out by everybody here. And as has been pointed out by our Director, Ministry of Steel, we are already operating in this corridor, and this year basically around, we might be procuring around 1 million tons of steel, of coking coal through Vostochny port. And with this, I would like to sign off and thank everybody concerned for listening to me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind, and for highlighting the expansion plans of the Steel Authority of the country, as well as your plans of enhanced procurement of coking coal from the Russian mines. And thank you so much. And then now the final speaker will be the Mr. Sergei Kraikov, an Executive Director, Russian Energy Group. I request him to make presentation, please.
Намаскар. Я хотел бы вас поблагодарить за очень теплый прием, который оказала индийская сторона, индийские друзья в этой прекрасной теплой стране. И приглашаю со мной вместе подняться далеко на север, в совершенно другие широты, на крайний север, близко уже к полярному кругу. Я представляю компанию «Русская энергия». Наша компания специализируется как раз на производстве коксующихся углей на крайнем севере России и освоении Северного морского пути, который очень удачно примыкает к Восточному морскому коридору. И предлагаю на это посмотреть как на большую перспективу. В составе компании есть два основных актива. Это компания «Воркута-Уголь». Это подземная добыча угля, жирных марок. Компания является основным поставщиком металлургического холдинга «Северсталь» в России, марки 2G. И «Северная звезда» – это новый проект, который вот второй год реализуется, о котором я как раз расскажу подробнее. Более $1 миллиарда где-то в этот проект почти уже инвестировано или будет доинвестировано в ближайшее время. Компания полного цикла. И вот, собственно, где мы находимся. То есть, если посмотреть, вот точка вверху, оранжевая, это там, где находится сародосайское месторождение группы «Северная звезда». Месторождение полностью независимо от железной дороги, находится непосредственно близко к порту, который мы же и строим. Мы строим два порта рядом с этим месторождением. И, в принципе, транспортная доступность, что на север, что на запад, приблизительно одинаковая. В чем плюс мы видим дополнительно, особенно вот с трейдинговой компанией обсуждаем, есть возможность дополнительного фрахта по поставкам обратно товаров не только в Россию, на север России, в Петербург, но и в Северную Европу. Ну и плюс на фоне там текущих напряженности на Ближнем Востоке, там также этот вариант пути становится для многих интересен. Мы считаем, что работа в Арктике – это такой стратегический выбор для бизнеса, потому что Арктика – это, наверное, одна из богатейших сегодня мест на Земле, которая содержит все виды полезных ископаемых просто в огромных количествах. И их уровень добычи составляет там просто минимальные доли процентов. А с учетом климата, таяния льдов, мы уверены, что там в ближайшие 10-20 лет возможности Арктики в поставках любых видов сырья будут просто многократно возрастать, и весь мир сейчас на это смотрит. Так, куда? Да, вот как раз два порта мы строим, порт Чайка, порт Енисей. Порт Чайка будет ориентирован на антрациты. В следующем году мы начинаем добывать антрациты, а порт Енисей – это как раз сародосайское месторождение. В чем его особенность? Значит, это одно из самых огромных в мире месторождений по запасу угля марки К. Более 5 миллиардов тонн запасы в этом месторождении, из которых мы уже на 150 миллионов имеем лицензии. Находится на полуострове Таймыр, это самый большой полуостров в России. Ну, температура, вот если увидите, там, вот сейчас там минус 30, например. Вот здесь плюс 30, а там минус 30. Ветер до 30 метров в секунду. Вот в таких условиях мы добываем уголь, строим порт и уже начали отгружать первый уголь. Если говорить про навигацию, там самый, наверное, важный вопрос сейчас, то около 100 дней составляет летняя навигация по Северному Ледовитому океану, когда льда нет. Остальное время можно проходить через ледокольную проводку. В проекте у нас предусмотрено строительство фабрики обогатительной. Пока мы сейчас отгружаем рядовой уголь. Уже в прошлом году мы отгрузили 300 тысяч тонн в Китай через Северный морской путь. И вот сейчас рассматриваем возможность работы с Индией. Уголь марки К низколетучий и с низким содержанием серы. То есть качество угля для металлургов как раз очень хорошее. И в следующем году мы начнем добывать антрацит. Ну, порт вот приблизительно так сейчас начинает выглядеть. Глубина, мы сейчас проводим многолюбительные работы, глубина будет 16 метров. Мы сможем принимать, там capacity будет пока порядка 10 миллионов тонн на первом этапе и будем увеличивать в зависимости от развития проекта. Одновременно мы развиваем сейчас проект по строительству балкерного флота. Работаем с Росатомом в том числе. Вот, и готовы в партнерство здесь, может быть, и в Индии по строительству балкеров. Нас интересуют, конечно, балкера арктического класса, Арк-5, Арк-6 и буксиры также. У нас очень большая поддержка в проекте, да, то здесь надо смотреть, что этот проект очень поддерживается, как и, собственно, вся развитие арктической зоны поддерживается государством и президентом России. Мы активно работаем с Министерством по развитию Дальнего Востока и Арктики, замминистра, которого сегодня выступал. Соответственно, есть преференциальные различные меры, которые государство оказывает. Мы являемся резидентом арктической зоны до 2035 года. Поэтому в этом смысле есть возможность удешевлять, в том числе, какую-то стоимость инвестиций, либо операционных затрат в проекте. Ну вот на сегодня тут буквально там короткая информация по факту того, как сегодня реализовано строительство терминала Енисей. Сейчас он работает как временное причальное сооружение. Тем не менее, мы отгружаем с него уже и в Российскую Федерацию, и за рубеж. Построена дорога, и вот в этом году, в 2024, мы отгрузим 1 миллион тонн. В 2025 3,5 миллиона тонн угля. Ну, буквально несколько картинок. Это первый был как раз первое судно, которое мы под уголь поставили. Сейчас уже монтируется итальянская судопогрузочная машина. Мы ее в июле введем в эксплуатацию, сможем увеличить мощность погрузки до 15 тысяч тонн в сутки. Это как раз ледокол. Вот одну из проводок мы сделали в этом году с ледоколом. Ну, вот так. Сейчас вот в моменте, там месяц назад, да, вот такая была погрузка. Ну и крайний север, он не только суров, он еще очень красив. Поэтому, кто хочет увидеть такое уникальное место, приглашаем вас. Вы увидите и полярное сияние, это настоящая картинка, не нарисованная, и гуляющих белых медведей на фоне черного угля. Поэтому welcome. Всегда будем рады видеть. Спасибо.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Sergey Kleiko, and for highlighting your new mining facility. And I'm glad to know that it is not dependent on any rail and road network, and directly straight away you will be able to export the coal. And best wishes to you. And now I will open the session for the question answer session, and anyone wants to ask anything, either Indian speaker or Russian speaker, it is open for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we'll be able to take only a couple of questions. Show of hands if you have questions, and we'll pass a mic. Show of hands if you have a question.
Please raise your hands if you have any question.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My question is very specific to the Russian mine owners, whoever is here. Do you have any good hard coking coal you can offer to us? Because we have already started taking PCI, that is from Midval and another Bachetaski PCI, and we are successfully using it for quite long time, 1.5 years. And we have already used Raspadaskaya, and we are going to make a contract with Elga also. So my question is whether you can offer us any hard coking coal and of course soft coking coal similar to Raspadaskaya or Elga, which goes with very nicely with especially US coal and Mozambique coal.
Yeah, any one of you can answer that? Mr. Ilya Bello, or you want to answer that question?
Да, если вы как раз знакомы с эльгинским углем, то у нас вот очень похоже будет. Единственное, Эльга сейчас начал уже обогащать, у них там первые фабрики появились, а мы пока поставляем рядовой уголь, и вот, наверное, такое основное ограничение, почему мы еще в Индию не зашли. Потому что здесь, вот я сейчас с коллегами разговаривал, тоже в кулуарах, напрямую уже концентрат, да, есть потребность такая. Вот. У нас есть марки К, КО, КС, КЦ, КС, КЖ. Вот. CSR в районе 50-55%, Y 15-17%, низколетучий до 25 и до 0,5 сера. Соответственно, можете сопоставить с тем классификатором, который вам понятен.
Thank you. And then one more question we can take. If any question is there from the...
Any more questions from the audience? Show of hands, please. Please raise your hand and we'll pass the mic.
If there is no question, and then I will I thank all the participants of this session, and it has been very enriching experience. In fact, we are very clear that there is a demand for the coking coal. As the Indian steel sector is growing at a massive growth rate, we are going to touch 300 million ton capacity by 2030, another 5 to 6 years. The requirement of the imported coal demand is very, very high. And now we are depending on only very few countries, and we have to expand our basket also. Especially with the experiences that have been presented by the mine owners, there is a lot of scope for importing the imported coal from the Russia. And the issues of the infrastructure, the logistics, the port capacities, the deepening of harbors are being addressed in a big way by the Russian Federation, that I have come to know from their presentations. And this will give us a very good opportunity for the Indian users to get the coking coal at reduced cost. Ultimately, for the coal producers of the country, what is more important is to procure the coking coal and quality coking coal at reduced cost. As I said earlier, that $10 to $12 per ton, even if you add additional 10 million tons if you procure from the Russia, the Indian steel producers will save roughly about $10 billion in a year. So thereby reducing our logistic cost, reducing our raw material cost, increasing our export capability, making our export steel more globally competitive, and that is a very, very good situation as far as in future when you go for it. So I thank all the audience and also for patiently listening this particular discussion. And once again, I thank all the speakers, not only from India but also from the Russia, and also those speakers who are joined online, for giving very valuable presentations today. And I also thank the chairman, Chennai Port Authority, for organizing this wonderful session, very much required, especially in the present context of steel capacity augmentation of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harnath, for ably moderating this session. Well, based on the key takeaways shared by our moderator, I think definitely the panel concludes by saying unlocking the Eastern Maritime Corridor holds immense promise to elevate the coal trade between India and Russia, fostering and promoting strategic collaboration and economic growth. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. Gentlemen, may I please request you all to step forward as I invite Shri Sunil Palwalji to please come onto the stage and present a memento as a token of appreciation to our esteemed panel members. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. With that, we break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch for 45 minutes. 45 minutes only. We'll resume the session at 2:15 p.m. sharp. I repeat, we break for 45 minutes. We take a lunch break and come back at 2:15 p.m. sharp to resume the session. Let's adhere to the timelines mentioned. Let's adhere to the timelines mentioned. I will see you all on the other side. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is served in the same place where the refreshments were served during the tea break. Please head to the pre-function area, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you all at 2:15 p.m. sharp. Lunch break and be back in the hall by 2:15 p.m. sharp. We will resume this session at 2:15 p.m. sharp, and there's going to be another insightful session to follow. See you all at 2:15 p.m. Thank you so much.
Good evening, sir. We are ETA to pilot station.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you all to kindly settle down? We're about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly settle down. Please take your seats. We're about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request your presence back in the hall? We're about to resume. Like I mentioned, yet another insightful session awaits you, and we wouldn't want you to miss out on the incredible remarks that our panel members are about to share. Requesting your presence back in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please do join us as soon as possible. Thank you. Do join us as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. People in the pre-function area, humble request, kindly join us as soon as possible. Thank you.
Али, слышите меня? Вас не слышно вообще. Вас не слышно. Так, мы видим пока, но не слышим. Сейчас попробуем сделать. А кивните головой, если вы меня слышите.
И по-прежнему, да, не слышите? Да, понятно. Мы вас не слышим. А сейчас еще раз попробуйте что-то сказать.
Давайте сейчас по новой подключимся.
О, подождите, Али, стойте, сейчас слышим.
Да? Да, слышите?
Так, минуточку.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to resume. May I please request you all to kindly settle down? People in the hall, may I please request you all to kindly take your seats? And people in the pre-function area, kindly join us as soon as possible. Thank you. Welcome back to all our delegates. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Well, sometimes post-lunch sessions can be a little challenging for two reasons. One, of course, if the panel is interesting, then I have an attend audience. But some people have the habit of taking a quick siesta post-lunch. I'm not sure how many of those are here in the audience, but definitely a very, very insightful session to follow. So once again, welcome back to all our delegates. Without further ado, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce this topic for the next panel. The next panel, our esteemed panel members are going to be discussing or delving deeply upon the topic, sowing seeds for sustainable growth. Unleashing the trade potential through the EMC, which is the Eastern Maritime Corridor for fertilizers. Allow me to introduce the moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri A.K. Mehra, Deputy Chairperson, Syama Prasad Port Authority. Shri A.K. Mehra, may I please request your presence on stage, sir? Welcome, sir. Thank you. Our esteemed speakers, our esteemed panel members joining this session, please put your hands together for Mr. Niranjan Lal, Director, Ministry of Fertilizer Chemicals. Welcome, sir. Shri U. Saravanan, CMD, National Fertilizers Limited. Welcome, sir. Ms. Anastasia Griniova, Head of Economic Division, Russian Trade Representation in India, Ministry of Industry and Trade for the Russian Federation. Welcome, ma'am. Can we welcome them with a round of applause, please? And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Pankaj Joshi, General Manager, Operations, Indian Potash Limited. Sir, all yours.
Good afternoon. I'll request the persons present in the hall kindly take your seat. You are going to start the second session, which is on the fertilizer and how the Far East port of Russia and eastern coast of our country can connect each other to improve the Russian imports to our fertilizer imports to our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has started. May I please request you all to kindly settle down and please refrain from having conversation amongst yourself. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
In this session, we have got very distinguished speakers who will be highlighting the present scenario of imports from the Russia, including from the Far East ports through the Eastern Maritime Corridor, the challenges faced and the infrastructure upgradation needed. We have today with us Mr. Niranjan Lal, Director, Department of Fertilizer, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Government of India. Sri U. Saravanan, CMD, National Fertilizers Limited. Madam Anastasia Griniva, Head of Economic Division, Russian Trade Representation in India, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. And last speaker will be Mr. Pankaj Joshi. He is the General Manager, Indian Potash Limited. So you can see that we have got fertilizer plant owner and another one is petrol plant owner, as well as major importers of fertilizer, as well as government policy makers. And we will also listen from the Russian side on this issue. Before we'll start the beginning, I have to highlight a few points. India is a country having more than 142 crores population, and there is a food security provisions in India that give the emphasis on the agricultural produce. The GDP of our country, there is a huge dependence on the agricultural produce, and it will continue to be because of large population we have to feed every day. And so the use of fertilizers will continue to be there. As on today, our demand will be about 75 million tons of fertilizer, out of which 42 we are producing, and rest almost 28 to 30 million ton we are presently importing, and that will continue to grow. As per the growth trajectory by 2042, the fertilizer demand and the import will grow up to 50 million ton. Presently, the fertilizer from the Russia is coming from the western sea route, that is from St. Petersburg port to western coast of India, and contribution of the Russian import as on today is not much, maybe 2 million or a little more than 2 million. However, as per the estimation, by 2042, the east coast port, far east coast of the Russia and the east coast of India, the import will increase to about 2.5 million. Apart from this Indian, that there are two landlocked countries, especially the Nepal. Presently, they are importing about 0.7 million tons of fertilizer through Calcutta and Haldia port to measure, and their demand will also increase, and that will also add to the requirement of supplying fertilizer from the East Indian ports. So all taken together, there are quite a good scenario for fertilizer import from the far east port of Russia to India through this Eastern Maritime Corridor. And today we have got policymakers and different speakers who can highlight the present scenario as well as the challenges being faced, because whatever we have seen that the fertilizer producing companies in the East, Russia is on the western side. So the fertilizer produce has to move to far east port and thereafter through the sea route, which may take some time. So we have to plan for next 5 to 10 years and see how we can reach 2035 demand and 2042 demand. With this, I'll stop here and I'll hand over to the different speakers. Only thing I'll request the speakers, because time is very short, we are running a little late, so we'll be finishing the entire session, say 45 to 50 minutes, and each speaker will have 7 to 8 minutes, including their presentations. First, I'll invite Mr. Pankaj Joshi, General Manager, Indian Potash Limited. They are the manufacturer as well as they are an importer of fertilizers, but they are now making a fertilizer plant at Gujarat. So we'll eager to know how they will utilize the East Coast port for fertilizer import, how they will improve, and what are the infrastructure they intend to have from the port sector as well as from their own side, and the contribution coming from Russia from the Far East port. Now the floor is with Mr. Joshi.
Chairman of the session, CMD Saab, Niranjan Sir, Madam, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to keep it brief, like the moderator has told me. My session is going to be only on what IPL is doing and with Russia. I'm going to limit to that. I'm not going to talk about the whole industry in detail. It's just going to be a very technical session for the people of the industry, and it'll make sense. Okay. How do I take this forward? Okay, yeah. So this is IPL's position over the last 5 years. If you can see that we have been growing steadily. Last year, the total volume was 13 lakh ton, 1.3 million. And this year till December, till December, we have doubled the volumes. So there are several reasons for that. Let's not get to the specific of it. So this 26 million, my next slide will give you the exact data in relative terms, in comparative terms. So IPL Russian relations is, we have been working with Russia for the last 4 decades, over 4 decades actually. So we have different partners in Russia. And last year, fiscal year 2000, financial year, last fiscal year, 22-23, our share of Russian fertilizer coming into India was around 38%, 13 lakhs out of 38.5 lakhs totally imported to the country. And this year, if you look at the data, it has doubled to 66% of total Russian fertilizer coming to India. We have purchased over 26 lakh metric ton of fertilizer from Russia this fiscal year in the last 9 months, out of 39 lakh ton that's come to India. We have 5 major Russian long-term partners, including Belarusian company, which we say it's a Russian company. Now people will technically say it's not. Akron is one, Fosagro is another, Uralkali, Eurochem, and BPC. So these are the products you can see that we buy from Russia. It's mostly MOP, DAP, urea. Now urea, because the last fiscal year, Russian has given us a lot of urea. Now, one thing we have to understand is Russia, western side, all the factories are located west of the Ural Mountains. So all the manufacturings are done there. Everything is there. So we have been expecting importing it all from the western part of Russia, and it has all been coming from the western corridor, not this eastern corridor what we are contemplating upon. It mostly comes through the Suez Canal, mostly. But sometimes it does come to the Cape of Good Hope, which is being done right now because of this current crisis that's happening. So if you're looking at the current situation, yes, the Eastern Corridor makes sense. It's always good to have a backup plan. Why are we depending on this? There could be a crisis. So many reasons. But then what you have to also understand is Russia has developed all these Western ports to a great extent. I was surprised about the development of Eastern ports during the cold session, and I didn't know about it. But then again, it's for a coal cargo. It's not for cargo, coal cargo doesn't go well with urea cargo, fertilizer cargos. It will contaminate the cargo, our cargo. So for those kind of bulk cargos, I've seen a lot of things. But then again, there are a lot of production happening in that part of the Russia, on the eastern part. Russian, all the urea production is happening on the western part of Russia. So they have developed ports like St. Petersburg and Ust-Luga. That's been developed, fantastically. And then they have been trying to adjust, and even during winter months, they are able to load cargo without the use of ice class vessels. Now, our main concerns, I'm going to just raise the main concerns of bringing cargo from the EMC, from the Eastern Mediterranean Corridor. See, irrespective of where it is manufactured, east, west, doesn't matter. Our landed cost at our port determines our purchasing decision. We buy it at the cheapest price, X our Indian ports. We don't care where it is manufactured. So that is our purchasing decision. That's not only IPL, anybody in India would do that decision. People are talking about, earlier people talking about saving in freight vessel time from 40 days to 18 days. But also the fact of the matter is the vessel, the cargo which is located in West Russia has to go to East Russia. There's inland transportation. That's all going to add cost. So that does not only determine the cost of the thing, and time also, that time also has to be considered. You know, getting it from the facilities which is currently located to the eastern ports, that timeline has not been added to any of these sessions. You're just talking about 18 days versus 14 days, but what about the time to bring the cargo from the manufacturing plant to our eastern ports, whichever the eastern ports may be developed? So that has also become in. So this adds to time is money, you know, this adds to thing. Now, Russian ports, they're frozen. We heard our earlier speakers saying, they're mostly frozen on the northern side. Our cargo, our product is such that if you bring urea or DAP in those added conditions, the cargo can get damaged to a considerable amount. It's a granular product, it's made into granules, there's a process for it, the whole thing is damaged. Even things like coal gets damaged, so imagine what will happen to a product like fertilizer. So that is also a thing. And then it takes a longer time, loading time is longer during the winter sessions. I've seen even in ports developed like St. Petersburg and Ust-Luga, where normally a vessel size of 50,000 is loaded in 3 days, 4 days maybe. Now it's taking, during winter months, it takes 12 days, 13 days. Winter session, I'm talking about November, December, January, February, these 4 months. November, December, January being the worst. So in this case, there was also talk in the earlier session that ice-class vessel, yes, ice-class vessels are an alternate, but then it comes with the price. That is an additional cost, and those are considerably expensive. Another concern that we have, see this, I heard some speakers saying earlier that the draft level is not enough to cater to large vessels. We are not like coal, we don't need 2 lakh, 2.5 lakh ton cargo per vessel. When we talk about vessel, our industry, when we talk about vessel, we talk about 50,000, 60,000 per vessel. That's our industry standard. We say 50,000. One vessel means 50,000, 60,000, in that range, normally. We got the biggest size vessel just recently in December in Mundra port, which was a 1 lakh vessel, which is very small by coal standards. But by fertilizer standards, it's a big vessel. First time in the history of India that a big vessel with 1 lakh ton, over 1 lakh ton cargo came to India, and it was in the so-called fertilizer industry news. It was all there. But that does not think. But what we also have to understand is that the loading and the discharge rate of the cargo also determines our cost. So loading facilities for fertilizer, is it geared up there in the eastern ports or not at this present time for the business to happen as soon as possible? That also is there. Now, Russia, everybody says Russia. Russia is a very large country. It's 9,000 kilometers east and west, and it's almost 4,000 in some parts. It's not a small country, so we cannot contemplate Russia being into a small country, and east and west of Russia is entirely different. It's one part is Europe, one part is Asia. So it's the distance inland distance between itself is so high, so much that factor, cost factor, the time factor, and for the things to really move out of something, that is very important for us. That's what we feel. So we have not done any cargo movement of fertilizer from the eastern coast, so that is why this is a concern for us. The people in the coal industry have probably done it, so they know this business, maybe. But we, as our industry people, we have a concern. Now, as far as India is concerned, we have developed all our ports on both east side and west side. It doesn't matter whether the cargo comes to east side of east coast of India or west coast of India. It's just a matter of a few dollars here and there in terms of freight. So I'm not saying that it should not come to East India or it should not come to West India. Any part of India can cater to any cargo coming from East Russia, East port of Russia. We can take it. Should it come at our cost, at our terms? So if you're talking about East ports, we have ports like Tuticorin, Kakinada, Krishnapatnam, Gangavaram, Dhamra, which can take fertilizer. And then IPL itself is building its own, developing its own jetty at Vizag, at EQ7, just to cater to fertilizer. Now, the reason I'm emphasizing on this is, we need our cargo to be not contaminated with the other cargo. Otherwise, the government of the department which looks at this, they will reject the cargo. Any foreign matter, could be anything, could be coal or could be any silica or anything, just contaminates the cargo. So it's very specific. So it's very difficult for us to get it into a general system. And it's a bulk cargo. It's not a small cargo, not a containerized cargo, bulk cargo, and we're trying to do it in such a way that there's no contamination. So this is another concern that has to be addressed at the loading level, not at the discharge level. Discharge level, we are trying to do our best. But what happens is in the loading station, we don't know. Like I said, we have done all the ports of India, irrespective of whether it's east or west, it's developed. They can cater to giving you assurance of minimum 10,000 discharge rate per day. That's the minimum guarantee Indian port would give you for discharge, not loading, discharge. So that's a very good standard by any country. If you look at country specific. While we are ready to accept it whether East Coast or West Coast, now we need Russia to develop the ports in eastern parts of Russia to cater to fertilizer business. Specific fertilizer business. If fertilizer is to be a business sense that's coming out of that part of the country, it has to cater. It's a little different from other bulk cargo, little different, not really, but little different in terms of contamination. So that is our concern. Otherwise, this is all our concerns that we have. And Russia, since Russia is planning to develop these eastern ports of Russia, all the eastern ports, we, as a long-term strategic partner of a Russian company, which we showed you through our data, that we take around 50-60% of Russian cargo, fertilizer cargo. So we would be in the forefront to accept all cargoes and be a partner with all our strategic partners of Russia. Thank you. That's my thing.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for highlighting the concerns of the importer of fertilizer. They are one of the major importers, and also highlighting that their import from the Russia has gone up in this year almost double. Thank you very much. And for highlighting the concerns from the Russian side, as well as I hope that his message is from the Indian side, Indian East Coast Port, to develop their jetties specially meant for or separating out from the coal and other contaminants, so that their produce is, their import is not getting contaminated. So thank you, Mr. Joshi. Now I would like to invite Mr. Niranjan Lal, Director in the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, to say about the policy interventions that they are going to make for this eastern far east coast of the port of the Russia, movement of fertilizer to East Indian ports, and what are the challenges they are facing, especially on the warehousing side or distribution side in this part of the country. That means East Coast Port of India. Mr. Lal.
Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, let me extend my sincere thanks to Chennai Port Authority for giving opportunity to me to be here to participate in this Indo-Russia joint workshop for operationalization of East Maritime Corridor. Ministry of Fertilizers through policy formulations is engaged in ensuring production, import, distribution and supply of fertilizers to the farmers across the country at affordable prices. You may be aware that Government of India is providing more than 1 lakh crore of fertilizer subsidy annually. You may also knowing the fact that Indian economy even today is largely dependent on agriculture. In 70s, 80s, we were food grain deficient. Now we have become food grain surplus producer, and we are self-reliant on food grain as on that, in spite of having our population more than 140 crore. It is because of, you may be knowing, it is because of improved practices, improved agriculture technologies and inputs what we are using in the agriculture. And for growth and production of agriculture products, fertilizer is the vital input. And I would like to tell you that India is one of the largest consumer of fertilizer in the world. At the same time, we are one of the largest importer of fertilizer in the world. Reason is that we have large demand of fertilizer because of our large agriculture, but at the same time we are not able to produce fertilizer to that extent as per our requirement. The reason is that we don't have raw material for production of fertilizer. That is the main reason we are not able to produce the fertilizer what we require. And that is why we just rely on import. Here you see the total fertilizer consumption in country is around 650, I'm telling about major fertilizers, is 650 lakh metric ton annually. And out of that, more than 50% is urea alone. And for urea even we have 80% production, we have developed 80% indigenous production capacity in urea, but still we are importing around 20 to 25% of urea demand in the country. For muriate of potash, you may be aware we are 100% dependent on import. And for other complex fertilizers like NPK and DAP, around 50% fertilizers we are importing. Next, please. Here I have given some data for production and import of fertilizer in the country. You see the production of urea in the country is 285 lakh metric ton, which we are expecting first time in the country it will cross 300 lakh metric ton. But for other PNK fertilizers it's around 200 lakh metric ton only. And if you see the import, though our urea import has come down to 76 lakh metric ton in the last year, and this year we will be further reducing it to 60 or less than 60 lakh metric ton, because we are increasing our indigenous capacity of urea production. At the same time, we are importing 100% MOP muriate of potash plus DAP and other NPK complex fertilizers. Around 50% of the consumption we are just importing. Here you can see the international volatility in the prices of the fertilizers. And in the recent past, because of international developments, the prices were very much volatile, and it impacts on the availability as well as cost of the fertilizers to the country. Now, here you can see the import of fertilizers from Russia. If we see the total import of fertilizer in the country, if we compare it with the import of fertilizer from Russia, the import from Russia is quite less. It's less than 10% of the total import. But you can see the trend now. The import from Russia is increasing, and if this East Maritime corridor is operationalized, it will reduce the travel time as well as freight charges, and thereby the import of fertilizer from Russia will become more viable, and we hope that in the coming years we will be able to import more fertilizer from Russia. Here, as my previous speakers have told, we have long time tested and trusted partnership with Russia. Here also in the fertilizer sector, we have great potential to have partnership, long-term partnership with Russia for import and trade in fertilizers. Similarly, you can see we are in the process of long-term agreements with Russia for import of fertilizers. Our Indian companies like NFL, RCF IPL, PPL, then MCM, Matix, Crypto. These companies, they are engaged with Russian company like Phosagro and of the Uralkali. These Russian companies and Indian companies, they have long-term agreement for import of fertilizers from Russia, and we hope to have such more long-term agreements with Russia to enhance our import from Russia. As a fertilizer sector, we welcome this proposal to operationalize East Maritime Corridor because it will reduce the travel time by 40-45% and then freight charges by 50%. Definitely it will be helpful for India to have viable import of fertilizers from Russia. And as my earlier speaker, Mr. Joshi, pointed out some concerns, I would also point out basically two concerns which we have received from our fertilizer importer companies. One is, as it is informed that most of the fertilizer production facilities are located on western side in Russia, and Russia being the large geographical area having 9,000 kilometers east to west and 4,000 kilometers north to south, the inland transportation cost may also impact the import from the eastern corridor. That point has to be seen. Similarly, it is also informed that the eastern coast remain frozen during the winter season, and only ice class ships are operated during that period, which may cause the freight. That point is also to be seen, and I request our Russian side to look into and clarify if is it going to impact our import. And I have with me Chairman and Managing Director of National Fertilizer Limited. National Fertilizer Limited, NFL, is a government company, and his chairman, Mr. U. Sarvanan, is present here. And I would request him to continue and share his experience of the fertilizer company with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lal. So he has rightly highlighted the concerns for the Indian importers as well as the government policy and the future projections for the fertilizer import in our country, especially the urea and MOP and DAP. And he also have this almost similar type of concern from the Russian side, that their present factories, manufacturing units of the your fertilizer is on the western side, and to move to eastern side almost 9,000 kilometer or 8,000 kilometer, that will also add to cost. Yes, I hope the Russian counterpart will definitely know this issue, and they will definitely working on it to build the infrastructure in such a way that the landed cost of fertilizer in India in the eastern coast is comparable, so that the business in this line, in this maritime corridor, will grow. Thank you, Mr. Lal, for giving his insight from the policymakers' point of view. Before I go to next, I have to announce that Mr. Joshi has to catch a flight, so he will be moving. So,
yes, sir.
Mr. Joshi.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you very much for attending this seminar.
Three of our panel members have a flight to catch. Mr. Joshi, kindly remain with us for 1 minute. We'd like to take this opportunity to felicitate you for your time, and thank you so much for sharing those valuable inputs. May I please request Shri Viswanathan sir to kindly join me on stage and present a token of our appreciation, a memento, to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Mr. Pankaj Joshi. Thank you for your time. Ms. Joshi, have a safe flight. Viswanathan, sir, we have one more speaker who would like to leave a little early. So in the interest of time, I please request Mr. Niranjan Lal to step forward and receive a token of appreciation. Oh, he's decided to say. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, Mehra sir.
Now we have got another distinguished panelist, Miss Anastasia Griniva. She is Head of Economic Division, Russian Trade Representative in India, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. She will be highlighting definitely the infrastructure that they are planning to make this fertilizer movement from western part of the Russia to eastern part and then moving to Eastern Maritime Corridor. Apart from that, we will be delighted to have her views that how the Russian banks and Indian banks and both the governments can facilitate service offerings in both the countries in terms of trade financing, payments, credit, etc. And can you say a few words how we need to engage the trade associations and develop framework for ease of doing business between the two countries?
Sure. Thank you.
On the fertilizer front.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to Chennai Port Trust that made it possible to have this event today. The worldwide trends and obstacles that our companies face prove the necessity of diversifying the logistics routes. And speaking about Russia, certainly on the first place there is Chennai-Vladivostok route. That is one of the core routes that we are focusing on right now. As a Trade Commission, being a part of Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russia, we are engaged into development of Russian-Indian trade and economic relations, assisting Russian companies to enter Indian market and facilitates their activities here. As well, it works vice versa when Indian companies are interested to enter to Russian market. And during last 2 years, we can see the double growth of interest from Russian companies to India in different sectors, starting from energy sector, be it energy sector, construction, or high technologies. And high dynamics of Russia-Indian contacts on various levels proves that we have a special privileged partnership. Over the recent years, despite challenges, trade and economic relations developed rapidly, and last year the bilateral trade already overcame $50 billion and grew by 84%. And here prominent places in bilateral trade is occupied by the exports of Russian mineral fertilizers, which make important contribution to ensuring food security. And in accordance with the task set by the leaders of our countries, we managed to build sustainable supply channels for these products. India is one of the key priority markets for Russia, and the largest producers, as it was already mentioned today, Uralkali, Eurochem, Macron, Fosagro have entered into long-term contracts with India partners. Based on the results of last year statistics, exports of Russian fertilizers to India increased by 25% and overcame the level of 4.5 million tons. Mostly it is into complex fertilizers, nitrogen and potash. But cooperation in the field of fertilizers is not only limited by the supplies. For example, Uralkali, together with Chambal Fertilizers Company in Uttar Pradesh, developed a pilot agronomic project. It was carried out to improve soil quality, to increase crop yields when using Russian potash and other types of fertilizers. So as a result of these experiments, rice yields in the state increased by more than 30%. As well, Uralkali with the Russian Ministry of Industry and Trade organized a roundtable on the issues of balanced and effective use of mineral fertilizers in New Delhi. From the Indian side, the event was attended by the representatives of the Ministry of Fertilizers and Chemicals, Indian Potash Limited, and other companies. In fact, we annually organize this kind of webinars, seminars, educational events, and we definitely should pay more attention to it. So this is the track that is very important, and it is worth to appeal to both sides to establish contacts, to exchange experience and test technologies for processing the fertilizers and using them in Indian market. There is also a need to develop knowledge-intensive cooperation in the production and use of fertilizers. Russian companies already are actively investing to this direction, and they already have quite high-tech facilities. Indian companies are mostly welcome, and we would like to maybe share our experience in this. Definitely an important issue in consistent of supplies is the need of expansion of capacity of our infrastructure in Russia, increasing railway infrastructure, modernizing a wagon fleet, developing port infrastructure. Definitely all these effects on the volumes and distribution of export of commodity flows. Here maybe we should also pay attention on the opportunities for investments in this sector in Russia. And as a trade mission, we are definitely always glad to help in it. We already have lots of few mechanisms that help us establish dialogue between companies, in particular within the framework of our Russian-Indian Intergovernmental Commission. We have a subgroup on fertilizers. As well, in 2022, there was created a Russian-Indian Committee on Fertilizers, and last year we already had 2 meetings with Indian and Russian companies, so we should definitely support this dialogue and raise all the matters there. And the Trade Commission is always will be glad to help Indian partners to in case there are any issues and questions. There was also a question regarding the payments. We have currently, I would say that 1 year ago there were 2 main questions: how to transport the goods from India to Russia and vice versa, and how to do payments. Fortunately, right now we already reached big results in it, and we have a few Russian logistics companies that are doing logistics operations with India, and as well we have banks that are developing the mechanism of rupee-ruble trade. We also have a representative of Sberbank here today, so definitely it will be possible to discuss in details with our colleagues here regarding the payments, but I believe that my colleagues also will support me that there is no issues with payments right now. It is going freely from Russia to India and back. Thank you so much for your attention. As representative of Trade Commission, we are based in Delhi. I see that there is a great interest from Tamil Nadu and Chennai, so maybe one day we will also open our office here, but we should definitely show some results of development of trade with this state. Thank you so much, and we'll be glad to communicate further.
Thank you, Madam Anastasia Grineva. She has highlighted that their country is looking forward for the developing the infrastructure, especially the railway linkages, and few of the Australian fertilizer companies are already in dialogue, and some has already got long-term contract with the Indian companies like Chambal and Fertilizers. So they are expecting that this business will grow. So do we, Madam. that the relationship between India and Russia is back, and it is a very friendly relationship. And with this, since Russian government has decided to develop the far east side of ports, and we are looking forward to increase the business through this Eastern Maritime Corridor. Thank you, madam. We have got last speaker is Mr. U. Saravanan. He is the CMD National Fertilizers Limited. NFL is a major producer in itself and also a company that also expanding its business by way of imports and trading of various agro inputs like non-urea fertilizers. How NFL is looking to complement and improve these factors for increased handling, especially in the eastern sector, to make procuring and distribution most cost effective to our farmers. I would like to request Mr. Saravanan to highlight this point. Thank you.
Respected Maharaji and distinguished speakers, delegates from both the countries, India and Russia, and cheerful audience, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. I am U. Saravanan, CMD NFL. As far as the fertilizer sector is concerned, it is a totally import-based sector. On the other side, we have a commitment to supply food security to all the citizens of the country. On the other side, we are totally dependent on imports. Though we say that nitrogenous fertilizer, which is urea, which is having a 80% of the requirement domestically produced, but as for the raw material concern, there again we are dependent on imports. As per the NPK and then DAP, another kind of fertilizers is concerned, we have our domestic production of about 60% of our consumption. There again, the raw material, which is nothing but the rock phosphate and then phosphates, we are again still depending on the import based. So when such things are happening, here in this forum, the East meets East is through EMC is a significant move that has been taken places that is going to help the fertilizer sector in a larger extent. Because though when I say that we are import-based sectors, there are four major players. One side is the China, another side is the Russia, who are the major suppliers, and Morocco from Africa and Middle East. They are contributing less than 50%. But if you consider China and Russia, China so far was having a hedge over on one point. That is, it has got a lowest voyage time. So they could be able to supply material within 2 weeks of time. Whereas Russia, the minimum time requirement is 3 weeks. 3 weeks. So when through this EMC corridor, if the time is going to reduce to less than 2 weeks, definitely it is going to check the other supplier, major supplier, so that the level playing will happen. And whenever we have issues on availability of the fertilizer in the country is concerned, we have to largely depend on China, but China used to always have some kind of ban. Right now also they have restricted supply to India, so we have to largely depend on Russia. But only issue is with respect to Russia is the longest voyage. That has been addressed through these EMC issues. So the fertilizer sector is going to be benefited like anything with that. I wanted to say the fertilizer sector overall as a country is concerned, import, if you see the import, country is importing around 19 million tons of fertilizers of 4 varieties. In that, 4 million is coming from the Russia, which is about 20%. In case of muriate of potash is concerned, Russia has got advantage because we have a supplier from Canada, Belarus and Russia. In that voyage time is concerned, the Russia has got advantages. Whereas in case of DAP and NPK, the major suppliers are from China and this Middle East and Russia. So Russia has got a disadvantages. As far the port handling in India is concerned, we have about all of our imports majority done with western ports about 60%, 40% only has come from the eastern ports. So as my earlier speaker said that we have a very good infrastructures in both east and western ports. We are also going to have some challenges if you divert all the material, most of the material through eastern ports. Taking the material from eastern ports to the western side and northern side, it is going to be internal logistics like what the Russian side going to have it, taking the material from western side to the far east. So when those issues are addressed, I mean the EMC is going to be operational and it is going to benefit the fertilizer sector like anything. Because India and Russia is enjoying the political and business understanding for a long time, and whenever we are in need of fertilizers, Russians always come forward and help us. So as far the requirement of the India is concerned, when India is committed to supply food grains to the citizens of the country, and its paramount importance is that to maintain the availability of the fertilizer in the country is concerned, when other players going to be checked by bringing that voyage time minimized on par with the China, and this move is going to help the fertilizer sector at a larger extent. So as a major company in the fertilizer sector, NFL is concerned, we already have a long-term contract with Russian partners, and this move we will be checking with our Russian partners how they are going to bring the material to the Far East side, how it is going to help our voyage time to be reduced. To that extent, whatever help is required from the sector and from the Department of Fertilizer is concerned, we are open to that. So I am once again thank you for the organizer to give us this platform to raise our tell our issues, and also we are looking forward in these proposals. With that, I just conclude my speaking, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Sarvanan. We have got quite insightful issues about the fertilizer import. Especially, we get to know that the potash, import of potash from the Russia is definitely a win-win situation because the travel time is less. And also, he has explained that if the Eastern Maritime Corridor is developed to the extent, and then there will be dependence on the fertilizer importing from China will be balanced, and the Indian importers and the fertilizer manufacturing companies will have a lot of alternatives for bringing the fertilizer in India with a competitive cost. Thank you, Mr. Sarvanan. Now the floor is open for the question and answer. Sir.
This question is to the Russian side. As we have been indicating that a lot of imports are happening into India on the east coast. So do we have all the raw materials which are required, especially for the production of NPK kind of fertilizers on the far east of Russia? Because then it is very easy. Or is it possible that because if the raw material is available, then the facility can be established because our requirements are huge. So if we can be enlightened on the availability of the raw materials for production of these kind of fertilizers in far east of Russia.
The box. I think that I think that historically that is true that most of the fertilizers and fertilizers plants were based in the central part of Russia, in the western part of Russia. As for development of these facilities in the Far East, I guess that the Ministry of Far East will reply better than me, definitely, because they are responsible for strategy. But I'm not sure that it is so easy, to take all the infrastructure from the central part and bring it to the Far East. So that is like this.
But Russia has a history of that, in Second World War, you shifted the entire factories towards east. So here you have to establish a new one. So anyway, we will interact over this maybe over dinner or something like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question? Kindly put your hand.
Any questions from the audience?
Hand,
Show of
please.
hands, please. Mishra, I think you can conclude.
So, since there are no more questions is coming, so we'll conclude this session. We'll already got lot of inputs so that Russian counterpart is developing the infrastructure, especially the rail infrastructure, for movement of fertilizers from the western coast and central part of the Russia to the far east coast, so that this eastern maritime corridor can be developed further. And on the Indian side also, Indian manufacturer of fertilizer and distributor of fertilizer is also keen to have the fertilizers, because the cost of fertilizer from Russia is little less, and especially some of the products like potash is very competitive, and the eastern maritime corridor it can be developed further. It will give a good challenge to the Chinese exporters of fertilizer, and Indian importers will get competitive price, and so the end user, that is the farmers, they will get at a competitive price for the fertilizer, and our dependence on the agriculture will continue to have because we have to feed more than 140 crores people every day. So with this I will conclude, and I will thank all the speakers. One of the speakers has already led, Mr. Pankaj Joshi. Thank you for coming to this session. Mr. Sarvanan, CMD NFL, Mr. Lal from the Department of Fertilizer, and Madam Anastasia for giving his insightful lesson. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I also thank the Chennai Port Authority for making this workshop very enlightening for all of us. In the morning we have listened about the coal movement, especially the coking coal, now fertilizer, thereafter this LNG oil movement, and then containers will be there. These are very good potential between India and Russia, and we will continue to have more and more business through India and Russia. And I represent a port authority like Sunil Paliwal Sahab. We will also enlighten to have more and more cargo coming through our ports. With this, I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, esteemed panel. Once again, many insightful thoughts and remarks shared. Can we hear a big round of applause for the panel here on stage? And may I please request Shri Sunil Paliwal ji to come forward and felicitate our esteemed panel members. Moderator for the session, Shri A.K. Mehraji. Thank you so much for ably moderating the session on fertilizers. Shri U. Saravana, thank you so much for sharing your valuable input, sir. Mr. Niranjan Lal, thank you so much for adding your thoughts to the panel. And Ms. Anastasia Kriniova, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your remarkable thoughts with us. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Nag. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we quickly move on to our next session. The next session, our panel members will be discussing on strategic collaboration, unveiling trade potential of crude oil and LNG through Eastern Maritime Corridor. To moderate this session, may I please invite on stage Mrs. Irene Cynthia, Managing Director, Kamarajar Port Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly settle down. We have another session to follow. This session is going to be a very interesting one, covering the topic strategic collaboration, unveiling trade potential of crude oil and LNG through Eastern Maritime Corridor. We already have a moderator on stage with us. Moving on to calling the rest of the panel members. Mr. Dippu Kumar Barua, General Manager, Shipping Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. Barua, is that you, sir? Mr. Tipu Kumar Barua, General Manager, Shipping Indian Oil Corporation Limited. May I kindly request your presence on stage? Welcome, Mr. Barua. Thank you so much. Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Mr. Ali Berberov, Head of Gas Market Development, Directorate, Analytical Center of the Ministry of Energy of the Russian Federation, who will be joining us through a virtual call. Mr. Mikhail Uchkin, Deputy Head of Management, Gazprom, will participate through a virtual call. Mr. Artyom Fretov, Deputy Head of LNG Sales Department, Braskem Alliance, will also be participating through a virtual call. Mr. Oleg Gorkovstov, Director, Primorsky Gas JSC. I request your presence on stage. Mr. Sumit Nath Jha, Chief General Manager, International LNG and Shipping, Gas Authority of India, is already here on stage. Welcome, sir. And I also invite Mr. Ivan Molchanov, General Director, Transgas Primary, on stage. Mr. Ivan Molchanov. Well, I've been notified that Mr. Ivan Molchanov will be joining us online. Well, I've been told that all our offline panel members are here and the rest of them will be joining us online. Over to you, Madam Mrs. Cynthia.
Good afternoon. For this session on how we are going to unveil the potential of crude and LNG supply from the far east of Russia to the eastern coast of India, I would like to welcome everybody, the panel members here, all our delegates and other important members. Just to give a small outline about crude and LNG. First, we would like to acknowledge that Russia is one of our oldest strategic partners. We have completed 75 years of diplomatic relations with Russia in 2022, and it is still going strong. So Russia is also a very old energy partner for us. So crude oil and LNG, given that it is holding a big share of the energy basket, it will be a very good partnership if we were to explore this in much more detail. Crude oil requirement in 2021 for India was about 228 million tons, of which only 31 million tons was produced in India. The rest, about 198 to 200 million tons, came through imports. Now this is a very important number from the Russian perspective because this gives you a huge opportunity to bring in crude from your country, especially the Far East, to India. Now this crude is expected to go to about 433 million tons by 2040, of which about 95% is going to be through imports for India. So again, I'm just stressing this point that this is a great opportunity. We have about 23 refineries across the country, of which the total refining capacity is about 249 million tons. The East Coast holds about 48 million tons currently, and this is going to reach 83 million tons by 2040. Now to look at this from the Russian perspective, Russia exports on about only 1% of the total imports of the crude requirement of India, which is about 2.6 million tons, and this is in 2020. And Russia's total export of crude is about 232 million tons, which is about 45% of their total production. And this exports is growing at about 2.1% every year. Given that even going by the additions that Russia is doing towards export, those additions can be brought into India, and the Eastern Maritime Corridor is a very good facility and pathway for us to do the same. Currently, Eastern Russia is handling about 15% of the total oil produced in India, and the Far Eastern ports handle about 21% of the oil trade. Now, these are all the basic data of crude oil production and import-export. When we look at LNG, India is ambitiously moving into cleaner energy fuels. So again, LNG, as we all know, is relatively safe for the environment. Currently, the energy mix of India's energy basket, LNG is about 6%. So by 2040, it is estimated that we will reach at least 16%. So again, the emphasis on LNG is very clear. The current demand is about 44 million tons, of which 22 million tons is imported. So almost 50% of the LNG that is used in the country is imported. In the eastern coast, we have two ports which are catering to LNG right now. One is the Kamarajar port at Ennore, and the other is Dhamra. Apart from this, 4 new ports are also being proposed. With this basic data, I would like to put forth some points to the panelists for them to go into much more detail. One is, how can the eastern ports facilitate more import of crude and LNG? The plans for the refineries, any new refineries which are being proposed, expansions that are being proposed. What are the pipeline facilities that we have from the eastern coast of India that will help us in crude movement and in LNG movement? How are we going to have, we know that currently crude rates are pretty competitive as against Brent, etc. So how can we protect both the importer and the exporter from price fluctuations? From Russian side, the logistic facilities that Russia will be able to support to bring the crude to the ports, and from the ports, the passage to India. These are some of the main points which we would like to understand, and apart from this, any other issues which are specific to the sector can also be placed. Now I would like to invite Mr. D.K. Barua, GM Shipping of Indian Oil Corporation Limited, to throw some more light on crude oil trade with Russia with respect to their sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia ma'am. Ma'am has so nicely made the pitch for a 2020 match right now. It is now become much easier for me to deliberate upon the subject. She has put some challenges in regards to the crude imports from Russian counterpart. Vanakkam, Privyet, my good wishes to all my Russian delegates. Since morning, I was just gathering various informations right from Viswanathan Sahab to Paliwal Sahab to Ramachandran Sahab, saying we have a long-lasting and a time-tested relationship with Russian counterpart. And Paliwal sir has given an insight of his childish, cherished moment of having Russian books with beautiful paintings and colorful paintings, followed by Ramachandra, who was challenging on a professional track to crack the professional exam by Russian mathematics and physics books. So how emotionally we are connected to Russia. I fondly cherish those USSR regime, and today I am here on my 58th years of my age and having completed 30 years in oil sector. So I just like to start with a perspective of Russian crude supplies in context. India, you know, is a energy thirsty country. We like energy. So we like crude oil. And let me tell you, we really like the taste of Russian crude. It is very tasty. I would like to give you an insight of my company first, Indian Oil Corporation. Indian Oil Corporation is a globally admired company. It has secured a Fortune 594th position by jumping by a 48th position from 21-22. We have a revenue collection of 110 billion last year. That is a 28% year-on-year growth. We have been adjudged market leaders by various professionals. And our company is proudly embraced with our values. And recently we have embraced our latest value system that is nation first. In Sanskrit, it is called Rashtra Pratham. Russian, of course, Natshe Pierbhom. So that is the spirit of our business ethics. So with this note, I would like to go ahead. My main crux of the presentation is limiting to 2 main slides. I will be coming very soon. Indian Oil portfolio, we have got these 5 important portfolio from refinery, pipeline and marketing division from where I belong. I belong to refineries division. Petchem, we are into renewable energy. Natural gas will be definitely, ma'am has already set the fine tone in it. And exploration and production is also, we are into the business. This is the blueprint of Indian refineries. You can see it is consisting of public sector refinery units, including the private, Reliance, Naira, HMEL, BPC, Numaligarh refinery, IOCL group of refineries having a capacity of 80.6 million metric ton. This consists of our respected Managing Director, CP Sel is here with us. We are so proud to have him in person. That is the 80.6 at present capacity. And very soon we'll be adding extra 27 million metric ton in a phased manner. Within a year time, we'll be adding around 16 million metric ton. And maybe a couple of years ahead, we'll be adding 27 million metric ton. This is only for Indian Oil. If you see the capacity enhancement, Paradip refinery, we are planning to increase the capacity from 15 to 25 million metric ton, 10 million metric ton increment. Gujarat refinery, 13.7 million metric ton to 18 million metric ton. Barauni is a landlocked refinery. This is 3 million metric ton. And CPCL at the bottom, it is 9 million metric ton is being increased here in Chennai. Now, I would like to show you the business that we are doing with Russia in regards to the crude oil. Eastern Maritime Corridor is not new for us. It is already operational as far as the crude is concerned. The main concern, the crux of today's meeting is the time and how the turnaround can be increased. All the suppliers from the Russia, we have got 2 kinds of contracts. One is your term contracts with a great conglomerate, Rosneft, Sakhalin, Gazprom. So maximum we are getting it from the western side of Suez Canal, Murmansk, Primox, Ust-Luga, via Suez Canal to Vadinar. You can see the voyage time there. And if you compare with the eastern side, we are getting from Sakhalin 1, that is Sokol and ESPO crude. We are getting from Iosu, that is in the South African, that is coming from basically Dicastri. From there, it is getting a STS in Iosu, South Korea. Then we are shifting it there. And Cosmino, it's on definitely on a spot basis. all this cargo, we are getting it from DAP. It's not, we are not arranging the vessels, it is being arranged by the Russian counterpart. So we should not be worrying about the fact, but we should, because the same vessel is going there and coming back. So there is a need to improve the turnaround time. I will be showing you the real business we have done for the last couple of years. That is the main two slides that I want to show. This is the crude lifting, Russian crude lifting details in 22-23. You can see from eastern side, from Sokol, Yuso and Kozmino, we have lifted 3.4 million metric ton out of total crude lifting of 16.5 million metric ton. That is around 21 to 22% of our total capacity booking. If you see the timeline, there is a net benefit of if we happen to get it from the eastern side, there is a net benefit of around 15 to 16 days net. This is not. It could be a game changer if you concentrate on this route. I'm getting anyway crude on DAP basis, but at what cost? The cost of the vessel freight cost would be definitely be added by the Russian counterpart. Had it been from the eastern side, the cost of the crude, the landed cost would also be, it will be hit less to me. So it's a benefit for all. Today, my purchase team is not with us because of some problem. You all know there are happening some development in the Red Sea and attacked by the Houthis. So we are day and night, we are constantly monitoring all the vessels, constantly contacting our Indian Navy for protecting our Russian crude and other crude also. So we are doing it, but all said and done, I am hopeful the world politics will go for a total change and the peace will sustain, and at least the eastern side, Sokol, for this period or maybe the future, we can flourish upon. And 2022-24, we have gone little more. Till December, we have lifted 18.9 million metric ton. This is how we are changing our strategies also from the western side to the eastern side. My request to the Russian counterpart would be how this, as it is, there are two kinds of sides of the coin. One is the existing business, and another part is most importantly the future upcoming businesses. Because I remember one of the fertilizer person, Mr. Joshi, said that our procurement system is quote unquote is a democratic process of system. It is not proprietary basis. It is on basis a competitive basis. So I am sure if it is from the eastern side, the freight cost will also come down, and the crude cost definitely has to come down. It's a natural calculation. So you will be in a much better competitive position, and we will be in a much better competitive position. There will be a net saving in cost in both sides. So that is the main crux of showing these slides. And of course, capacity expansion is, we have shown 27 million metric ton is by IOCL. All other refineries and other private sectors also going for a capacity expansion. Here, this is the directional picture, how will be going our capacity, the nation India will go in coming years. You could see it is very soon we will be touching 400 billion metric ton. And I again reiterate, we are a crude and energy thirsty country. We are just trying to grow. We are a developing country. We need more energy, more power to grow. With the fact that our bilateral relationship with Russia, it is my personal take. If this project flourishes, and of course the EMC, this business flourishes, and more so, one important thing I want to draw upon, notwithstanding the net zero project that all this going on worldwide right now, all form of energy has to coexist. And in India, the progress story is something different. It will not follow the world average energy cluster. We have scripted our own energy story. Our oil requirement will also be there, at least for the next 4 or 5 decades. With this note, I would like to thank Chennai Port Authority for arranging such a beautiful program and given us an opportunity to, having these marvelous audiences and, brainstorm about the subject. We are open to discuss further if anything required by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barua. You have very nicely pointed out that India is an energy-thirsty country. And to sustain our development, it is very imperative that we get energy and get energy at reasonable rates and at shorter turnover times. Now I would like to request Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, to explain and continue the discussion that we are holding.
Distinguished guests on the dais, members of the Russian delegation, distinguished industry leaders, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, Mr. Paliwal, ladies and gentlemen. Our group company person, Mr. Deepu Barua, has nicely explained the overall scenario of Indian Oil. And I represent, I am MD of CPCL, which is the Government of India Enterprise and Group Company of Indian Oil. CPCL operates a very complex refinery in Manali, Chennai only, and the capacity is 10.5 MMTPA. And refinery specializes in producing fuels, lubricants, and wax, and provides petrochemical feedstocks to various industries in Manali industrial cluster. CPCL markets a range of products through Indian Oil, including LPG, petrol, aviation turbine fuel, diesel, naphtha, fuel oil, lube-based stocks, and bitumen. Additionally, specialized products which are marketed directly by CPCL, that is the paraffin wax and petrochemical feedstocks to Manali cluster industries. As the sole producer of the wax in South India, our contribution extends beyond fuel, and CPCL's wax touches the lives of around 30,000 beneficiaries in the cottage industry and 4 lakh beneficiaries in the small scale industry in Tamil Nadu, India. In financial year 2022-23, CPCL achieved around 108% capacity utilization of refinery, recognized the excellence of the Refinery Performance Improvement Award by Ministry GOI, Government of India, and collaborating with Indian Oil, CPCL is also implementing the 9 MMTPA Kaveri Basin Refinery and Petrochemical Project at Nagapattinam, located strategically on the east coast for further enhancing our capacity to supply fuels and petrochemicals. We are steadfast in our pursuit of de-risking opportunities to navigate the challenges posed by price volatility and evolving demand dynamics in the oil market. CPCL Manali Refinery can process more than 150 type of crudes, and with each passing month, we are adding new crudes to our basket. Typically, CPCL baskets consist of around 55 to 60% of the term crudes, 25 to 30% of the spot crudes, and 50% of the indigenous crude. CPCL is also looking to include Russian crudes in the term basket. CPCL started processing Russian crudes from June 2022 at a minimum rate and has gradually increased the same up to 32%, accounting for a significant percentage of its total crude throughput. Recently, we have processed Siberian light crude and Vivanta from Russia. Apart from these crude, we also process Urals, CPC blend, Siberian light, and Vivanta is being received from West Coast via Suez Canal. Russian grades like Sokol and ESPO are being received from East Coast. CPCL estimates that freight charges for all the Russian crudes may decrease by 40% if brought via the Eastern Maritime Corridor. In conclusion, the Eastern Maritime Corridor represents a promising avenue for collaboration between our nations, and CPCL is keen to explore the opportunity it holds. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind Kumar. Now we have been listening to the Indian side of the story, the expansions, the capacity of our refineries, etc. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Ali Berbera, Head of Gas Marketing Development Directorate, Analytical Center of the Ministry of Energy of the Russian Federation. He'll be joining us through the online facility. Mr. Berbera.
Hello, my friends and colleagues. My name is Ali Berbera. I'm the head of Gas Market Development Directorate at the Analytical Center of the Ministry of Energy of the Russian Federation. And I'm here with you to deliver a shortest overview of the current trends in LNG markets overall, and with the accent on Russian plentifund. So, in 2022, natural gas accounted for almost 24% of global energy consumption, and the role of natural gas in the global energy balance is expected to continue to grow as the most economically feasible way to decarbonize energy for developing countries. In meeting the growing demand for gas, the role of LNG will increase at an accelerated pace due to the flexibility of the delivery method to the end consumer. Since the year of 2000, global LNG exports have increased almost 4 times to about 420 million tons in 2023. The share of LNG in global gas trade in 2023 reached about 46%. And the leader in growth is the United States. They became the largest exporter of LNG with a market share of more than 20%. The list of the other leaders remains unchanged. Australia's exports in 2023 is about 80 million tons, Qatar 79 million tons, and Russia more than 32 million tons. The key importers, according to preliminary estimates in 2023, are China, Japan, Korea, and India. These 4 countries will account for 50% of world imports. Next slide. So what about Russia? Russia has extensive logistics capabilities for the sale of hydrocarbons on the global market. The Northern Sea Route and the Eastern Sea Corridor are acquiring a particularly important role in the current economic and geopolitical conditions. These directions may be more economically profitable for the sale of Russian energy resources in the markets of India and Southeast Asia due to the smaller logistics burden and navigation time. However, to ensure safety and maintenance, it is necessary to build infrastructure along the entire length of the Northern Sea Route. The development of these export routes can enhance the energy security of the Asia-Pacific region due to relatively low LCOE, levelized cost of energy values for LNG. On average, the global cost of generation using gas is estimated at about $80 per megawatt, which makes gas one of the cheapest sources of electricity generation that reduces emissions. As a result, if in 2022 natural gas accounted for about 24% of global primary energy consumption, then by 2030 or 2040 it will increase to almost 25%, with a growth in total consumption by 700 billion cubic meters. Due to the ability to flexibly respond to changes in demand, LNG will play a significant role in meeting these needs as the most mobile method of transporting natural gas. Next slide. At the same time, opportunities to help ensure the energy security of friendly countries are not limited to direct energy exports. The concept of cooperation implies an integrated approach to the implementation of infrastructure projects, including the development of regasification and gas transportation infrastructure. and is based on the principle of mutual benefit, taking into account market, social, environmental, and other factors. Areas of cooperation in infrastructure development include development of networks of electric charging stations and gas motor fuel, supply of equipment and technologies for gas turbines, electric charging, energy storage systems, supply of gas and electric cars, trucks, buses, LNG containers, partnership in maintaining production at depleted gas fields, supply of technologies and equipment, and joint research and development projects. And overall, to conclude, Russia can export not only raw materials, but also technologies and equipment to ensure energy security in friendly countries. Such an integrated approach, including the development of regasification and gas transportation infrastructure, is mutually beneficial for the participant. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Berbera. You have very nicely shown how Russia is able to provide infrastructure support right from the energy source to the consumption end. It's a very good description. Now we would like to move forward. I would like to invite Mr. Mikhail Uchkin, Deputy Head of Management, Gazprom, to continue the discussion, please.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to give introduction about Gazprom's LNG projects. I'm Deputy Head of Directorate responsible for LNG project developments. Gazprom developed its LNG strategy in terms of production and exports of LNG to the international markets. Our oldest project is Sakhalin-2 with a production capacity of 9.6 million tons a year, which actually every year produce a bit more than nameplate capacity. We started production almost 15 years ago, and currently supply LNG to international markets, to Japan, Korea, within long-term contracts. And we also sell LNG on a spot basis from Sakhalin-2 project. The key markets, as I mentioned at this stage, from Sakhalin-2 project, it's Japan, Korea, and China. So there is definitely a potential for development of cooperation and market diversification in terms of building India and Russia relations. Another new project which was commissioned in September 2022 is mid-scale LNG project, Porto LNG. Project capacity is 1.5 million tons a year. And the LNG is sold mainly in the Atlantic region, and recently Gazprom started deliveries from this project. It's situated in the Baltic Sea. Started deliveries to China, and also ready to discuss opportunities to deliveries east of Suez of Russian LNG from this project. The key project which is being developed now, it's in the construction stage. And our one of the major current Russian strategic projects is LNG project in Ust-Luga, developed by Ruschem Alliance, 13 million ton LNG capacity. And I would like to suggest Ruschem Alliance, the next speaker, to give more information about this strategic project of Russian Federation. And we are ready to have a discussion in the Q&A session about Gazprom LNG project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uchkin. You have very interestingly pointed out that out of Sakhalin 2, the main receivers of the LNG is our Japan, Korea, and China. I think India will also be a good partner for you to supply LNG because India is also ambitiously expanding into LNG. Now I would like to invite Mr. Oleg Gorkavtsev. I would like to invite Mr. Artem Fretov, Deputy Head of LNG Sales Department, Ruskem Alliance, and he's joining us online.
Good afternoon, everyone, and many thanks for the opportunity to be part of this very important conversation. Let me give you a brief presentation on our company and the project which we are currently implementing. Let me quickly share my screen, just a second. Please let me know once you can see my screen. Okay, couple of words about our company. Ruskem Alliance is the operator of a complex gas processing and liquefaction project implemented by Gazprom. The project is located on shore of the Baltic Sea near St. Petersburg in a well-developed area of the port of Ust-Luga. Production resource-wise, we plan to intake about 45 BCMA of ethane-rich gas produced by Gazprom in traditional gas production area in Russian Federation. Production-wise, we plan to produce about 13 MTPA of LNG via 2 trains, 6.5 MTPA each, starting 2027. And we also plan to produce about 2 MTPA of LPG, also exported. Project scope includes construction of gas processing plant, LNG plant, marine facilities, and respective product storages. We plan to have one big LNG tank of 240,000 cubic meters, 2 LPG tanks, and 3 jetties for all year round deliveries of LNG and LPG from Ust-Luga. Marketing-wise, India, we consider India is our key market for LNG and LPG deliveries. Our prime delivery mode is DS deliveries to India via Suez, and it takes about 23 days to reach Chennai in our LNG terminal via Suez. We consider ourselves as a quite reliable supply source of energy, of clean energy, as we consider for ourselves zero upstream risk. Our project will have a direct access to vast gas resources produced by Gazprom and then transported directly to our project via very reliable and proven transportation route, National Gas Grid, also operated by Gazprom. And we believe that cooperation between Ruskem Alliance and Indian customers would be a good basis of energy security for both countries. Let me show you some most recent pictures of the construction site. So last year we started to build LNG tank and plan to complete it in the first half of this year. EPC contractor started some preparation works in the area of marine facilities, and I can share that some dredging works are being done there, and the contractor started to install LNG piles for mooring dolphins and the jetty. Construction of the production facilities and non-production facilities in the area of gas processing plant and LNG plant is ongoing, and we have completed all the temporary facilities at the construction site last year. This completes my brief presentation, and we look forward to establishing long-term and successful cooperation with Indian partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fetol, for giving a glimpse of your organization. And I was very happy to hear that your LNG is landing at Ennore Port. So to continue with the discussion, I have a small presentation on behalf of Kamarajar Port on LNG. Can we have the presentation, please? Yes. Okay. So this is a small overview of the natural gas business in India. Next slide. Next. Okay, this is the energy mix of the net zero world. Currently in the world, we can see that 23% is the LNG proportion, and in 2040, the proportion will continue to be 23%. For India, it is currently at 6%, and the target is to get this proportion to 16% by 2040. Next slide. Here we are giving a small breakup of the consumption of LNG sector-wise. We can see that the major consumption is into fertilizers, followed by gas distribution and power. Gas distribution is a very important area which is growing pretty fast. So LNG consumption in this area as well as in fertilizers is expected to continuously grow. Next slide. Here we can see, as I had already pointed out, the total consumption of India in LNG was 44 million tons in 2022, of which almost 50% is from imports. And we can also see that it has been continuously growing. Of course, there is a small dip in 2022 because of the rates. Otherwise, the projection for LNG is it will continue to grow fast. By 2040, we should be crossing about 80 million tons. Next. Again, this is again substantiating my point. When we see here that the 86 million tons is the demand, and the demand is continuously increasing, much of it is going to come from imports. Next. This is to give you a slight understanding of the ports that are handling LNG terminal. We can see about, there are currently many of the operational ports which are in green are mostly located in the western side. But now in the eastern side, though it's only Dhamra and Ennore currently under operation, we can see that four more ports are under processing. So with current capacity of about 47.5 million tons, of which in the eastern side, the capacity is 10 million tons. It is going to almost double, it is less than double, about 81.5 million tons by 2025. And the east coast, it is going to double from 10 million tons to 20 million tons. So there is, apart from this, even at Ennore, currently we are at 5 million tons, we are going to add another 5 million tons. Dhamra is also increasing its capacity from 5, adding another 5 million tons. So from the eastern side, we can handle about 20 million tons every year. Next slide. We can here see the natural gas pipelines in India. Currently, all the dark brown lines, we are seeing that those are the operational ones, and most of them are in northern India. But we can also see that the under construction pipelines are scattered across the country, including south of India. So there is a huge aggressive push to increase the pipelines, and you can also see that it is cutting across the country from east to west. So when we land gas in the eastern side of the country, we can also cater to the southern side as well as the western side of the country. Next. A small glimpse of the Ennore terminal. This is located at Kamarajar Port, which was previously called the Ennore Port. The commercial operations started from 2019. Next slide. The Ennore terminal, the capacity is 5 million tons, and recently we are also processing to double the capacity, so we are going to be 10 million tons very soon. We have two tanks of about 180,000 cubic meters each. We have a dedicated jetty which can, with very updated technological equipments to handle ships. We have 28 megawatt captive power plant, and it is also a green plant in a way because it uses only LNG. This is the Ennore-Tuticorin gas pipeline. We can see that the current pipeline, which is operational, is in the green. So it is between Ennore and a place called Asanur, and there is a small stretch between Tuticorin and Ramanathapuram. The purple line is under commissioning. So this is going to get commissioned very soon. So this is the whole of Tamil Nadu which is getting connected through this pipeline of about 1,444 kilometers. We can also see that there is an orange line from Ennore's port to Bengaluru, which is in Karnataka, which is another important hub. So we will be able to connect 3 states, South Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, as well as Tamil Nadu in a very extensive way. Next. So apart from pipelines, we have also realized that there is a need for road transport to cater to our other customers. So at Ennore we have facilities which are LSR facilities, and which supports road transportation also. Next is the Chennai Vladivostok route and how it will benefit us. Of course, we are already aware. The kilometers is going to come down by about 6,000 odd kilometers. The number of days is going to fall. The transportation cost obviously is going to be reduced by 30%. Now it is again port and our partner organization IOLNG, we are very keen in increasing imports. We are open to all kinds of discussions. So I'm just placed a small presentation, and there will be a very detailed port visit tomorrow for the delegation. Thank you. Taking the discussion forward, I would like to invite Mr. Oleg Gorkavetsev, who is Director, Primorsky Gas JSC, who will be joining us online to further our discussion.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to see you in this afternoon. Let me use entrepreneur. Я думаю, таким образом я смогу более корректно изложить информацию о нашей компании и о наших возможностях.
Mr. Gorkavetsev?
Да-да-да, здравствуйте. Good afternoon.
Please continue with your presentation.
Yes. Позвольте, я буду говорить на русском. Я думаю, я смогу более детально рассказать о нашем регионе и о нашей компании. Компания «Приморский газ» является подразделением «Газпрома» в Приморском крае, который находится на Дальнем Востоке России и в настоящее время является одним из основных путей для экспорта российской продукции в страны Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. Основной наш партнер уже на протяжении более десятка лет является, естественно, Китайская Народная Республика, но также мы готовы развивать связи и с другими странами азиатского региона, и, конечно же, с такой мощной державой, как Индия. Наше предприятие в основном является логистическим, да, и мы уже на протяжении более 15 лет экспортируем продукцию группы компании «Газпром» в Китай, в основном сухопутным транспортом, но увеличиваются потребности России на этом направлении, и, соответственно, конечно, мы работаем над тем, чтобы увеличить поставки, то есть помочь предприятиям группы «Газпром» и другим российским компаниям увеличить поставки морским путем в страны Юго-Восточной Азии. Одна из основных проблем Приморского края, Дальневосточного региона, является низкий уровень развития портовой инфраструктуры. Особенно то, что касается перевалки опасных химической продукции, опасных химических грузов. Как раз задача нашей компании мы видим в том, чтобы обеспечить прием продукции, производимой российскими газохимическими предприятиями на своих мощностях, на своих газоперерабатывающих станциях, затем по возможности доставлять их в порты для отправки клиентам, которые смогут принимать их в портах Азии. Ну, в частности, конечно, нам интересно и наладить маршрут до Индии. Мы понимаем, что часть погрузок идет в крупных танкерах, да, и для этого потребуются очень значительные инвестиции, и, пожалуй, главным пока останется продукция с проекта «Сахалин», «Сахалин-1», «Сахалин-2». Но также существует большой спрос на химическую продукцию, допустим, различные фракции углеводородных газов, пропилен, допустим, там бензол, бутиленовые фракции, которые также могут заинтересовать потребителей в Юго-Восточной Азии. И такую продукцию мы можем перерабатывать на своих мощностях, переливать их в контейнера и обеспечивать отправку морским транспортом. И также вторым направлением, над которым мы работаем сейчас в нашей компании, это является строительство бункеровочных пунктов для заправки проходящих судов морских маршрутов, допустим, Северная Америка в сторону Китая, в сторону Индии, и заправка такого морского транспорта LNG, потому что в настоящее время все больше кораблей переходит на потребление LNG в качестве топлива, и, соответственно, для развития морского судоходства требуется все больше заправочных пунктов. То есть мы видим это тоже одним из важных направлений, которое может обеспечить наша компания, так как Приморский край, да, находится на, скажем так, на середине торговых путей, которые связывают Северную Америку с Азией. Также много российских судов будет использовать ЛНЖ в качестве топлива. И создание таких заправочных пунктов позволит обеспечить более быстрый переход морского транспорта на такой экологический вид топлива, как ЛНЖ. Вот. У меня, в принципе, все. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Gorkatsev. You have raised important points on infrastructure support that is needed to take LNG to the seaports in Russia, and also LNG bunkering that is required for vessels to travel as far as India. Now we would like to move forward. I would like to invite Mr. Sumit Nath Jha, Chief General Manager, International LNG and Shipping, Gas Authority of India, to put forth his views on how we can improve this trade in crude and LNG.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar and good afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and our members who have joined through virtual conference from Russia. And thank you, Chennai Port Authority, for inviting GAIL on this forum. This conference, this workshop seems to be appropriately timed in the context of the issues which is being faced in the Red Sea area. As GAIL, being the largest natural gas company in India, we are having a portfolio of around 14 million tons of LNG, and quite a bit of those LNG we transport through the Red Sea area. So we can very well understand the importance of the Eastern Maritime Corridor and the opportunities which it can throw open. So moving to the presentation. Yeah, I think, ma'am, you have covered this slide pretty well in your presentation. The emphasis which I would like to throw is on the fact that India's energy need is huge, and the natural gas, which forms around 6% of the primary energy basket, is going to grow substantially. The government of India is also putting a lot of thrust on it. But the important factor here is that the natural gas has to be affordable and reliable. The energy security is of utmost importance to India. This slide was also shown by ma'am in her presentation. I would like to emphasize on the dip which happened in 2022 and 23 financial year. As she mentioned, that this dip is primarily due to the high LNG prices which was observed after the Ukraine-Russia war broke out. And in the next year we see that the LNG imports have again jumped, though the prices haven't cooled to the extent we have witnessed prices in the yesteryears. But if we project these numbers from Indian context, whichever report we pick up, whichever assessments we pick up, we find that there is a potential of the gas demand in the country to be almost double by the end of this decade. Say from the levels of 180 MMSCMD to around, say, 380, 390 MMSCMD and even more. We also saw this slide about the infrastructure which India has. So the national gas grid right now is under implementation. When completed, it would be approximately 34,000 kilometers of length. And out of this, GAIL's pipeline length is around 16,000 kilometers as on date. We are constructing around another 4,000 kilometers of pipelines. We have terminals mostly on the west coast. On the east coast, we have new terminals which have come up, Dhamra and Ennore. Some more terminals are likely to come up. When we look at the LNG profile of India, so what have been the sources of LNG imports into India in the last few years? We noticed that most of the LNG has come from Qatar. The Qatari contracts have been one of the earliest contracts entered into by India. Then we also find that LNG cargoes have come in from Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria doesn't have any long-term contracts with India, but we find many cargoes have come from Nigeria, from US, and as part of the others, we find that a small number of cargoes have come in from Russia as well. In the last financial year, probably around 6 to 7 cargoes landed from Russia. Going forward, the contracted gas supply, we find that India has already entered into contracts as cumulative contracts of around 27, 28 million tons, which will further grow up in the future. because the demand in India is going to go up significantly. If we look at the global import and exports of LNG in the last year, we notice that there is a similarity that Russia is at number 4 in terms of LNG exports after US, Australia and Qatar, whereas India is at number 4 in terms of LNG imports after China, Japan and South Korea. We also understand that Russia is one of the nations having the largest natural gas reserves, and there is an immense potential for more LNG plants to be put up and for exports. If we look at where the Russian LNG plants are located as on date, we find that around 1/3 of the existing Russian LNG plants are on the eastern side, whereas 2/3 are on the north and northwestern side. So the north and northwestern side plants like the Yamal LNG and the smaller plants on the northwestern side, they are seemingly more well placed to serve the European market and markets nearer to those plants. Whereas the projects on the eastern side, they are well placed to serve the markets on the far eastern side, that is China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan. So this is how they are placed. But if we look at the global context of the demand and supply of LNG in the two basins, namely to say that Indo-Pacific basin as well as the Atlantic basin, what we find is the demand is more in the Pacific basin compared to the supply available there, whereas it is reverse in the Atlantic basin. And the projects, which Russian projects are there, mostly 2/3 of the projects are on the northwestern side, so they are seemingly catering more to the Atlantic basin. I talked about this, that India received only 6 to 7 cargoes in 2023 that amounted to 0.44 million tons out of the total receipt of around 22-23 million tons. If we look at the comparison of various routes, so these 6 or 7 cargoes which came from Russia to India, all of them came through the Suez, maybe 1 or 2 came through the Cape of Good Hope route. And as you can see on the slide, these routes are seemingly much longer. The corridor via Cape is almost 12,500 nautical miles. The Suez is approximately 28% shorter than that. And if we talk about the eastern corridor, in the case of LNG, perhaps the cargoes can come from the plants, Sakhalin and then Vladivostok plant, which is going to be put up. Then it can also come from the Kamchatka, where the LNG can come using a special class vessels from the Yamal Peninsula using the northern route, and then do an STS at Kamchatka and then get onward transmitted to India. So that, if we talk about the route only from Kamchatka, it reduces the distance by 53%. So not only this is going to be a reduction in the distance, it will also be a reduction in cost. And most importantly, when we are all talking about net zero, this will also lead to the reduction in carbon emissions. So that's an important aspect which we have to take into consideration. I'll skip this. This is just a picture of the Arc 7 class icebreaker vessels, which is utilized to transport LNG from the Yamal through the northern route. But the important point is that there would be limited number of such vessels available as on date. So if more of the Yamal and Arctic 2 LNG molecules have to move towards the eastern corridor, then more investments would need to be put in here to ensure a secure and reliable supply sources. Coming to the conclusive slide, I think what is important for the supply source as well as the consuming countries, that the supply has to be diversified as well as the supply routes need to be diversified. That is an important facet. We also have to look at how to optimally manage the maritime risks and things like canal congestions. And I've talked about the reduction in cost and carbon emissions. And all of this comes along with the challenges in transporting LNG from North Russia to Eastern Russia for onward transmission. With this, I conclude my presentation, but this is certainly an opportunity for making more affordable LNG available to the Indian consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. That was a very detailed presentation going into LNG's aspects of demand, supply, and to the detail of the infrastructure support that will be required from the Russian side to pass through the Eastern Maritime Corridor, especially icebreaker vessels and other facilities that are needed. Now, I would like to request Mr. Ivan Molchanov, General Director, Transgas Primoria, to address the session. Mr. Molchanov? Okay. I think he is not available online right now. So, with the very detailed discussion that we have had on crude oil and LNG trade between India and Russia, so we have gathered some important points. One is the need for diversification of source of fuel for India, the need for diversification for Russia to have more customers and India being a prime customer for them, the benefit of reducing 3,000 nautical miles, the benefit of which I think both countries can reap, the possibility of bringing in more crude, especially lighter sweet category from Sakhalin and sweet and medium light crude from Eastern Siberia. With the savings in freight, I think this will be a big push for Russian crude with its competitive pricing currently in the market. And of course, to point out the 2021 agreement between Rosneft and Indian Oil Corporation for bringing in for energy cooperation. I think these have been very important points for us. So with this, I would like to conclude the session on crude oil and LNG, and we are also hoping that this discussion will be taken forward for very logical conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mrs. Cynthia, are we taking questions from the audience?
Yeah, we would like to take some questions from the audience.
Any questions at all? Show of hands, please. I think we have one gentleman with a question. Can we have someone pass the mic, please? So please introduce yourself and you can ask your question.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, my name is Kalai Cheran. I'm a company called KC Business Solution. I'm a startup company. Actually, I'm basically an engineer. I worked as a purchase man and as a common man. I have some question to the people in the dais. Actually, the petroleum and the petroleum products, how the cost can be reduced, import cost, because our major cost of import-export trade deficit because of our large demanding consumption, cost is the major factor as we all aware. So how your major roadmap for reducing the cost and what are the steps you are taking and how you are taking, how the purchase managers are, KPIs are fixed for this. So these are the things I'm interested to know first. Thank you.
I will like to answer this question. Actually, we have one factor called GRM, gross refinery margin. So that includes the value of the products what you are making minus the crude cost. So the crude cost itself is more than 95%. So the margins are only 3 to 4%. So you have very good question you have asked. So what we do, that's why we have in our basket more than 153 crudes in CPCL basket. and more than 200 crudes in IOCL basket. So that is the opportunity crude we purchase. But here also, because refineries are configured differently, the coastal refinery have different configuration, the landlocked refineries are different configuration. So every refinery is different. So some new refineries are designed for 100% sulfur crudes, sulfur-rich crude, but other refineries, old refineries may not be. So we have to get some term contract also for some specialized crude, either from, we have from Gulf countries, and some of the crude, opportunity crude on the spot basis, we purchase. So Russian crude, whatever we have purchased, that was on the spot basis. So spot basis, sometime it is depending on the, there is a lot of technical words, BDD, Brent Dubai differentials. So whatever cheap crude is there as per the requirement, that has to be processed in the refinery configuration. So refineries are designed in a way now to process the complicated or the heaviest crude so that the margins can be more, the cost of the crude will go down. So that is the answer.
Thank you for your question. So any more questions from the audience? Show of hands, please. All right then. Would you like to say something, ma'am?
I actually have a question. I'm just curious because it's very logical that the eastern side transportation is actually shorter. Given this, I'm just curious why Russia or other countries which are there in the eastern side, of course China is using the route. Why Russia has not explored this route before? If anybody from the Russian side can help us.
Would you like to directly, have this addressed by someone in particular? Mr. Oleg out there, would you like to take it, sir?
So it is not that the route was not used. It was widely used during the Soviet era. But after the turmoil of the 90s and some problems with foreign trade in commodities in Russia, so the volume of the trade with India was not big. But now, as I mentioned in my presentation in the morning, that the volume of the commodities which are being exported to India has drastically increased. So the necessity to relaunch this route.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Well, sir, in the interest of time, I don't think we can take any more questions. I'm so sorry. But you can connect with them during the break. Thank you so much. Our distinguished panel has beautifully covered the subject, and of course have taken some questions from the audience. We also had some panel members joining us virtually and sharing their thoughts. Can we hear a big round of applause, everybody? Thank you all, and may I please request Shri Sunil Paliwal to kindly join me on stage and present a token of our appreciation to our esteemed panel members. Thank you so much. Thanks to our panel members as well, especially to our moderator, Mrs. Irene Cynthia. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now time for us to take a break. We break for some refreshments, 10 minutes and no longer than 10 minutes, because when we come back, we have one last session to follow, and we also have the valedictory ceremony to attend. So please make sure that you are, all of you, come back, grab a beverage of your choice, and come right back. A humble request, ladies and gentlemen, the break time is only 10 minutes. Kindly grab a beverage of your choice, some refreshments, and do join us back as soon as possible. We will resume in the next 10 minutes. The next 10 minutes, we shall resume. Please grab a beverage of your choice and begin the last session for the day. People in the pre-function area, I humbly request you to kindly join us as soon as possible. Please walk right in and get comfortably seated and allow us to resume on time. Requesting you all to come join us as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, you're allowed to carry your coffees and teas into the hall as well. So please grab a beverage of your choice, some cookies perhaps, and come join us as soon as possible. People at the entrance, may I please request you all to kindly settle down? And especially the ones in the pre-function area, requesting you all to please move in as soon as possible. During the break time, a lot of people are asking me about the container session. Well, here it is, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss it. So please come join us for expert insights. In the next 60 seconds, we will start the session, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss out on all the key insights that the experts are going to share on this topic, container dynamics. So come all, and let's be a part of the last session for the day. All right, good evening and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good break for all of us to feel regenerated, and I see some happy smiles as well. Thank you so much. And with that, it's time for us to proceed further. The last panel for the evening. People at the entrance, allowing you 15 seconds time to kindly settle down as soon as possible so we don't have interruptions during the session. People, please walk in, kindly settle down. Settle down, please. Gentlemen, good sir, may I please request you to, sir, please take your seat. Thank you. All right, without further ado, the last session, the last panel for this evening on a very, very interesting topic. In fact, a popular topic I see, because while I was walking around during the break, a lot of people asked me when the container session is going to begin. So for those of you who asked, here it is. Container dynamics, exploring untapped bilateral trade potential between India and Russia through the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, to ably moderate the session, may I please request you all to put your hands together and join me in welcoming on stage Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, and Chairman, Kamaraja Port Limited. Welcome back, sir. Joining us virtually this evening for this session is Mr. Alex Paul Menon, IAS, Development Commissioner, MEPZ Special Economic Zone, Chennai. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Vladimir Pribish, Strategy and Business Development Director, Delo Management Company, LLC. We have with us physically present here next panel member, Mr. Kishore Belani, Director, Sinocor India Private Limited. May I please request your presence on stage, sir? Welcome, sir. Please welcome Ms. Anastasia Yashova, Deputy Director of International Corporation and GR Directorate, FESCO. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. V.M. Lakshmi Narayanan, Founder and Chairman, Indo-Russian Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Welcome, sir. Our next panel member is Mr. Timur Vekhilov, representative in India, Russian Export Center. Welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for our next esteemed panelist, Ms. Rajalakshmi, Additional Director, General of Foreign Trade, Chennai. Welcome, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, our last panel member joining the esteemed panel here on stage is Ms. Yekaterina Bobar, Logistics Procurement Manager, Multimodal and Maritime Logistics, Cebu LLC. Welcome, ma'am. Well, the panel is here, a collective round of applause, and let's get started with the container dynamics. Moderator, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
And first of all, I apologize for interrupting your tea coffee break. I could see that despite repeated requests from the MC, you were finding it difficult to bring yourself back into the discussions, which normally happens as the day goes on, and this being the last session, my task is very difficult because of two reasons. First is, it's the last session. Number two, my knowledge is the most limited, but that is being made up by the distinguished panel that we have assembled here for you. So being the least knowledgeable, I will not take much of your time. I would just like to inform you that we have two speakers who are joining us online, and we have 6 speakers here who are present here physically with us. Just to set tone for this particular session, as you would have noticed in our previous interaction, that is the inaugural session, that we had pointed out that though 5 commodities have been identified as having potential, immediate potential, and 4 of that we have already covered, and there, even though we were looking at the overall movement of that particular kind of cargo between Russia and India, we were mainly focusing on what is happening between far east of Russian Federation and east coast of Republic of India. But here, as we all know that even though in terms of percentage increase, what has been projected is a very high growth, but absolute numbers are a bit muted, and the main reason being that consumption centers in the Russian Federation are mainly on the western side and center west. So here we will be looking at both the directions, that is far east and west, and many of us already know that the east coast of India and especially the state of Tamil Nadu is an industrial powerhouse, and lot of commodities are getting exported from this part of the country. And of course, it is happening from Andhra also, Odisha also, and West Bengal. And apart from that, it being a state with a very high per capita income as far as our country is concerned, consumption is also high, so the potential for import of goods from Russia, including the western side, is very high. Now, if we look at the installed capacity for handling containers, it is around 20 million TEUs on the west coast of India and 10 million TEUs on east coast of India. Capacity utilization is around 75% on the west coast of India and 50% on the east coast of India. That means there's a lot of potential, lot of capacity available on the east coast of the country for handling import and export of containers. And the Indian container market is growing at a very healthy rate of 4% per annum. If you look at imports into India from Russia, as of now, the numbers are modest, 100,000, expected to become 300,000 in the year 2035, and 520,000 in the year 2042. And export to Russia is around 45,000 at present, expected to grow to 145,000 in the year 35 and 240,000 in the year 2042. So that is the reason I said that the numbers are modest. So maybe we need a lot of exchange of information as far as this is concerned, and that is what we intend to provide through this particular session. So we are confident that this exchange of information will help us in increasing the movement of containers between the two countries. So let me not take much time. I request the first speaker, Ms. Rajalakshmi Devraj, who is the Additional Director General of Foreign Trade at Chennai, and she will be talking about policies promoting bilateral trade and commerce. So over to you, Ms. Rajalakshmi.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and members who have joined virtually. A very good afternoon to all of you. My presentation will be basically on the foreign trades, both imports and exports, and about what is the potential you have for exports from India. Especially I see the containers, when they are returning from India to Russia, most of them, I'm sure there's not much potential for export of goods, and that will be shown from the data which is there. So when we go to the export performance of India, we have 776 US billion dollars as the export performance of India for 22-23. And when we look at when we look at import performance, it's 898 US billion. So there's a trade deficit of around 122 billion as of last financial year, and this deficit is continuing even this year in the first 9 months of our thing. And when we go to the next slide of where is India importing from, we find Russia is our 5th partner in imports, and we are having around $40 billion of imports from Russia. And if we look at the products which we are importing from, what are the products which India imports? In fact, the first 10 products which I have listed out covers nearly 2/3 of our total import thing. And first of it comes mineral or fuel oil, and that is where Russia is exporting to us also. The major export from Russia which we are getting is fuel oil. And then we have electronic equipments, gold, and machinery. These are things also, these products are also being exported by Russia. Incidentally, I'll go to the Russian export side, you'll understand. So they are also, whatever India is importing, nearly 60% of that basket is also being exported by Russia. So now, when we look at the next slide, Russian exports, nearly 50% of your exports are from crude products, crude petroleum, refined petroleum, and petroleum gas, and those. This is 2021 data which I could get from the internet. It's not going. And when we go to which are the countries where the export destinations are, in fact, India is a very small partner for the export destinations. India is having only 1.57% of the Russian exports coming to India. So you also have a market this side when we look at the import basket. Now, when we look at the other side, we now talked about Indian imports and Russian exports. So I'm now going to come to Indian exports and Russian imports, okay? which is where there's a lot of potential from our side, which actually these containers can be used also. So if we look at the next thing, we have the top 10 merchandise export destinations for India. And here I've got both the data, 2021 and 22-23. But I've got all the 3 years data, and you'll find there's a lot of change in the countries where USA was our top export destination. Russia doesn't find a place in the first 10 at all. So the container traffic from India to Russia will be very, very, that's why the rupee trade we are talking about also is not there. But is there a potential for products? Yes. When you see at what is Russia's imports, you'll get to know that point. And what are the goods we are exporting? If we see, we are having engineering goods, auto parts, all those things, and petroleum products are being exported, gem and jewelry, chemicals, drugs and pharmaceuticals. In fact, then textiles, we have rice and agricultural products, and then we have made-ups, again, fabrics, leather products and all that. Now, among these exports, if we see, engineering goods, drugs and pharmaceuticals, and textiles, leather products, agri products, Russia is also importing a lot in these 5 categories. These are India's major exports. Obviously, there's far more potential to scale up in these exports also. In the same category, Russian imports is also quite high. You have cars which are being imported quite a bit in Russia. Look at this, the data which is here. Machinery, nuclear reactor boilers, electronic equipments, vehicles. In your top 10 products, you have these products also in the Russian side imports. But incidentally, India is not exporting to Russia these products. As of now, it's abysmally low. I will come to the Chennai seaport itself data to tell you what is happening over there. What are we importing and how much is going out. And where does Russian imports these from? Which countries? We find most of it is from Germany, China, Poland, Italy, France, South Korea and all. So mostly the imports are in these countries where it is going. Now coming to just the Chennai seaport. Now from Chennai Sea, what we are getting, imports from Russia is basically these things, petroleum. And again, it's not a very huge volume. This is only USD millions. So petroleum is the biggest share, while the rest of it doesn't find a place at all in the imports. It's very, very abysmally low when it comes to, and these products again, incidentally, industrial machinery and raw materials, chemicals and all, India is also importing quite a lot. If Russia is having those products, these are new baskets which can be tapped into. And electronic instruments and electronic components. Again, India is importing a lot from China. So again, you have a potential from Russia to India there. But now when it comes to exports to Russia, from Chennai thing, we have only some auto parts, auto components which are going, some amount of, which is, if you look at this numbers itself, it's 0.54 USD million. This is the top products which I have taken for the last, in fact, this present year, I'm talking about April to November from Chennai seaport. This is what is going to Russia, which is absolutely low. Now, in these same components, how much the Chennai port is transporting is the next thing. This is only from the Chennai port, the same basket we are talking, but they are going to different other countries, not to Russia. You find the same basket being here, auto components, motor vehicle cars, petroleum products, iron steel. So all these are being exported from Chennai itself for $7 billion, which Russia is getting very, very little. So look at the potential which is there, which has been untapped into. So now I will focus to what could be the way forward. focusing on what, as a country, we are trying to improve our exports also. One of the sectors where we are focusing is engineering sector. Engineering sector has the complete automobile components, automobile, everything comes into the sector. And auto components, I find there's a lot of import being done in Russia also. But it is going on the west coast. We can look at it from east coast because eastern side of India has a lot of these medium and small enterprises which are getting it. So that is one, and we are also expecting a compounded annual growth rate of increase in exports by 2030 to 300. So there will be a capacity building this side also, so it's easier to tap into. The next is our pharmaceutical sector, where if you remember earlier, there are drugs and packaged medication.
Slide, please.
Yeah, sorry. Pharmaceutical sector, where Russia was actually importing drugs. In my earlier slide, if you see, it was, yeah. In fact, Russia is importing around $13 billion worth of pharmaceutical products from other countries. So, and we are expanding our capacity here and we are increasing our potential. And if you see, Indian exports has also increased from financial year 16 to 23. But it's hardly there into the Russian exports. This product, so it is going to the other countries from 16 to, and we are also expecting an increase in the growth rate of pharmaceutical product to 57 USD billion in India. So that's the export we are planning for in 2030. So in which again Russia has a thing. The next sector which I would like you to focus is electronics sector, where again mobiles, and we are talking about computers and all these things, plus also the components. There's a lot of component market which is happening now around, in fact, in this Tamil Nadu area itself. Here again, Russia is importing a lot, but and we are also exporting from India, but it doesn't fall into the basket of, from India, these exports are not happening. So here we expect but if you see, it has, we are exporting to other countries. From 5 billion, it has gone to 23 billion. A huge growth rate from India's perspective, but Russia doesn't fall into this basket. And this is marine and agri-product sector, which will be very, very important now, because especially if the sea trade route time is decreasing. I heard there's a 16-day decrease in the thing, which means a huge potential will be there for these marine products. Yes, Russia is importing marine products as of now from India. There is, this is already there in the basket, but there can be a bigger potential, especially because India is looking at value adding these products. So there will be a lot of tinned products, and also there's going to be a lot of food processing, so which can be tapped into. Plus even the agriculture side, like already India has a lot of untapped areas in the Tamil Nadu, Orissa belt. This is again the eastern belt, which we are trying to now focus upon to make them as export hubs in these kinds, in this marine and agri products. Russia is also importing a lot of marine and agri products. This can be taken advantage, especially for the eastern route, if this time is delayed and the internal transportation is taken care of on the Russian side. The other sector which could be a potential thing is textile sector. And here actually I would say the leather part, leather goods, we are exporting a lot to other countries, but not, it doesn't go to Russia. Silk, we have a lot of silk and this thing, and this is very, from our state perspective, from Tamil Nadu perspective also, this is, it's a very intensive sector, and lot of increase has happened in the exports, and we are trying to increase more. This is, while I find Russian side, this is one of their first 10th product where apparels and made-ups are being imported into Russia. But Indian exports to Russia is very negligible, it's around 0.1% or so. And it's another one sector where I would place it before you to look into, take it into consideration for your import side of the thing. And obviously this would also help us to grow. From the deficit which we are having, we will be able to try to solve that problem. So with this, thank you for this opportunity, for giving, for making my point here. I'm leaving it to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rajlakshmi. And it was indeed a very nice presentation where you have pointed out what is getting exported from Russia and what is getting imported into India, but it is not matching. They are exporting to others, we are importing from others and vice versa. And especially you have done a very good analysis for engineering goods, textiles, pharma, electronic goods, marine products, agri products. That was very useful, and I'm sure that both Indian exporters and importers and Russian importers and exporters now will find it more easy that what to focus upon. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. V.M. Lakshmi Narayanan, who is the founder and chairman of Indo-Russian Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Sir, over to you.
Vanakkam. Good evening to all. And today is this event is going to be memorable forever in our business life in between India and Russia. The reason, the severe steps and initiative taken by our port authorities, our chairperson, Mr. I'm sorry, names are going to be spelled, Sunil Palwal, IAS, and other delegates of Russia. I am welcoming them. I have more appreciation as well as admiring this get-together about all your presence, by your presence. This IRCCA, Indo-Russian Chamber of Commerce, is since more than nearly 30 years. It established or started by, because of both side government, people wanted a chamber to have a connection with both countries. That was a period we were concentrating to do business with Russia more. So, the Chamber of Commerce witnessing the changes since last 30 years on the business trade between Indo and Russia is reasonably increasing, and now it becomes more and more potential. I'm not going to talk about this corridor, and corridor is one thing we require that is going to be give us very economical operations in time-wise and also freight cost. There is no doubt. Once we start transporting through that, it will come to, it has to come very busy on that line, as we are seeing in western side. Today, we have learned many things through these sessions and meeting. This gives us more knowledge about how to go about still and the scientific method. Also, now we see our delegates are with they are going for infrastructures to make our things easier. I can say in those days, export-import is a nightmare. But now these are all turning to sweet dreams. Everything coming to possibilities. Everything, anything is simplified because of we are becoming more experienced and also intelligence on that, our technology. So now I'm seeing this crowd, they have, each one of them have practical experience and they are with their own spirit of to make business between these two nations. I'm seeing this. With the business people, containers, I mean that, they used to think of only about from Russia. Those are not very easy to make any transactions. Because of, I say, a container means retail businesses. If they don't find easiness, like they find from other countries to there, they will definitely fall into other side. But now, our developments coming to make us easier, to make a feel of easiness, to think of business with Russia. I always mean container businesses, not in bulk, not like heavy items. In any case, even though this type of hurdles are something you call some type of hard work needed, in spite of that, our business is increasing. We are becoming so familiar with Russian market. That is why I see this development is very much of hope they are coming up. But ways and means to make them true or practical, now we are all here and having our own subject on how to make our exercise is fruitful. I really see this development, especially Eastern Maritime Corridor, is going to be more helpful, especially for comparatively small-scale imports. We have many items to buy from that side. So, in those days, we had to bring it to western side and come with 45, 60 days. Entire business story will change before it lands. Now, if anything available for 20 days, within 20 days, and also economically on transport-wise, days-wise, we are definitely going to be with that. The business starting looks like hard. Once we start with a scientific method or systematic, it will pick up. Also, we are not trying with any other countries where they have only something and they don't have any other things. Then we have to see for our more efforts to collect it. But in Russia, everything is available. Only challenge was there, the logistics and time. Also, to some extent, exchanges, bank of. Those things are coming to now streamlined already. I have done my recent business with rupee ruble. There I didn't take any much of problem or risk anything. Still it is maintaining. So I say, any business, just like you do the business in local, like Chennai to Bombay, Chennai to northern side, this feel you can have with doing business with Russia. Those days are coming closer. I am seeing that. So, my heartfelt thanks to our chairperson of Chennai Port Authority, and also my happiness of seeing our Consul General in our meeting, Consul General of South Russia in South India, and other delegates and ministers of Russia. This gives me especially very hope. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. Thanks for taking us down the memory lane when import-export was not so easy. In fact, you used the word nightmare. Definitely it would have been a true description. So here now you see that Cabinet Minister of India and Deputy Minister of Russian Federation are coming together and trying to make it easy. So things have really changed a lot since they were decades ago. And you have rightly pointed out that when you reduce the number of days, it not only is saving costs in terms of transportation, it also saves costs in terms of inventory management, both of raw materials and the finished products. Thank you for your valuable inputs. Next, I request Ms. Anastasia Yershova, Deputy Director of International Cooperation and GR Directorate, FESCO, to address the gathering.
I'm not sure if I'm visible above these flowers. Good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Anastasia Yershova. I'm the Deputy Director of GR and International Cooperation of FESCA Transportation Group. First of all, I would like to thank the Chennai Port Authorities and the Ministry for development of Russian Far East and Arctic, for the opportunity of being here today and share my experience and our services of FESCA. As it was already mentioned, India is a longtime friend of Russia and one of our key, most reliable partner nowadays. And we in FESCA, we are doing our best to support all the initiatives of the government to make these relations even more strong. I would like to tell you briefly about us. Just a second. I don't know what to... Okay. I think I did something wrong.
Could someone please, yeah.
Yes. Okay, FESCA today. What is actually FESCA? FESCA is one of the leading transportation group in Russia. We are operating a variety of assets, including ports, terminals, vessel, fleets, rolling stocks, and more. The company provides the door-to-door services and control all the steps of intermodal transportation chain. We control the commercial port of Vladivostok, the major port of Russian Far East, that handle over 13 million tons of cargo, 2,000 ships, and 200,000 wagons per year. The company is one of the largest Russian rail operators. FESCA operates more than 11,000 units of rolling stocks and have more than 170,000 TEU in container park, and we also have 37 ships for today. The container traffic between Russia and India is growing, and what we can see that nowadays is becoming more and more different goods and cargoes between Russia and India that was not existing like 2-3 years ago. Based on our analytics, during this year, the cargo flow will even increase more. What we see that the import to Russia is dominated by ceramic products and the car parts and accessories, and the export to India are mainly consist of building materials and paper. Our cooperation with India is already quite stable. Starting from the last year, we launched 2 maritime services on the deep sea routes between Russia and India. Our vessels deliver containerized, general, refrigerated, dangerous, and oversized cargo to and from India. We carry out transportation both in our containers and the containers of the customer. We offer service for custom clearance and terminal processing of the cargo. Going deeper about our lines that connect in Russia and India. The first one is the FESCO Baltarient. It's a sea transportation between China, India, and northwestern Russia with the possibility of delivering to Kaliningrad. Vessels deliver cargoes from Chinese ports to Mudra and then to St. Petersburg and the opposite directions. Usually it takes around 22 days, and shipments are sent every 3 weeks. As a part of a service, FESCO offers delivery of cargo from St. Petersburg to Northwest region and to Moscow. Another line that connecting India with Russia is the Indian line westbound. It's a cargo on route Mundra-Novasheva to Novorossiysk and the opposite directions. Usually it takes around 18 days to deliver from India to Russia, and the cargoes are sent monthly. As a part of a service, there are available options for warehouse, logistics, repackaging, and custom clearance of goods, as well as a door-to-door auto delivery from Novorossiysk to almost any part of Russia. And the FESCO line eastbound, vessels deliver on the route from Novasheva to Vladivostok with a transit time of 20 days and the frequency of departure once every 2 weeks. This year, we are also planning to launch the route combining IFBOL and fill routes with transshipment in Amberley. And therefore, we can confidently say that we can deliver almost any volume of cargo from India to Russia and vice versa. Of course, especially if we have the long-term stable relations with our partners in both countries. There will be very fair question now, what is about the connection between Chennai port and Russia, for example, Vladivostok. I would say that we might consider to open the direct line. before that, firstly, we need, of course, to make the precise analytics of the cargo base. It should be, of course, stable, it should be regular. And I'm pretty sure that the event that they're holding today will help us to collect more information to make the decision in the future. But for now, I would say that it's a bit too early to talk about the direct ship call, but mainly about the possibility of collecting the cargoes in China and Vietnam, for example, and then delivering it to Vladivostok with our regular services. On this positive note, I would like to finalize my speech. Thank you for your attention. I'm available for any of questions after the session and, of course, during tomorrow's visiting of ports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yershova. And I'm sure that after hearing Ms. Rajalakshmi, now you would have realized that there's a lot of export-import potential from this part of the country. And in fact, the next speaker, Mr. Alex Paul Menon, who is the Development Commissioner of Madras Export Processing Zone, that is the Special Economic Zone, Chennai, will also be enlightening us further on what is being done for trade facilitation and export promotion from this part of the country. He is joining us online as he is traveling. So, Mr. Alex, over to you.
Chairman Port Trust to basically interact with the delegation that has come all the way from Russia to tell them about the opportunities from this particular zone of Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and the hinterland to the eastern ports. So, can you go to the next slide, please? As Ma'am Rajalakshmi dealt with a lot of data, I would limit myself to only a few very important inferences of what we found out when we analyzed the data of the Indo-Russian trade, and particularly the trade from the eastern ports to Russia. If you see, almost 60% of the current exports from Russia are from the West India ports, and Chennai port takes only 3% of the total imports of the India imports. It's only 1.4 billion. Also, if you look at the overall exports from India, stands at a very marginal.
We have lost you, Mr. Alex. I think you tried to share your presentation. Can you please connect again? Will somebody be able to? Yeah, actually we lost you in between.
Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, but your presentation we are not able to see.
The presentation is there with the team. So I'll ask them to share it on the screen.
Okay, is somebody sharing presentation from here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay, we are able to see you only on our screen. Please go ahead. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Okay. The screen behind you is actually it is showing the presentation.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, sir. So we try to see what were the current factors that will actually help India jump and grab the opportunity of the EMC. So as ma'am pointed out, plastics, particularly the exports to Russia, as I being an export promotion organization, was looking at exports more than the imports, because everybody has already spoken about the imports, so I decided to focus on the exports part. And if you look at the exports, plastics, rubbers, leather, textiles, they account for almost 63% of the MEPS exports to Russia, which actually goes to the eastern side ports. And trading services, they make up around 15% of the MEPS exports to Russia. And the very interesting fact emerged when we started looking at the data in detail. There's only one company from the south, which is in Gangegonda and in Tirunelveli, which is mostly using the Thoothukudi port, which sends around 67% of all the to Russia. They manufacture tires for almost all kind of heavy vehicles, tractors to trucks to everywhere. And when we spoke to them, we also found out that of late they had shifted their port to Navasheva. It was very surprising to see why would a company located in the far south the promoters of the company told me that it is not only that one factor that the reduced distance because of EMC is going to help them, but freight charges being high because of sheer demand and supply alone would be helpful in making the EMC viable for any player. So that came, so I was trying to see so that we dwell more deeper and trying to see we develop more shipping lanes. And we also look into the availability of containers and thereby take up this whole thing. One more interesting factor that emerged was that there is a private enterprises. Basically, they are OEMs for Nike and non-leather footwear. They contribute almost 8 to 10% of the MEPS exports to Russia. So that is also a very interesting opportunity to see, because of late, Tamil Nadu is becoming a very, very important destination for non-leather footwear, and Tamil Nadu state government is the only state government that has announced a policy separately for footwear. There is a footwear policy to promote this industries. So I would request that the delegates look into this opportunities available from the MEPS region. Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, all of the hinterland, which is closer to the three eastern ports of Vizag, Chennai, as well as Tuticorin. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So I was looking at the projections of container traffic, and the number was pretty staggering. So financial year 2023, we are looking at around 6,860 TEUs, and this is going to rise all the way to 2.27 lakhs. So that is a 40 times increase in the next 20 years. So if you look at the cost advantage, we did an analysis and we found that the cheaper cost of shipping will attract more companies, and for a 40-feet container comparison, Mumbai to St. Petersburg is around $3,800 US to $4,800 US at an average sailing of around 40 days, and Chennai to Vladivostok is going to cost us around 3,000 to 3,400 at an average of sailing of around 15 days. So that means there's got a potential reduction of around 30% of container freight shipping costs, with the caveat that we develop enough shipping lines as well as ensure container availability in this area. And one more interesting sector which we found was that automobile is a major source of revenue and job creation for Vladivostok, because they import Japanese cars and sell around 2.5 lakh cars per annum, all of them Japanese. So now import tariffs have also been raised by the Russian government to boost the country's own automobile industry. So can Russia develop an automobile industry's backyard in Chennai? Because Chennai is already called as a Detroit of India, where a lot of micro small enterprises are around the automobile sector producing automobile components. So from the export side, we were looking at the possible strategies of basically to develop efficient multimodal transport, customs procedures, and create incentives and facilities for the private sector participation in port development, logistics infrastructure, as well as shipping services. And we need to also enhance the collaboration between Indian and Russian shipping companies, port authorities, and logistic providers, and encourage trade in diverse goods beyond the coking coal as well as the petro products. And we need to develop more sustainable practices and regulations. Can you go to the next slide, please? So increase shipping services, public-private partnership to boost infrastructure, and target marketing campaigns to attract the shipping companies and energy efficient vessels and environmentally responsible practices. On the other hand, to boost the EMC corridor, the drivers will be ease of doing business with customs at the depot and our freighted warehousing zones. Particularly, there are 3 important freighted warehousing zones in this area which cater to the eastern ports. One is Dubai Port World, and the other one is Jai Matadi, and another one is NDR, through which a lot of traffic is getting cleared. And we are also working on the dwell time reduction in all of these CFFs as well as the port. On a monthly basis, we are analyzing the dwell time and trying to see how can we reduce the dwell time. Thereby, the containers are very precious commodities available, and because of the supply constraints, the containers should not become costly. I would just want to point out one area for food for thought for the delegates here. If you look at the top HSN codes exported to Russia from the NEPS region, number 1 is rubber and articles thereof, which I mentioned about the tires. And number 2 is electrical machinery. Number 3 is rubber tires for other vehicles. Number 4 is footwear. And number 5 is slide fasteners. And number 6, insulated wires and cables and plastic tubes and parts and accessories of motor vehicles, which I already mentioned that is going to be a very important component because Vladivostok imports a lot of automobiles. And Russia, on the verge of improving its own automobile industry, has got a huge potential. And vegetable saps and extracts and pro-vitamins and vitamins are also very important components. So the idea is to basically put a little more focus on the exports also, because the balance of payments with Russia is tilted in favor of Russia today. So we need to probably try and see if there is more engagement from our side to export more from India, and also utilize this trade route to get more products which can be sent as finished products back to Russia and improve the trade balance between India and Russia. That's all from my side, sir, and thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thank you so much. And so there we had Alex on the move. And Alex, we could see a lot of container movement happening on the road on which you were moving. So I think along with you, like you are on the move, Eastern Maritime Corridor is also on the move. And for the information of the audience, he is about to take a flight from Tuticorin. So he is about to take off. That way, Eastern Maritime Corridor is also taking off. So, Mr. Alex, thank you so much on behalf of Chennai Port Authority and on behalf of all the audience here. And after making your journey uncomfortable, now we wish you a very comfortable remaining part of the journey. Thank you so much. Next, I request Mr. Kishore Bilani, the Director of Sinokar India Private Limited, who is going to address us on trade pattern between India and Russia.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Saab, Russian delegates and my colleagues and friends from Chennai, thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to talk on the subject. Russia and India have been very, very close to each other. Apart from the other things which we have been discussing since morning, we are forgetting one thing, and that is the acceptance of the Indian Hindi movies in Russia. Who can forget Raj Kapoor, Avara, Shri 420, and lately what we understand is our movie Pushpa has been doing the rounds in Russia and might be the #1 grosser for the Indian film industry. So Rajlakshmi ma'am, we also export movies. Okay, having said that, thanks a lot again. I will just brief you about containers. We are a shipping line which is Korea based. We offer services into the western part of Russia and into the eastern part of Russia also. We have been doing the eastern part of Russia since 2015, which is almost 8 to 9 years now. The volumes have been there, but not as much as a shipping line would expect to put a direct sailing. Now, what do we do basically? What does India export out of our ports into Russia? We export steel from Calcutta. We export steel from Nhava Sheva, from Mundra. We export tiles, rice, sugar, grapes, surprisingly vodka, which goes in containers, cigarettes, tobacco, corn. We are doing lots and lots of grapes exports out of Nhava Sheva into the western part of Russia and into the eastern part of Russia also. So, but yeah, the volumes are, as I said, they have been up and down since the last 3-4 years. What we have noticed is that an exporter, if he is investing the money into a shipment from India to Russia, he has to wait roughly around 40 days for the cargo to reach over there, then he might get his payment. Now, in the recent past, in the last 2 years, what we have noticed is that the small traders, so we talked about steel, about LNG, about coking coal. What I am talking about is the small trader who does 2 containers a month. That is his lifeline. He would like to get the cargo as fast as possible into Russia and get his money back. So he has to wait for around 30 to 40 days because that's a transit time between India and Russia. And there is the payment part of it. For that he has to again wait for 15-20 days because of the transactions issues which are going on, which are being solved. They were very, very prominent in last year. That is when last year I mean 2022, it is now reduced and the payments are being developed very fast. But I also met the SBI Bank person over here who will be very, very helpful. We will be telling all our exporters that they can go through the SBI Bank so that they can get the monies in either ruble or in Indian rupees. This is the export part of it. What we import? We import coriander seeds, dhania, sukha dhania, timber, paper and pulp in containers, and chemicals. The balance of trade between the imports and the exports as far as containers are concerned is at par between the export and the import. But the difference is in the type of the container. So we export more of 20 feet and we are importing more of 40 feet. This is the skewed balance in which a container line would always look at what they can do to get the container back into the origin part of it. So if I am exporting steel to Russia, I would like that container to come back into India so that it can again go back for the steel part of it. This is a challenge which we have been noticing in the last 6-8 months, wherein some small liners, they have got the containers stuck in the western part of Russia. And they are unable to get those containers back and they are struggling. So these are the small things which affect the container trade between India and Russia. Around 80% of the volumes moving out of India, they go to the western part. And 20% go to the eastern part, that is Vladivostok, Vostochny. We have got Amur GCC lady over here who is one of our biggest importers. They import lots and lots of projects which are mechanical and electronic projects which are going out of Chennai also in a big way. When I say big in terms of a container line, not in terms of coal or not in terms of LNG. Volume is the name of the game in containers. You get volume, the lines will rush. So if you look at 2022, when the sanctions were imposed and some lines stopped developing their services into the western part of Russia, we had a good time because at that time all the importers out of Russia and the exporters, they wanted to get the goods back into Russia somehow or the other. And 2022, we did massive exports out of India into the eastern part of Russia. At that time, the volumes were the other way around. 80% was going to eastern part of Russia and 20% was going to the western part of Russia. My idea of saying this is that, yes, it is possible that the development of the eastern part of Russia is possible if there is a willingness from both the sides to develop this trade. As and when the smaller lines came up, again the services went back from the eastern part into the western part. So again in 2023, we again see the same pattern, that is 80% going back to west, 20% going back to the east part of it. So there is potential and we can do it. That is what we feel. In terms of volumes, generally, across the industries, container growth is in direct proportion to the GDP of the country. So when our GDP growth is around 6 to 7%, be rest assured that the container volumes will at least rise by 6% or in line with the GDP growth. The best case scenario is it is 2 times. It was happening 2 times in the earlier years because the conversion from the brick bulk, from the bulk into the containers, and now it is not that case. It is already grown. So we say at least 1 time. So whatever is there will be a growth of 6 to 7% at least in terms of number of TUs. 6 to 7% also includes Russia. As Chairman Saab said that we are doing roughly the trade between India and Russia is 0.2 million TUs. We can expect it to grow at least at 7 to 10% per annum every year, year after year on a regular organic growth. If we all come together and again push, definitely there is a room, there's a lot of room for improvement, there's a lot of room and there's a lot of potential. Now, how to increase? So, first one we talked about is the organic growth, which is general, 6 to 7%. Generally, it grows year after year. Second is trying to shift the cargoes into the eastern part of Russia with the help of our importers and the Trans-Siberian railways, which take the cargoes from the Vladivostok and the Vostochny port into the locations where it is required. Out of that, around 80% is required back into Moscow and St. Petersburg. I might be wrong, but my Russian friends can definitely correct me if it is wrong. The 20% goes into central part of Russia. If the importers could have this sort of a working arrangement wherein the transit time from Chennai or from Nhava Sheva into the eastern part is hardly 23-24 days, and from there roughly around 8 to 10 days on the railways, the transit time is equal to what the transit time is from the western side. Economies of scale, costings that have to be worked out, which we all can sit down together, the stakeholders, work it out and see what can be done on this part, because it would be beneficial for the exporter and the importer to get the cargoes in the right place at the right time, and the monies can be transferred immediately to each and every exporter or the importer, vice versa. For the Eastern Maritime Corridor, as we are discussing over here, as I said, if the volumes are there, the lines will come. How to develop the volumes? Of course, there is the exports out of India. We can also look at participating other nations like Colombo, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, who can come down with their cargoes. There are services going on between Myanmar and India. They can bring the cargo to Chennai and then we can take it from here straight to the eastern part of Russia. which would be then, as I said, it's economies of scale. The containers volume have to increase for a line to have a service over there. If it is not there, then they will go piggyback on some other line, or they will go on a transshipment basis, that is from Singapore or from Port Kelang or from China. This is what is happening currently also. The transit time today, because of the Red Sea issue, from India, anywhere in India, to the western part of Russia, that is Novorossiysk or St. Petersburg or Moscow, is average around 45 to 65 days. This is a lot, because either they have to go via the Cape, or they have to wait till situation is easing out, and then they can travel further. 45 to 65 days is a huge amount of time. Exporters would have to wait that much time. So he waits for 3 months for the monies to come back, and vice versa also. If we are able to develop, with the help of our Russian friends, a route on the eastern part from Vladivostok or Vostochny, and with their strong Trans-Siberian railways, and they have a small road show or some way to tell the importers, look guys, we can do it from this side, the transit time would become at least half. Because reaching Vladivostok and Vostochny is around 24 to 25 days from India, and another 10 days or 12 days from eastern part of Russia into the places where the cargo is required. Plus, we can also look at the Arctic region, the Murmansk. If the cargoes can be developed for that, of course, it is much more beneficial to get a service in place out of Chennai also. If a Chennai service can be developed within 18 to 20 days direct to Vladivostok and Vostochny, we will require lots and lots of help from the Russian customs, because generally the cargoes are cleared at the incoming port. That takes around 7 days time. And from there, it takes roughly around 10 to 12 days. So totally we're talking about 14 to 20 days, plus the 24 days from here till Vladivostok. Totally around 40-45 days clear, and the cargo is with the importer. What has to be done is a direct one-to-one interaction. We work out with the exporters. We can tell somebody to take it up with the importers, have road shows, have more of such forum which can help all of us to discuss, to develop the trade for the benefit of the importer and the exporter, who are our actual customers. With this, I would like to thank everybody for a patient hearing. I hope I was interesting enough. And thanks once again to Chennai Port and to all the organizers who have done a wonderful job for having such an event. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bilani. Thanks for taking us through the details of what it involves when the cargo is moving in containers between Russia and India. While we do get a macro picture, being in the actual business of moving these containers, you have told us about the practical difficulties being faced and what areas are areas of concern and need to be addressed. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Timur Vekilov, representative in India of Russian Export Center, to kindly address the gathering.
Yeah. Good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear dignities, respected dignities. So I would like to represent my organization, Russian Export Center, and also to highlight some points of increasing of our container transportation between India and Russia. So Russian Export Center is the government organization which helps Russian companies to come to foreign markets. And one of these markets, of course, India, and it's a very, very big market, and with some kind of problems also. And these problems, some of them were solved very nicely, I can say, in the last years. And the first problem which usually Russian and Indian businessmen meet, so this problem is about the payment. So I cannot, avoid this problem, telling about this problem, because so here we have representative of Sberbank, who is unfortunately not today on the stage, but Nikit, please stand up. I would like to introduce you personally. So because due to these people, to Sberbank, we have very, very smooth transactions between India and Russia. And please, if you think that there is a problem, you're thinking wrong. So because we have Sberbank who is doing this, absolutely. And the Sberbank, frankly speaking, is not the only bank, but they are with us today, and that's why we're talking about them. So another thing, of course, so is the cost of logistics. And as it was rightly said by my previous speaker, so there are a lot of issues around the cost of logistics, and there are a lot of ways how to decrease this cost. And I heard three, you mentioned 3 points, right? One point was organic. Another point was just redirection of the flows. And the third one was piggybacking. I can say there is one missed. One very important point is missed, which is related to economical geographic of Russia. So if you have a look at the Far East economic of Russia, you will find that there are a lot of possibilities to increase trade between Russian Far East and India. So today we discussed, even today, yeah, so where all the specialists are here. So we discussed coal, we discussed oil and gas, we discussed some other bulk cargoes, and we forgot absolutely about agriculture. Russian Far East agriculture is very demanded in India right now. So I can say so because we have a lot of requests from Indian companies for import of rapeseed oil and soya oil. And these are the products of Far East. This is one example which gives you, the view that we sometimes, I mean in India, so sorry. So we in India, we don't know how many products may be imported to India from Russia. So we can increase this cargo flow not only by organic or piggybacking, but also by the considering new markets, new products, new manufacturers from Russia to India. Of course, there are more opportunities else. So like timber, for example, plywood, like this paper, pulp, or whatever. So all this related to timber industry. So also maybe you know, I hope you know, that Far East has very well developed machinery industry, like, for example, Вертолеты России, so helicopters of Russia. They have the plant in Khabarovsk. So it's not Far East, maybe, so but it's very close to, yeah. So and by the way, the distances there are really huge. So from Irkutsk to Vladivostok is more than from Moscow to St. Petersburg or from Moscow to Novorossiysk. Yeah? So, but Irkutsk is not Far East; it's Siberia. So, but it's just kind of a little bit of geographic knowledge. But anyways, so this region is full of industrial manufacturers who are ready to work with India, but not also for import, but also for export. And we can see, as we are working with the requests of the businessmen, so I mean requests of Russian businessmen and Indian businessmen who would like to find the partner and partner with Russian companies, so we can see the increasing absolutely, so the interest to Russian Far East. So, and maybe if you look wider at the possibilities from products point of view, from industrial point of view, we will find more partners, and you will, help our respected logistic companies to decrease the cost of logistics, because we will increase the turnover of the cargos. So that was my main message, and I would like to say that Russian Export Center will be happy to help Indian businessmen to find partner in Russia, and Russian businessmen to find partner in India. So this is our job, that's what we are doing on everyday basis, and we have a lot of requests from Russia to find partners here in India. So, and if you are interested in working with Russian companies, so you just can find me here. I'm full day and tomorrow as well. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you very much for very wonderful event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vakilo. It was very enlightening, because what you pointed out doesn't even get affected by the constraints on the railroad capacity which are currently being encountered. So you have pointed out the products which are available in the far east of Russia itself, and they can easily move through the Eastern Maritime Corridor to the east coast of India and also the west coast of India for that matter. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Ekaterina Bobr, Logistics Procurement Manager, Multimodal and Maritime Logistics, Sibur LLC, to kindly address.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I will speak in Russian because it's more easy for me. Добрый день еще раз, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые участники семинара. Меня зовут Бобр Екатерина, и я представляю крупнейшую в России нефтехимическую компанию «Сибур». Несколько слов о нас. Сибур не является добывающей компанией. Мы закупаем сырье на рынке и после переработки продаем продукты нефтехимии. И поэтому логистика является ключевой структурой в компании. География... Что-то не сработало? География холдинга распространяется по всей России и выходит за ее пределы. На слайде показаны наши промышленные предприятия, в том числе и строящиеся, также научно-исследовательские центры. Наши бизнес-офисы находятся в России, Турции, Индии, Китае и Европе. С учетом изменений, произошедших в мире в 2022 году, компания пересмотрела стратегию продаж и отгрузок нашей продукции. В первую очередь мы максимизировали продажи внутри страны и СНГ. Второе место занял рынок Турции. Третье место занимает Юго-Восточная Азия. Европа на сегодняшний день практически закрытая, за исключением продаж небольшого объема продуктов, которые находятся не под санкциями. Одно из главных приоритетов для нас на данный момент является развитие новых рынков сбыта, таких как Ближний Восток, Африка, Индия и Латинская Америка. В сегменте контейнерных перевозок Сибур крупнейший экспортер России. Компания производит порядка 10 миллионов тонн нефтехимических продуктов в год, и из них примерно 6,5 миллионов тонн готовой продукции, большая часть из которой экспортируется. На слайде вы можете видеть экспортно-ориентированные площадки и основные экспортные направления компании. Если говорить Если говорить о перевозках в Индию, сейчас из России действуют маршруты через основные морские порты Санкт-Петербург, Новороссийск, Дальний Восток, но, к сожалению, Сибур не может использовать их в полной мере из-за недостаточной экономической эффективности. Как бы странно это ни звучало, но сейчас наши продукты в Индию мы отправляем через китайские хабы. Извините. Логистика Сибур активно использует реэкспортные отгрузки через Китай и Турцию. С начала 2023 года через Китай было перевезено порядка 1800 контейнеров, в основном это рынки Индии и страны Юго-Восточной Азии. На данный момент в Индию через реэкспорт из Китая мы отправляем порядка 90% одного из наших продуктов – это каучук. Из Турции также идут отгрузки, в основном это рынки Ближнего Востока, Африки и Латинской Америки. Мы готовы увеличить долю прямых отгрузок из России в Индию и другие страны при условии оптимизации сроков доставки и стоимости услуг. Немного о будущем. Если сейчас мы производим порядка 10 миллионов тонн продукции в год, то после реализации новых ключевых проектов компании мы ожидаем прирост в 3,5 миллиона, из которых 2,7 миллиона тонн – это прирост за счет реализации нашего основного крупнейшего проекта АГХК. Учитывая географическое положение завода, экспортные отгрузки будут осуществляться через Дальний Восток. И в заключении хотелось бы поблагодарить наших партнеров, которые помогают Сибуру обеспечить бесперебойные поставки продукции нашим клиентам. А также мы приглашаем к сотрудничеству новых поставщиков логистических услуг. От всего сердца разрешите поблагодарить организаторов мероприятия за теплый прием и за приглашение быть здесь и принимать участие. Я надеюсь, нас ждет еще много интересной и совместной работы.
Thank you, Ms. Ekaterina. It was very informative, and as a very fast-growing economy, definitely, as we had mentioned in the foreknown, that imports and exports are bound to increase for India, and being a very large player in Russian Federation, we are very sure that a lot of potential is there for your company to do business in India. And I'm sure that you will be able to utilize the dinner that will also be available for networking. And I'm sure that there are people here who would like to connect to you. Thank you so much. The next speaker is joining us online. I would like to invite Mr. Vladimir Pribish, who is the Strategy and Business Development Director of Dello Management Company, to address the gathering.
Good evening. Do you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good evening. First of all, let me express our gratitude, our thanks, and our appreciation to the Chennai Port Authority, to Ministry of the Port Shipping and Waterways, and all the participants of the conference of the meeting. In our presentation, in my presentation, I would like to describe the key points of Russia-India International Transport Network and trade. I think that I repeat some of questions that Eli already was asked, but let's begin. So, some words about Dela Group and our business geography. Dela Group is the national champion of the Russian container market. We have stevedoring companies in every basins with total capacity about 4 million TEUs. Also, we have a huge inland transportation companies with the fleet with 40,000 container flat cars. We have the container fleet about 200,000 TEUs, 14 vessels, and so on. The total turnover of container cargos during 30-33 was about 3 million TEUs. Our big team consists of 11,000 employees. So, talking about cargo shares and turnover of Russia-Indian trade, as Eli discussed in previous session, is about 163 million tons, metric tons annually. And container amount, container volume is less than 1% of all cargo turnover, and is about 1.5 million tons. Later I will back to this information. And so let's see how this container turnover is going through the geographic of Russia. So total turnover between Russia and India is about 2010 TEUs, 200,010 TEUs, and about 90% it is placed in the western side, Baltic and the Black Sea. Sorry. From the Far East to the India is going about 20, maybe 15% of total container amount. And talking about Dela Group role, our logistics companies provides about 23% India-Russian container services, and our stevedoring company separates about 33 container shipping trade. So what I want to point in this slide also, the utilization of stevedoring and port capacities in Baltic Sea is about 95%, and has limitations in maybe 5-7 years. Quality of service in Black Sea will not be good. Good opportunities are in Far East and Baltic Seas, where the investment programs of our government and the stevedoring and logistics company are good. And I think that the volume from these basins will be developed by double or maybe triple digits in further years. So a few words of structure of export and import. Now it is balanced, and as I said earlier, 1.7 million tons, comparing with non-container goods, which are 100 times more than a container, has a good opportunity to be developed. So some words about Eastern Maritime Corridor concerns for Russian export and imports, and maybe some solutions for it. The shortage of maritime capacity line services is already solved. There are more than 10 shipping lines that have regular services to eastern and to western parts of India, and this problem, as I said, is solved. In progress was mostly solved the container logistics costs. Shipping lines are increasing the volumes and the capacity of the container vessels, and comparing with 2022 and with the beginning of 2023, container logistics costs decreased 2 times and continue to dropping down. 3 points and 3 directions where Russian part and Indian part should be hardly work is about cargo base and cargo volumes. So most of goods productions in Russia export are located in western part. As previously talked, the east part of Russia has a big opportunity and for increasing the volumes, and we see that it will be doubled or tripled in 2 or 3 near years. Capacity limitations and restrictions in the Eastern Railway polygon is the national Russian project which is solving with growing temps, and so we see that in 2026, 2027, the situation would be much more better. And the global objective, the global strategy of Russia in furthering 10, maybe 20, or maybe 100 years is to build the backbone, the core, the port transport network, which will provide international Russian trade their security. And so Dela Group, FESCA, Russian Export Center, and the others in Russia, we are contributing big effort to build this network. Now we're searching the hubs, the key points where which would provide this backbone support, and we see the India and Chennai especially as a part of the hub which will provide sustainable international trade for Russian trade. So thank you for your attention. I want to tell that Dela Group will support the trade, Russia-India trade, by providing perfect transportation and logistic services, investments, shipments, and stevedoring services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pribis. Thank you so much. And it is so nice to hear that already you are associated in a big way as far as container movement between the two countries is concerned. And as you have rightly pointed out that as of now, container movement is only a small percentage and much of it is in bulk. And the 5 concerns that you had pointed out, one already addressed, one partly addressed, and the remaining 3, I think 2 already we are trying to address through events like this, that is about the trade deficit part. And as far as the rail part is concerned, I am sure that when senior persons like Deputy Minister himself and the entire delegation is there, then railroad capacity increase is not far away. Definitely its importance is realized and it will be addressed. Thank you so much. So that brings us, we have completed all the speakers now, and to be honest with you, when we were planning these sessions, so we were actually clubbing containers with one of the other commodities. But then it was felt that we need to have a separate session for containers because a lot of potential is there, and not only for the eastern side but for the western side also. So as Mr. Pribis had pointed out, that even though he's told that production centers of Russia are mainly on the west, it doesn't matter. As far as containers are concerned, we welcome the movement from both sides of Russia to and from our country. So now I think, I hope we have permission of the Secretary Government of India to take a few questions. He's already here with us for the valedictory. Maybe we can take a few questions if the audience have any.
Yes, sir, we'll pass the mic. Hang on. Madam, we'll come back to you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anbu. I represent from Sivakasi, Tamil Nadu, Sri Kalishwari Fireworks Group of Companies. In our group, we manufacture fireworks, matches, aluminum powders, metal powders, packages, plastics, even cooking oil, agro-based, and so on. Of course, 2-3 items are coming under IMCO categories: fireworks, matches, and aluminum powders. These categories, apart from fireworks, other 2 items we could manage through Hapag-Lloyd, through Maersk Line, through Zim Line, and so on. One out of 4 voyages, we could manage after complying with all regulations and formalities. But as far as fireworks is concerned, what exactly the problem, I don't know. Since 2004, there was no shipment from Sivakasi. During the last 2 years, with the support of the government of Tamil Nadu and the government of India as well, we could procure some orders. And we, even at our factory fireworks, we procured 10 containers orders from Russia. As such, the materials are ready. 2 already have been moved to Navasheva, lying there for 6 months. Could not be moved at all, despite completion of all regulations of the government of India. Even one time the license has been renewed too. What exactly the hurdle, I don't know. This morning even, there was a call from one NBOC from Mumbai. He said that, sir, one liner is prepared to accept your cargo, and I have forwarded all the purpose to him. He quoted some freight rate and all what to do. I said, okay, proceed. Whatever the freight you accept, let us try, let us start out. Now all the learned team over there on the top, the dais, how best you can help us to move forward. Our target from Sivakasi is, for the year 2025-26 will be roughly, I can say, 1,500 containers as such today to start with. As of now, we have 10 containers pending order from Russia, Maxim company. It's a Poland-based company, okay? Now, even for aluminum powders, There are about 20 containers orders are on the pipeline. Negotiations are going on in our group company. Please advise us, sir, how we can move forward this fireworks cargo despite completion of all regulations and formalities. Of course, it is IMCO 1.4J cargo. Kindly advise, kindly guide us. Thank you.
Would any of the speakers would like to take it? Yeah, please.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Such cargo, if you look at, like, it looks so lucrative that I would like to jump on it. 1,500 containers of IMCO 1 in a year, this is money. The problem is not on our side. The problem is on the transit. There are certain countries which don't allow the ROB cargo of fireworks if the vessel is calling their port. There are some countries which don't allow the transshipment. Today, as I have discussed, the shipments are moving either via China or via Turkey into the western part and the eastern part. They don't allow any ship with firecrackers or fireworks to berth on their ports. That is number one. Number two would be some lines which, because of their own rules and regulations, they don't carry certain products. Because of whatever the past experiences they had, and that would be the second reason. But having said that, let us connect. I would again thank Chairman Sir to have such an opportunity for us to connect with such exporters and try to find maybe some solution. If not, at least we will get the information that why is it not done. Hope I'm able to guide you. Thanks a lot.
I think Mr. Cebu and Mr. Bilani can interact and network during the dinner also, and maybe you will be able to find a solution. This will be...
Please, sir.
Yeah, sure. So I think now we have already taken 90 minutes, which was assigned to this session. So over to you.
Yes, sir. Any conclusion before we wind up the session?
Like I said that, we were thinking that because the container movement is so less, whether we should have a separate session, but we found that a lot of useful information has come out from the various speakers, and I'm sure that the audience would like to continue to interact with them. And this is just a beginning. This is an opportunity which has been created, and I'm sure that all the stakeholders will definitely build connections here, and they would have identified which of the speakers they would like to connect maybe after valedictory during the dinner. So I thank all the speakers. They have taken so much effort and prepared for this event, and that's why their inputs were so useful. So on behalf of Chennai Port Authority and on my personal behalf and on behalf of Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, we are very grateful and thankful to them.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. Rightly said, we have the networking hours in a while, and I'm sure everyone here would like to connect with the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais as well. So please feel free to network. Well, now I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the esteemed panel. Thank you so much for sharing your remarkable thoughts and ideas and expertise with us. Big round of applause for the panel. And to thank them for their time and advice, and to, of course, thank them for everything that they've given us. The last session definitely was very, very insightful. Like I said, the most wanted session somehow. May I please request Shri S. Viswanathan to kindly come onto the stage and present a memento as a token of our appreciation and gratitude to our distinguished panel members. Not to forget our dynamic moderator, Shri Sunil Paliwal. Thank you, everybody. Please step forward for a picture. Mr. Rathi sir, why don't you join? Thank you so much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this amazing panel. Thank you, ladies, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Well, what's coming up next is no surprise. We've been mentioning that many a times now. Ladies and gentlemen, an event like this, of this magnitude, definitely is not possible to put together something amazing as this with just one person. There's a team that's involved, the team that's put in a lot of hard work, and we definitely want to take this opportunity to thank them all, in fact the entire team that's come together in making the very first edition of India-Russia workshop, operational of the Eastern Maritime Corridor. This event turned out to be a success thanks to our participation, thanks to the delegates who are present here. Thank you for your enthusiasm, your presence, and of course your questions. I really hope that you've enjoyed the sessions. Very, very insightful sessions that we had. The panels were very interesting, very insightful. And of course, we've received so many expertise and ideas from my esteemed panelists. So one big round of applause, a collective round of applause, if I may request from everybody present here in the audience. Everyone, please put your hands together and thank you for making India-Russia workshop a mega success. Well, on that note, it is time for us to move on to the valedictory ceremony. I'd like to call the dignitaries on to the dais. Without further ado, I request our delegates to kindly remain with us. This is going to take a few minutes, but we want your presence right in the hall. We'd like to thank a lot of people who have put in their efforts in making this event a grand possibility. With that, I please request you all to put your hands together as I invite the dignitaries onto the dais. Shri T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary. MOPSW, sir. Do you want me to wait for him to come? All right, sure. We will start the valedictory ceremony shortly. We're waiting for a few more dignitaries to join us. Well, this being the first ever edition of the workshop, I definitely would like to go around and ask what people have to say about a platform such as this to connect the ports of East Coast India to the Far East Russian ports. Starting with Ms. Rajalakshmi, what do you have to say about an opportunity like this, a platform like this, giving a chance for India and Russia to connect and make new avenues of trade possible?
Yeah, in fact, it's a very, very good opportunity because most of the decision makers are also here. So we can connect and understand where the bottlenecks are so we can solve them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to know a few more people share their thoughts as well. And Ms. Anastasia, if I may just take a moment of yours, what would you like to say about a platform like this, giving a chance to India and Russia to connect and create better avenues for trade?
Only all the good things. First of all, thank you very much, and it's definitely very efficient. I'm pretty sure that for all the participants, and it gives a lot of information, insights, and of course a lot of possibilities to meet new people who will definitely help us in the future to make better business and strong connectivity.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Just a quick question, is this your first time here in India?
Yes, it's my first.
This is your first time, so anything that's caught your attention, anything that you're looking forward to explore here in Chennai?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not my last time, and I would like to explore the country more. Everything is very different. Very, very amazing. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm going to teach you a little something so you can take back a bit of Chennai while you go back to Russia. Every time we see a person, we greet them with both our hands folded and say Vanakkam. Would you like to say that with me? It's Vanakkam.
Vanakkam.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And I've been signaled that it's time for us to start the valedictory ceremony. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, a lot of people are responsible in making this event a grand possibility, not without your support, not without your supervision, not without your presence and enthusiasm. With that, may I now request your presence on stage, sir. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shri T.K. Ramachandra, IAS, Secretary to Government of India, to join us. We also have Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, Chairman of Kamarajar Port Limited. Joining them on stage, Mr. Oleg Avdev, Consul General of Russian Federation. May I kindly request your presence on stage? Welcome back, sir. Thank you. Shri P.L. Harnad, IRTS, Chairperson, Paravip Port Authority, to kindly join us on stage. Shri S. Viswanathan, Deputy Chairperson, to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Director ERS, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage. And Mrs. Irene Cynthia, Managing Director, Kamarajar Port Limited, to join the dignitaries on stage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move towards the ceremony. May I now request Shri Sunil Paliwal to render his introductory remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. Namaskar. Malai Vanakkam. Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways, Government of India, Shri T.K. Ramachandran ji, Consul General for Russian Federation to Republic of India at Chennai, Shri Oleg ji, Deputy Chairperson of Chennai Port Authority, Shri Vishwanathan, Director, Ministry of External Affairs, Shri Pandey, Managing Director of Kamarajar Port Limited, Ms. Irene Cynthia, most important of all, distinguished participants of this day-long workshop on operationalization of Eastern Maritime Corridor. At the outset, my warm greetings to all of you. This workshop, which was envisaged as something to kickstart the operationalization of Eastern Maritime Corridor, and got a push when Honorable Minister, Port Shipping, Waterways and Ayush visited Vladivostok in September 2023 and met Shri Chechenko, Honorable Minister for Development of Russian Far East and Arctic, has come to fruition today, and it has been made possible mainly by the guidance of our Honorable Minister, Shri Sonowal ji, and our respected Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri T.K. Ramchandran ji. This would not have been possible if they had not nudged us continuously and helped us in coordinating both the sides, that is from Indian side and Russian side. When we identified these commodities through CRISIL and exchanged notes on them, we realized that there is huge potential. And when we visited Moscow and Vladivostok in the month of May 2023 and interacted with the trade and commerce, all the stakeholders in this part of the country, we realized that there are a lot of information gaps, which definitely make it imperative that we have an event like this. As had been mentioned by our secretary in his remarks today morning, one of the important key holders in this entire exercise have been the officials of the Embassy of India at Moscow, led by the Ambassador Shri Pawan Kapoor himself. I would also like to mention Mr. Ved Prakash Singh, who is serving there, and Mr. Navodit Verma, who was serving there till recently and has recently joined Ministry of External Affairs at Delhi. Their contribution to this entire exercise has been phenomenal. I'm sure that all the stakeholders would have found the 4 sessions very useful. And as was pointed out by our secretary, that this is actually the beginning. I'm sure that this is the beginning of further strengthening of relations between our 2 great nations, that is the Russian Federation and Republic of India, who have been friends, who have been strategic partners over many, many decades. Definitely, the operationalization and further activation of the Eastern Maritime Corridor will go a long way in deepening this friendship that we share. I would like to use this opportunity of to thank the team from Chennai Port Authority, led by Mr. S. Vishwanathan, our dynamic Deputy Chairperson, and also the team from Kamarajar Port Limited, led by equally dynamic Managing Director, Ms. Irene Cynthia, who many of you might not be knowing is the better half of Mr. Vishwanathan. So these two teams have done excellent work, and I will be failing in my duty if I don't mention the hard work that has been put by both the teams, that is at Chennai Port Authority and Kamarajar Port Limited. I would also like to thank the Russian delegation who have come here in large numbers under the leadership of Deputy Minister Shri Bobrakov. He was here in India recently in this month itself, and that is for Vibrant Gujarat. He was there on 7th and 8th, and we do understand the difficulty of finding time in his busy schedule, but he did that for us, and we at Chennai Port Authority and Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways are very thankful to him and his team for taking all the effort of coming here and being with us today. I would also like to thank the team among the Russian delegation who were always present whenever we requested them for a video conferencing so that notes can be exchanged and finer details of organizing this workshop can be worked out. They have been very, very supportive, very cooperative, and we are very thankful to them. We are very thankful to all of you who since morning have been sitting patiently, listening to the deliberations, contributing to the deliberations, but then you should not be only working. After this valedictory function, we have the team from Chennai Port Authority and Kamarajar Port Limited have curated a wonderful cultural program for you, which will be showcasing the culture and heritage of Tamil Nadu. We request you to join us for that, and that will be accompanied by a dinner. I am very thankful to Mr. Harnath, who has come all the way from Paradip. It's not very easy. We are all at Chennai where there's an airport straight here itself. He has to come to Bhubaneswar. We are thankful to him, and also to Mr. Mehra and to other speakers who have joined us from across the cities of India and across the cities of Russian Federation and ensured that this workshop is a success. Let us all use this opportunity to increase the cargo movement between the far east of Russia and the eastern part of India. Once again, on my personal behalf, I am very thankful to all of you and would like to express my gratitude, especially to our Honorable Minister and respected Secretary for his guidance. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Oleg Avdev to render a special address this evening.
In English. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to thank the hosts of and participants in this event for an in-depth discussion on various issues of trade between Russia and India, which reflect favorably on the feasibility and viability of the proposed Chennai-Vladivostok maritime corridor. Highly commendable are the efforts of the Ministry of Shipping, Waterways and Ports as well as the Chennai Port Authority for organizing this event. So they have made sincere efforts to make this event smooth and successful. And I think I have every right to say that the outcome of this workshop is a big success, because I said throughout the deliberations, and also from my observations, the deliberations evoked great interest among the audience. So frankly speaking, I have been looking forward to such an event at Chennai since the very inception of the idea of AMS. And it did happen at last. So, Mr. Ramachandran, I want you also to convey my words of appreciation to Honorable Minister of Shipping, Mr. Sonowal. Now I would like to urge everyone in the audience to make efforts to do their best to make this new project of Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor operational as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avdev, for your kind words. And I request Shri T.K. Ramachandran to kindly share a few words on this very special occasion.
Yeah, just keep. Namaskar, good evening to all of you. Vanakkam. Chennai Port Chairman, Mr. Sunil Paliwal, Mr. Oleg Avdeev, Consul General of Russia at Chennai, the Chairman of Paradip Port, Mr. Harnath, Director from MEA, Mr. Pandey, and the Deputy Chairman couple, or Chairperson couple, Vishwanathan and Cynthia, and to all the distinguished delegates from Russia and the equally distinguished delegates from India, and of course my colleagues and officials from the ports of Chennai and Kamarajar and all the other South Indian ports, the ports on the east board of India. To all of you, a very warm thanks from my side for having deigned to be part of this wonderful workshop which took place the whole of today. And I find as many seats filled at the end of the day as were filled in the morning, which goes to show how interesting the deliberations were, and I'm sure how fruitful they were and how educative they were. So let me propose 3 cheers for the organizers of this event, which is Chennai Port and Kamarajar Port. A wonderful job done indeed. And from the ministry side, I would like to tell you that whatever support is required from the ministry side, we are there. As you're all aware, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and the workshop will have met its aims and objectives if over the next few months, over the next couple of years, the stated objectives of increasing trade, of increase in cargo are achieved. And I hope all of you will put body and soul together and ensure that that happens. As far as the ministry is concerned, we are aware that there can be several bottlenecks. There can be, like I said in the morning, infrastructural bottlenecks which might have to be dealt with. There might be policy-related matters, taxation matters, legal issues which might have to be sorted out, like the one that was discussed in the last session. So we are there to iron out such issues. And I was just having a word with the Consul General before this address, and he was very positive. He's been here for some time, he knows the lay of the land, and he speaks excellent Hindi, I'm told, as well. And therefore we have in him a person who understands this business, understands India and Indians, and therefore I'm sure that with his support a lot can be achieved. So any policies, any statutory issues that need to be dealt with, any infrastructural issues, as well as any institutions that you think need to be created, we are here. For instance, the Russian Chamber of Indo-Russian Chamber of Commerce. If that institution needs more strengthening, if it needs some additional stakeholder involvement, if it needs creation of additional stakeholder bodies which need to be put in place, we are there to help. And anything at Delhi that any of you think you need support from, we are we are there to help. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are gathered here, who are all basically the foot soldiers, the people who actually do the business, to all of you, let me give you the assurance that the Government of India, the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways will do everything possible. And when I say everything, everything indeed, to make this trade happen and happen in the most glorious fashion. Thank you. And I would also like to tell you that these seminars, workshops are a means of ensuring networking, of talking to each other. And like I said, they are only a beginning and we have a long way to go. We are going to be organizing a series of such workshops across the country, not just on trade and cargo, but on other subjects like green shipping, for instance, going digital, on innovation hubs, on shipbuilding, ship financing, and so on. So I would request our friends from Russia that if you think any of these topics are of interest to you, kindly do participate, and we will let you know the calendar. The idea is to get people together, get them to talk, so that whatever policy we create, those policies are informed by the stakeholders' views and opinions, and therefore whatever policy we make is closely linked to the ground and has its ears and eyes closely linked to the ground. So again, let me congratulate the chairman and his entire team, all of you sitting here, for this wonderful day, for the wonderful preparations and all the hospitality that you gave us. And to all those who came from Russia, welcome again, and hope you have a lovely stay. And I hope you spend several days, not just in Chennai, but traveling in the rest of the country, where I'm sure you will take back many, many happy memories with you. Thank you. Good evening. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words of assurance and encouragement.
Sir, thanks for your encouragement. And I would like to also mention there are 3 individuals whose team have worked exceptionally beyond the call of their duty to make this event a success. First is Mr. Soundar Raj, who has been associated with us. He and his team has worked day and night to ensure that all these arrangements which you are seeing here are brought to shape. I would also like to thank Ms. Archana Deshmukh, the MC of this event. I am sure all of you will agree that Normally you don't find such involved, active and dynamic MCs. Starting from morning, she has involved all of us in this entire event and didn't permit any of you to doze off. That is her achievement. And I would also like to thank Mr. Saurav Ghoshal, who is the general manager of this beautiful property, that is Taj Vivanta, Sholinganallur, and his team, who have gone out of their way to make all of us comfortable. So thank you, Mr. Soundaraj, thank you, Ms. Archana Deshmukh, and thank you, Mr. Saurav Ghoshal.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words, and truly an honor to have been a part of this phenomenal event. On that note, talking about this event, ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned earlier this evening, a lot of people are involved in making this event a possibility, a mega possibility, if you will. And we'd like to take this opportunity to present them with a token of our love and appreciation this evening. May I please request Shri T.K. Ramachandran, sir, to kindly step forward along with our chairperson and present a memento as a token of our love to the names that I'll be calling. Now, even before I start calling out the names, these are the members of the Russian delegation. Pardon me if I'm not getting your name right. Konstantin, our interpreter, was not available. I couldn't seek his help last minute, but I'll try to do justice to the names given. Anton Litvinov, specialist on promotion of coal to new markets. Please join us on stage and accept a token of our appreciation. Albert, Director of Representative Office in Japan. Stage. That's Albert, Director of Representative Office in Japan. Thank you, Albert. Thank you for your support. Truly appreciate it. Artyom Kapzov, Senior Manager, Prospective Development Practice. Artyom, thank you so much for your help. Please keep the applause coming. A lot of efforts have gone into making this event a possibility. And we'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the delegation. Maxim, the flight manager. Maxim, do join us on stage. Maxim Arzanaskin. I hope I got that right. Thank you. Pavel Matveev, Product Manager. Pavel Matveev, Product Manager. Maxim, Advisor of Minister. Maxim, Advisor of Minister. Thank you. Anna Gorgonola, Head of the International Cooperation Division. Thank you, Anna. Alexandra Chernova, Director of International Cooperation Department. Thank you, Alex. Roxana Delraj, Head of Division International Cooperation Department. Anastasia, Deputy Director of Investment Department. Thank you for your support and your partnership. Zareta Perdi, Head of Division of Investment Department. Zareta Perdi. Thank you. And this next person, I also have to thank him personally for helping me get the names right. Konstantin, our interpreter. Konstantin, thank you so much wherever you are. Please join us on stage and accept a token of our appreciation. From his isolation booth to the stage, to the limelight. Constantine, thank you so much. Our interpreter, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been a packed day for him, translating the ideas that we heard from our Russian delegation. Constantine deserves a bigger round of applause. Thank you. Timur, Executive Director. Timur, Executive Director. Alexei, Minister of Transport and Road Facilities. Alexei Ignatenko, Minister of Transport and Road Facilities. Evgeny, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. Pardon me, please. Evgeny. Is that him? Evgeny Suzdaltsev. Thank you so much. Senia Elkina, PR Manager. Senia Elkina, PR Manager. Anastasia Bebukina, PD Manager. Anastasia Bebukina, thank you. Vijay Mahesh, Deputy CEO for BD. And Nikita, Director of the Mumbai subsidiary. Nikita is not here. Well, let's thank her with a round of applause for her amazing contributions. Senia, Senior Editor. Senia, Senior Editor. Senia, Senior Editor, is not here. Thank you for your efforts. Chandan Kumar, our interpreter, Chandan Kumar, please join us on stage. Miss Nandini Dixit, Miss Nandini Dixit. Miss Nandini Dixit, not here. Is that you, ma'am, Nandini Dixit? I know you've done a lot of background work, but now it's time for you to take the center stage. Miss Nandini Dixit, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ram Swarup Sahu. Mr. Ram Swarup Sahu. Mr. Ram Swarup Sahu and Bobby Massey. Bobby Massey to join us on stage and accept a token of our appreciation for all the hard work that you've put in making this event comprehensible to everyone seated here. Thank you. Thank you to the entire team, the members of the delegation, the Russian delegation. Thank you for making the very first edition of this workshop a grand success. Thank you, dignitaries on the dais. Kindly take your seats. And now to finally render the closing remarks with an intent to say all good things come to an end only to make way for bigger and better things. May I please request Mrs. Irene Cynthia to come forward.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed guests on the dais and our dear delegates attending the workshop. This is an honor to render the vote of thanks for today's workshop. On behalf of Chennai Port Authority, I would like to thank our Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, who is the motivation behind this workshop for the operationalization of the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Sir, thank you for your vision and able guidance. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Anatoly Bobrakov, Deputy Minister for the development of the Russian Far East and Arctic, for his enterprising presence and valuable insights on the potential for the direct sea link in the East, the comprehensive assistance that will be given to Indian and Russian cargo carriers, the importance of Northern Sea Route for the Indo-Russian trade. Our sincere thanks to Mr. P.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, MOPSW. Sir, your emphasis on Maritime India Vision and Amritkal Vision 2047, the need for thrashing out the agreements, SOPs and procedures that are needed to be in place to take forward the Eastern Maritime Corridor is well taken, sir. I extend my grateful thanks to Mr. Oleg Avdi, Consul General of the Russian Federation in Chennai, for his coordination to make this workshop a grand success. I sincerely thank our Indian Ambassador to Russia, Mr. Pawan Kapoor, and his team, Mr. Ved Prakash, Mr. Navodit Verma, for continuously coordinating with Chennai Port and the Russian government to make this workshop happen today. I would like to thank our chairman of Chennai Port Authority and Kamaraja Port, Mr. Sunil Paliwal, under whose hand and guidance the efforts resulting in this workshop has been taken. I would like to extend my grateful thanks to Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Director ERS, Ministry of External Affairs, for his presence and coordination for the workshop. I would like to thank our panelists and moderators for the depth of knowledge shared during the sessions on coal, fertilizers, crude oil and LNG and containers. They have not only provided information on capacities, demand, markets, logistics, finances and related matters, but also clarified the apprehensions from both sides. It will help in furthering the collaboration and strategic planning for this corridor. A special thanks to Mr. Haradnath, Chairperson, Paradip Port Authority, for being here and moderating the session on coal. I would like to thank Mr. Ekam Mehra, Deputy Chairperson, Syama Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority, for moderating the session on fertilizers. I would like to thank our Russian delegation and our Indian delegates who have participated in this workshop today to contribute to the operationalization of this corridor. I would like to extend my appreciation to Deputy Chairman of Chennai Port Authority, Mr. Vishwanathan, and his team at Chennai Port for their day and night preparation for concretizing this workshop. I also extend my thanks to the Kamaraja Port team for supporting in this preparation. I would like to thank the organizing partners and media for supporting this workshop. The bonds strengthened and ideas exchanged during this event will surely have an impact on the bilateral relations between the two nations and to fructify the Eastern Maritime Corridor. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you all what our respected chairperson mentioned earlier. We will take a break, and after the break, we'll come back to enjoy a great depiction here on stage, celebrating a rich tapestry of the tradition and culture of Tamil Nadu. Do not miss out on being a part of the cultural evening. A lot of entertainment and, of course, a beautiful, beautiful evening awaits you. Thank you so much once again for being a part of this amazing, significant workshop. I hope we've all learned a little something, and, of course, it's going to open new arenas of trade relation in the Pacific. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. That's been my time. I'm your host, Archana Deshmukh, wishing you all a very good evening. Very good evening, and I hope to see you all. I hope you all are a part of the cultural evening followed by dinner. Thank you so much.